Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the luxurious, plush surroundings of Card Casino Bratislava for an exciting cash game. We have 50-50 PLO sponsored by Patrick, the Hammer Crusher Yaros. You've probably seen him around in big cash game streams before. We are here at the Party Poker Grand Prix Bratislava alongside the Bratislava Poker Festival, powered by the Irish Poker Festival. And I'm alongside a very special guest, a longtime friend of mine, a PLO crusher, professional commentator, George Sanford. Welcome, George.
Hi, Jason. Great to be back. I'm looking forward to seeing a couple of these guys lock horns. I've been living here for many years, and we've had sort of semi-high stakes PLO tournaments, and I recognize 3 of the 4 guys on the table currently, so should be a great lineup, and looks like a monster stack there in seat 1. I guess that might be Patrick's, is it?
I think, I'm not sure, but I imagine that would be Patrick's.
Yeah, that's an absolute tower of chips.
And it looks like we have a few empty seats, but we do know that there are a few more players coming, including Manuel. I'm being told the background noise is high, but maybe one of the tech guys can come in. So I'm not sure how to fix that. But if you guys are listening, please help out with that. But we're looking forward to some exciting action. The first hand is about to be dealt. And thank you, everybody, for already tuning in. This is quite impressive. We haven't even gone live yet, and we have 5 events. Thank you for joining in. Barbin, already after today's free roll password, we'll be sharing that pretty shortly. Supernova is back. Thank you for handling all the moderation and tuning in as well. And Rodbon99. Now, if Supernova gives me some permission, I will release the password, being that he is our moderator for today. Maybe we have Dark Angel coming as well. And it is indeed Patrick here. We have the chip stack, so 20K.
He's bought in for 20K, which is 400 bigs. Looks like it's going to be a fairly deep game, which is nice for the action. You know, sometimes on the higher stakes streams, you do see people buying in for 100. It kind of limits the action a little bit, but the deeper the guys are playing, the more interesting spots that we're going to get. So let's just wait for, I think they're doing some sort of flipping, are they?
It looks like, I don't see 4 cards in front of people, so it looks like something was happening. Maybe they were just gambling a little bit, waiting for the stream to start. It's not enough just to play 50-50 PLO with the €100 straddle that we'll see from time to time, probably more often than not, I am guessing, but we'll wait and see about that they also have to be gambling on the side. Now, who do you know at this table? I mean, we know that Patrick's in seat 1. We know that Pavel, the owner of Card Casino, is in seat 5. And who are the other players? Do you
I recognize seat 2 and 3. They are high-stake Czech Republic regular PLO players. They come here only for the private, sort of semi-private high-stakes game, which is in the VIP lounge. And they often play the 1K, 2Ks, but it feels like for them those stakes are quite small. You know, they do play quite splashy, and they're very aggressive and very competent players. And this is a guy I've played with as well. He also plays Hold'em tournaments. And yeah, King, Queen, Jack, Jack, very standard open. Peter here. Yep, so just waiting for the graphics to catch up. Andre has a nice hand. His hand isn't really going to interact with this small blind opening range, and he's got a decent-ish connectivity in position and double suited as well, so definitely want to be defending.
Especially after straddling as well, so we already have straddles right away.
Absolutely.
We think we got the background noise adjusted now. Thank you very much.
Yep, so looks like we've got everything sort of in balance now. Great turn card for Michael, just drilling the nuts straight. Does have, opens up a double flush draw now, so with a Jack of Diamonds and a Jack of Hearts, quite decent for him, blocking some of the stronger flush draws. But is going to look to get value from hands like Ace-3, Queen-10, Ace-10. And yeah, Andre there, even with that 5-high flush draw, in addition to the gut shot and the pair, just not going to be able to face the heat from the pre-flop opener. They're going to be a much stronger range, and he did indeed have a very nutty holding.
He could have even been drawing dead there if he called, in theory,
Yeah.
because better hearts and already Broadway made. Well, he
Exactly.
did have the Broadway in this case.
Yeah, if seat 2 would have had a heart flush draw with him, we would have been stone dead. So that kind of equity realization quite difficult just with the 5-high flush draw and the low gutter, because some reverse implied odds for hitting your low straight and then facing a big bet or a check raised. You know, it's gets very dicey very quickly.
I think I've gotten myself in that kind of trouble playing against you, actually, George.
I always have it.
And then you bet me off when you don't have it. It's just works both ways, I think.
Probably a couple too many beers, I think, back in those days.
Yes, we're a little bit more behaved these days.
Yeah, we are trying our best, aren't we? So thanks very much for joining us, guys. Starting off relatively slow with the four-handed action, but a full table expected. Patrick there, you can see the tower, 20,000 euro buy-in. He'll be joining the action quite soon, but we'll be going live until around 8 o'clock, right?
Yes, and
Central European.
And we'll have other guests too. So Fintan Gavin, who is the founder of the Irish Poker Festival, will be joined by Lucky Mo 32. He's also an Omaha player, but back in the day was crushing online tournaments. I've known, I interviewed him probably 10, 12 years ago as well.
Yeah.
So we've known of each other for quite some time. So I'm interested in hearing their commentating as well.
So
Well,
Peter here with the incognito hand, opening the button. Not typically a great board for him with the 3-blind structure. Not going to have an awful lot of 4-3 here. It's going to have some 7-8-9, these types of hands that maybe want to put a hand like jacks, queens, all of the one-pair holdings into a tough spot with the bet. And you can see he does have the gut shot with the flush draw, and Michael there folding the best hand at present with those, exactly what I was talking about, you know, the naked overpair. Very difficult to continue on this board, so a nice bet.
That's the big difference between Omaha and Hold'em. And Hold'em, your pocket eights, you're going absolutely nowhere in that spot.
Yeah, you
in
can even
Omaha,
check raise.
It's not very good.
Exactly, and in Omaha, you're just caged in a tough spot. And it was nice to see that Peter did use the size up there, because it is a board that he's not going to bet often, but when he does bet, he's going to have a high equity hand or a high equity bluff. Sorry, high equity value or high equity bluff. So just recognizing the fact that the less he's betting on boards that typically aren't great for him, the more pressure he needs to put on those middling hands in his opponent's range. So a nicely executed play from him.
So while we're waiting for this hand to develop, I will release the password to tonight's free roll. So there's a free roll tonight awarding 2 seats to the online day 1 for the Party Poker Millions Malta. It's for the 550 Grand Prix, which has a million guarantee as well. So you can come join us in Malta at the end of September. The free roll password is very unique, very hard to guess. It is Bratislava with a capital B. So we can update that in the command on the stream as well, and we'll repeat it throughout the day. We do not expect this to be as big of a free roll as some of the other days, and it pays out 120 prizes. And the reason why we don't expect it to be as big is that our stream will end today around 8:30, but the free roll doesn't start until 9 o'clock Central European time. Which is also 3 o'clock Eastern time. So
Exactly.
there's going to be that hour gap where if you didn't tune into the stream, it's going to be awfully hard to get that password. And we do ask that you don't share the password. Obviously, if you share it with one friend, it's not going to be the end of the world, but don't like splash it around on social media.
Well, sharing the password is only going to decrease your EV in the free roll, right? 120 paid. And it may well overlay. So lots of value for our eagle-eyed viewers in order to jump in there and potentially win themselves a route into our next stop in Malta. So yeah, 3 10s in the hand, obviously trashy in PLO, decreasing the chance of a set and just poor playability in general. And Andre there gets a walk with the aces. Ever the consummate professional, just sending them into the muck, not making a big song and dance out of it, just quietly collecting the blinds.
It looks like we also have a player waiting next to Pavel as well. I see another chip stack there, and I don't know if that will be Manuel or not, because we know Manuel is coming.
Yeah, that could be. So those are 500 euro chips, so that's a 10k buy-in, which is 200 blinds. So seems to be kind of the standard buy-in that we've seen. A couple of the guys in deeper, but as you know, things take a little bit of a while to get running, and it's even good just to have a high-stakes stream these days. It's quite hard to organize. Lots of players want to remain anonymous with their play style. Don't want to give away too much about the information to other people they may be playing off-stream in the bigger games. So
this is why when commentators say I'm going to hop on that table, I say, no, 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 you're not going to hop on that table. It's not fair. We can see everything the players can't, and you have a lot more information. Even if a player on the side is once in a while going off the table and looking something in the stream or talking to a friend, we have so much more information than the players possibly have that it's not really a fair situation.
Yeah, I remember in Malta there were a couple of people that weren't too happy about me joining the table because I'd just been commentating on them for many hours, so that definitely gives a competitive advantage.
Meanwhile, you would have had an advantage over them anyway, most likely.
If I was lucky. So yeah, flopping the nut straight there, taking it down.
So what sticks are you playing these days, George?
So I've just had a month off working on a rehabilitation process. Had some pretty tricky issues with addiction, which I had a sort of month retreat to work on some holistic, some psychological stuff, and I'm going to be slowly easing my way back in. Before I went to the center, I was playing 1020 online 4-card and 510 5-card on the biggest site right now. But as I ease my way back in, I've made a lot of sort of subconscious changes in the way I approach just life in general, trying to be more present, trying to be more communicative with the people that are close towards me. So poker has taken a bit of a back step for me in the short run.
Meanwhile, this is kind of an interesting flop here.
Yeah, it
because
is.
We have a nice wrap here from Michael and Peter with the flush draw as well. I imagine Peter's not going anywhere right now anyway.
Yeah, Michael leading out here. That's a very interesting lead. He does have a somewhat relevant spade blocker, but his equity is quite middling, I would say. Turns a rather irrelevant pair blocker now. This 3 doesn't really block any of the improvements on the turn. Unlikely to be seeing too much Queen 3, 5 3, 8 3 in the button opening range. There is slithers of it, but Petter here will be in a tough spot if he faces a big bet, and that's exactly what Michael's going for here. With the gut shot and the pair, does have decent equity versus a lot of holdings. And yeah, it does get the 10s with the flush draw to fold.
Well played there by Michael.
Very well played. Petter could have had some devilish intentions with the float there, with the future blockers with the 10, but a lot of the donking range is also going to have the nut flush draw in it as well. So sometimes the what we were talking about earlier, the reverse implied odds of hitting that spade and then facing a pot-sized bet could be problematic, so decides to just get out the way before it gets too tricky for him.
It makes a lot of sense. And I want to give a shout out here to Puerto. So we noticed before the stream that there were 4 players already registered to the free roll. And I was asked, should we unregister them? I said, no, we should maybe even give them extra tickets for actually guessing the password, sitting there and plugging away. So props to you, Puertos, for getting in, one of the first players, and best of luck to you. And hello to Apocalypse UK. Good afternoon and welcome back. Good to see you back in the chat again. And for those of you just tuning in, because we just went live, but I see we have a few more viewers now. This is Jason Glatz here. If you tuned in yesterday, you should recognize my voice by now. And I'm alongside George Sanford, who lives in Bratislava, amazing PLO player, plays similar to stakes to what we see here when he's active.
A bit lower, to be honest.
But it's still similar. Like a 10-25 is not going to play that much different than a 50-50.
No, exactly. Yeah, but these guys will, this is sort of like the pinnacle of casino live poker, and then as they play private games, 100, 200 as well. It's a big difference, I would say, in terms of the bankrolls, in terms of the playing styles as well. You know, you will see a lot of these guys take every spot with the aggression, and they won't back down and they won't be money scared. And I think the big difference between the stakes like 5-5-10 or 10-10-20, 10-10-25 is that you do tend to see people give up a little bit more often. So you're not going to see that at these stakes. These are very comfortable players that have either built a career around poker or have a lot of wealth from profitable ventures off the table. But like Pavel, who is still an extremely strong player, very aggressive, very tricky to play against, always putting you in tough spots. Played many of the 1K and 2K tournaments with him here, and yeah, really tough. Just like a dog with the rope, you know, just doesn't let go, you know, constantly giving you a tough time.
What do you think of Andre's call here, by the way, with the 4-3-2-2?
Yeah, very loose. Very loose here. I personally wouldn't call, but in position with like 200 big blinds deep, there are some flops with these like low connected sort of wheel card holdings where you can call maybe a top set aces or a strong 2-pair with a disguised low straight. So a kind of an indication that these guys are happy to go to the streets, play post flop, especially when they have position. And you do see that with the higher stakes guys. They're much more comfortable post flop. They've got much more maneuverability and more moves in their arsenal than you might face at lower stakes. So often you do see quite a loose and splashy pre-flop game, and people really come into their own post-flop.
And it makes sense in that case, actually, because he was the straddle.
Yeah.
So he had less to put in, and he was going to be in position. So if it's checked over to him, he could even rep something he doesn't have pretty easily as well.
Exactly. 200 big blinds deep, very difficult to play out of position. Versus a wide range where you're not really sure about their board coverage.
But meanwhile, we already have 2,000 in the pot. Pavel 3-bet to about 1,000, and Andre.
Oh, Andre is playing very loose here with the rainbow hand, the King Jack 8-7, turning a straight. Also having a straight is Pavel.
But also drawing to a better straight. If a queen comes, and it's
Andre. Sorry, Andre needs the queen. Yeah. So the 8 on the river, not going to change anything, but does change the nutted straight. Sorry, does now introduce a queen jack, queen 10, queen 9. And yeah, Pavel now a little bit confused. In the 3-bet pot, does have a straight. Does have to call here, to be honest.
I think he's trying to figure out whether he's chopping or not, but he is indeed chopping.
Yeah, chopping or losing to the queen high straight is the most likely outcome. But then your opponent can also have some queen 6-5 bluffs, these kind of holdings, maybe a pocket kings turning a hand into a bluff there. So facing that kind of action, 3-betting, check, facing a bet with any kind of straight there, you do have to kind of pay off, otherwise you're not going to be hitting these kind of minimum defense frequencies, which allow other players to run over you if you don't make those calls, you know.
And it doesn't make sense to turn your hand into a bluff just to get off the chops, you know, because of that board. If Pavel does raise, this is being very result-oriented. Andre does have to actually fold his hand.
Yeah, doesn't really have the qualities or the components in the hand to bluff raise, but it's a case where, you know, your opponent is having the same hand as value, you know, because Andre there looking at the double check back line, all of Pavel's high equity holdings would have bet the flop or the turn at some point. Very unlikely to be checking back and having a better holding there, so definitely just paying off.
It's another interesting flop here. I mean, Peter with the aces, and then we have Michael here with the open ender, and we have Andre with the flush draw.
Yeah.
Andre has the most equity with his 10s currently being good.
Yeah, and the gut shot as well.
His 10s aren't good. Peter's aces are good, but still has less equity.
Exactly. So has more equity with this sort of double-faceted hand. 8 on the turn gives his 10s some nice bluffability now. Gonna want to be leading here, I think. Yeah, this is really nice.
He's got a big monster pot. Because Michael already has the straight.
Yeah, Michael now turns the 6-5 straight. Isn't going to be thrilled about this lead 3-ways, to be honest, with a player behind who's also bet big 3-ways. So without the redraw here, I think you're going to see him call 1. Does have to defend this hand, but I think you will see him fold the river most of the time if we see a brick. He may even fold.
Because it's a pot-sized bet. It's and the pot is already pretty big.
And you're thinking, what's my opponent repping here? He's not just going to turn a set of 8s and lead for pot. You know, let's say he's got a hand like King 8-8, 6 double suited or something, and he turned a set with the flush draw. I don't think that hand's going to lead into the field for pot now. It doesn't, you know, when 2 straights get there. Yeah, disciplined lay down there. I actually really like it because your opponent either has a hand like this, which has great components to bluff the river, or a high equity draw, or the 10-9, which you're dead to, right? So all of those 3 options don't really fill you with much much promise for winning the pot.
No, if you're just drawing to that 1 out for a chop or to the flush draw, which may not even be good. You know, one of the players could have a better flush draw.
Exactly.
I'm glad that he is thinking about it, because what we see what I do, and I don't make this mistake anymore, but what I used to do is act impulsively. You know, and it pays, especially in a cash game. Tournaments can be more automatic in many spots, but in a cash game, even in spots that seem routine instantly in your head, to just take 10 seconds, think it over, and then make your move.
Being present and kind of not just thinking about what's happening now, but what the likelihood of that range, how that's going to interact with all the different river cards that may come. So if my hand is best now, which it can be a lot of the time, what's my equity going to the river, and you know how often am I going to be able to call a brick here if he pots again? And yeah, just deciding that with the strong range behind the bet the flop multi-way, wasn't really fancying that spot. And I think it's a disciplined laydown that you will see not being made at lower stakes. People kind of look at the raw hand strength rather than the relative hand strength.
We have an interesting question, but I'm not sure how pertinent it is to learning PLO. But Agent for Anderson, or Agent Anderson, asking, what's the worst starting hand in PLO?
Quads. Yeah, quads.
I guess quad deuces.
Quad deuces, yeah.
But any quads is...
any quads is pretty bad hand, but those ones are more obvious. If you're looking at like the real, like any kind of rainbow disconnected hand, without loads of Broadway or an ace is a pretty poor hand. Let's say like 8-6 deuce 3 rainbow. That's pretty poor. 8-7 deuce deuce single suited. You know, there's many variations of trash holdings in PLO. But the interesting thing is that people can often overvalue, let's say, the lower rundowns. You know, the ones that can easily be dominated by stronger straight draws as you go down the streets. So hands like 7-6-5-2 double suited looks like a decent holding, but a lot of the times your straights are going to be quite vulnerable and your flushes are going to be difficult to realize in terms of understanding where you're at in the hand, facing big bets or facing you know, being in a large pot going to the river with holdings like that. Very difficult to navigate. These hands play quite well in 4-card, less so in 5-card. The 6-6, 5-5, obviously the set value is quite high in 4-card. There is still the worry about being set over set, but much less in the 4-card variant, so quite an easy peel for him. Andre with a lovely squeeze here, ace, queen, 10, deuce. 3 connected Broadway cards, double suited, 2 strong suits. And yeah, Peter just folding the 6-6, 5-5. That's an interesting one. I think you're supposed to peel there, to be honest, because you can, you know, you hit a set around a quarter of the time. So
and then you fold if you don't.
Yeah, you know, it's quite very easy to play that hand at a low SPR.
Unless you have like a 3-4-9 kind of flop, and you know it could get quite expensive for you if you don't hit that straight. Or and then even if you hit your set at that point,
you kind of just go with the check jam. I think with the open ender and 2 set draws where he's not going to have any 9-9 or 3-3 or deuce-deuce. But like you say, it's not a comfortable situation, right? You're getting it in with kind of middling equity versus the aces, kings, ace, king, king, heavy range. Andre with a nice
there's a lot of money on the table, we have to just assume, based on what we know about some of the players, that this would be similar to us playing our normal game. You know, like it would be, they shouldn't be afraid to stack off and reload. Last time I did a 50-50 stream, there were a few players that were playing with scared money, but that's certainly not going to be the case today. And it makes a big difference. I know when I played with scared money, you know, that I'm making some wrong decisions because I'm being too cautious.
Newman, Sandor, and Ugu.
So Andre here with a Large raise to 850s. That must be a
Yeah, he's
3-bet?
3-bet pre-flop and bet the flop 3 ways. A little ambitious, I would say. And Pavel going with the raise there with the ace-king 4 deuce.
Big smile there by Pavel.
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of, I mean, the money never hurts, but I think it's a matter of pride for him that he's able to beat these games against some of the best Omaha players in the world at some of the highest stakes live on the stream. You see a variety of casino owners on streams over the years, and I have to say that some of them have remained the same, that they haven't gotten better. I didn't see Pavel when he was first starting out, but I imagine he's more of like a Leon type, where Leon actually wasn't very good in the beginning, and now he can hold his own.
Definitely, yeah, he's quite strong. I've watched a couple of streams recently where he's played pretty well, actually, and not been splashing around. But then again, when the money is like water, you know, you can come in and play differently. So it definitely, different bankrolls can sort of lead to different styles of play. That's for sure. It's much easier to play with the kind of loose, aggressive, carefree style if the money isn't an issue. So Pavel here is going to bet pot on the turn.
Gets the job done. Back-to-back pots for Pavel.
Yep.
Slowly building his stack around 25K now. So what's the highest stakes you've ever played, George?
25-50 in which is live in King's Casino. We had the 100 straddle on quite a lot as well. So it was 25, 25, 50, 100, and online 25, 50.
That's interesting, because most players actually will play bigger live than they do online, but you actually play bigger online than you do live, from both what you just said now, but what you said earlier as well.
It's difficult. The action for, like, I would call it mid to high stakes live, often the games are kind of semi-private, and you need to like know people, and you got to be kind of in the loop. So if I just turn up to like Kings, let's say, once in a blue moon, and like ask to get in the game, they kind of know I'm a reg, and I'm not really getting a seat, you know. So there is a lot of politics. Yeah, definitely. You need to know the right people to get into these games. Oh, interesting flop here. So aces with the overpair. We've seen Andre play quite splashy so far, but with a nice discipline check back there. Doesn't have any additional equity. Doesn't even have a backdoor flush draw. So nicely played from him. Does call the turn though, without really any equity versus a value hand. And now the deuce, complete brick on the river. Petter's got the nuts.
And a 2-pair to spare with the 7 deuce.
Yeah, exactly. He's just got it all figured out here, isn't he?
What do you think of his check on the flop, by the way?
I really like it.
You do like it?
Yeah, I do like it because the aces...
I don't mean by Andre, but by Peter.
What, the out of position?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strong. It's strong. It's
too strong to be betting out. But a check raise is also strong, but at least then you got some more money in the pot.
Exactly, and like with a hand like top set there on a dry board or dry-ish board, there's no flush draw, right? It was rainbow. You want to be able to balance your checking range in general, right? I think he thinks that Andre is quite splashy and quite aggressive and is going to stab that board quite often.
Andre seems, though, to have different gears, so it seems like a lot of these players would be very difficult to figure out where they're at, and they seem like they would be able to get into your mind pretty easily and kind of know where you stand and take advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So some fairly trashy holdings here. Andre with a lovely hand, ace king 9-7 double.
While we're at this hand, we have one and only a C. Flores just randomly coming into the booth. Welcome, poker tourist. Missed you. I think it's been at least since last year. I think in Malta we saw each other, yeah. Great to see you, Asif. Asif, what are you going to be up to? We don't have an extra headset for you, but are you going to be playing today? Let me put you on the headset. You could chat with George. You know Asif, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Hello, George.
How are you doing, man?
I'm good.
Good to meet you. I've seen you very active on Facebook and social media, and I've never had the privilege of meeting you. So,
thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, I basically played a $22 satellite on Sunday night. They had the 8 packages guaranteed. I thought, oh, well, why not? I was
Yeah.
watching TV, play this. Managed to get through to the next phase with about 650,000 chips.
Yeah.
Then I had a hand where I managed to double up,
Yeah.
set over set, and then, yeah,
And here you are.
we are
Yeah,
here.
lovely.
And then I checked the price of the flights from Manchester to Bratislava,
Yeah.
and they were like 230 or 40 pounds,
Uh-huh.
arriving basically 10 p.m. yesterday. the
Yep.
hotel. And I thought to myself, I'm not paying this because I've been here earlier in February and
Yep.
it came for like 20 pounds.
Yeah, it's dirt cheap.
So you don't want to do that once you've done that.
Mhm.
So then I looked around and I found a flight. On Tuesday morning to Ibiza,
Yeah.
£58.
Right.
I spent 36 hours in Ibiza
All right, lovely.
and then flew 7 p.m. from there to here to Vienna
To Vienna, yeah?
for £42 and £15 flex bus to.
So you've saved 85 quid and spent a day and a bit in Ibiza. You've kind of figured it out there, yeah?
and been in the water 3 times.
Yeah.
Not a sight to be welcomed. And now we're here. I was here, as I said, I can't remember the event, but it was like a 300 buy-in in the back end of February.
Yep.
And the venue is amazing itself. It's basically set out to be a tournament.
It's got so much expansion room, hasn't it? I mean, there's just tables upon tables here.
The only thing I would think maybe, I don't know what the hotel situation is out like, but if they have more hotel capacity available,
Yeah.
then I'm sure some of the...
Well, the problem is here I live in Bratislava is that this is slightly outside the city.
It is, yeah.
So the availability of hotels like within walking distance, I think there's 2.
Right.
But if you go into the city, it's a €5 taxi to get here, and then you can get to explore the castle and things like that. So there's plenty.
Well, I stayed in the centre last time.
Yeah.
And you use the bus, 61 bus.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can get around everywhere.
Yeah, it's not too bad, is it? So when are you playing then? Tomorrow?
I will play the midday flight tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think that's the best structured one as well, with the 40-minute blinds.
Lovely.
And Dara's recently been telling me that the clock is very important. It's much more important than your chip stack that you get to start with.
Yeah.
Because I recently was in Vegas.
Right.
And I played the mini main. And that was 60,000 chips on a 30-minute clock.
Yeah.
But you felt after 3 or 4 hours, you were basically shoving.
Yeah, it's just like a hyper turbo.
It felt like, oh, this is the mini main, freeze out, prestigious event. But actually, in the end, I found it was just like a bit of a turbo thing. You know?
So we've got a hand developing here. Pavel going for basically no equity stab on the flop. And Peter now deciding to lead with that king of clubs. And Pavel having to reluctantly fold the trash there. And Peter shows the cheeky value bet with second pair on the 3 flush board. Yeah, he was indeed turning that nut flush blocker into a bluff and takes it down. So not too much to commentate on there. So have you had a chance to go out into the city yet?
No, as I said, I got here just after midnight yesterday.
Okay.
But as I said, I was also here 4 or 5 days previously. So I have, I think I did 2 walking tours.
Yeah.
I always like to do the walking tour, so it gives you a really good, quick introduction to the place.
Yeah.
And yeah, I see they've moved the location of the TV table from last time.
That's right. It's a bit more roomy now.
It's better, so you can probably get more of a rail going.
Yeah, more of a rail, more of a feel for the casino energy behind. You know, people are walking past. There's a little bit of background chatter from the tournament and cash game tables. I feel like that's quite nice. It gives you a better idea of the energy in the room.
I believe they have the mystery bounty on the final table as well.
That's right, yeah, the day 2 of that's coming to an end. Do you know what the biggest mystery bounty was? Was it 5 or?
I didn't see it, actually.
2? 2 5K bounties, lovely. Oh, so interesting flop here. Pavel flopping top set, and Andre there with top pair and some backdoor equity. Does indeed turn a little bit of that with the Jack-9 for the open-ender, so he's probably not going to be going anywhere for one more stab. Still going to be some hands that he's ahead of, flush draws that picked up a gut shot. And does go big, as you do need to protect with this holding. Snapped by Andre, not going anywhere, and ooh, that's a dirty river for Pavel there. The flash and the straight getting there, and Andre's going to show him the bad news. Almost a very low equity hand turned into a backdoor straight, and the 3.9k pot, one of the biggest we've seen so far, is going in the direction of seat 5, Andre. Pavel seeing his top set go down in flames, a very common occurrence for an Omaha player, unfortunately. Just a bit of a completely different game compared to Hold'em.
This is Omaha.
Yeah, 4-card Omaha, so.
Nice. I'm not so, as I say, I'm total fish when it comes to playing cash anyway, whether it's Hold'em or not. But yeah, so I think I better let you, the experts, come and commentate on this. I mean, nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you. Thanks very much. I'll see you soon.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Asif. Always a pleasure to see you, and we'll catch up a little bit later when we're out of the booth, but wish you best of luck in the Grand Prix, and if you play any side events as well. It doesn't sound like you'll be playing any cash, but maybe watch the stream. You can learn a bit from George. He's giving free lessons in a way through his commentating. But the 50-50 gameplay is much different than, let's say, a 2-2 Omaha. It sounds like Asif is enjoying our little sauna that we have in our room.
Yeah, it's cooking up in here, isn't it? No? What, you get 45 degrees over there? Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, Vegas is so humid, isn't it? All the best, man.
Thank you, Asif. I'm wondering where it happened to Patrick, actually. This is Patrick Yaros's game,
Yeah, he's
also
the one
known as the
hosting.
Hammer Crusher, but I haven't seen any crushing hammers.
No hammers, no crushing so far, but the big looming stack there waiting to be put into play, and still waiting.
He's a funny guy. I met him as
Real
a
character.
Love stream back in January at another venue. And he wasn't playing cash games, but we had a little bit of a chat when he was super deep in a tournament.
Yeah.
And we're having some small technical fix going on right now. It won't affect you guys, but thank you very much for fixing it on our end.
That one out. Interesting turn card now. Both players having 2 pair. Michael with the bad side of it with the bottom 2. Not really much additional equity either.
But the pots have been getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, that's what you tend to see, right? People are getting quite comfortable, and naturally the pot size does tend to go up. Michael here with a really thin turn value bet with the 4 deuce here, looking to get value from flush draws, maybe a weak holding, a weak pocket kings, maybe some kind of ace queen. And yeah, Peter not having any of it, going to raise his 2 pair for value, understanding that he is unblocking most of the main club draws and combo draws here, and just deciding that his hand's good enough to go with the 2 pair with the gut shot, just in case he is up against a hand like Queen 8 does indeed have the 10 or the 9 or the Jack as a sort of emergency equity, let's call it.
That was certainly the biggest bet we've seen so far. It's a 6.3 thousand.
Yeah.
And that's most of his stack.
Yeah, it's a big old chunky bet.
And these two, as you mentioned, know each other. They've played together quite a lot.
They'll be well aware of each other's tendencies. And Michael, as you can see here, is kind of left with his pants down with this rather ambitious turn value bet. Does have to fold with the 4 deuce.
Well done there by Peter. No reason to let your opponent see a river card there. And he was more than happy if his opponent called as well, assuming he didn't turn over a set.
Yeah, I think Michael's thinking is that with my hand, I don't really want to check call, but the problem with the bet is it's just so mergy on so many rivers. You're just not going to be able to realize or understand where you're at. You don't have a clear river value bet. You're not going to go for 3 streets. The second barrel there, just trying to make his life a little bit easier. Very, very mergy. Interesting play. I wasn't expecting to see him go for the double barrel there. You almost want less equity, you know, if you're going to bluff, for example, rather than kind of bluffing with 2 pair and maybe getting shoved on by a combo draw. Then you have to fold like sort of 60% equity. So Interesting.
During yesterday's stream, it was 5-10 no limit hold'em, and on the very first hand, we saw like one of the biggest pots. It was like a double up. I forget who was bluffing it away, but Tarka was the beneficiary of, of all that. And then it settled down for a little bit of time, and then two action players came onto the table for the last hour, and lots of fireworks went off.
Yeah, was this the two topless rogues?
Yeah, there were two topless rogues. One was actually getting a massage and wasn't like topless. The other basically just had his shirt wide open. Thankfully, they were in seat 1 and seat 9, and the way the camera angles are, as you see here, most of the time it's like this. So you would at least see a shirt on their back.
Yeah, yeah.
But the one in seat 9, Leos, he was punting away like he was there just to gamble. He would limp pre-flop and then jam flop, so occasionally just jam pre-flop with like a jack high. He was having fun, but I'm sure none of the other players were going to complain that he was not wearing a shirt.
Yeah, exactly. One of those ones where you just kind of have to keep quiet, right? Just allow the action to keep going. It's weird, isn't it, that there's some kind of like sort of side sort of service on a poker table where you kind of allow people to push over the personal boundaries just because they're giving so much action, whereas if it was a reg that had his top off and was sort of screaming, you'd kind of be like, just get this guy out of the game, you know? So poker can be very interesting, and those dynamics that pop up, especially live, you know.
And then it's venue to venue. Some venues would immediately put a stop to it, where others are a bit more, if this is okay with the players, it's okay with us.
Exactly.
And it looks like we have Patrick joining us. He's in seat 1 right now, so it's Patrick's game. Patrick, my hammer crusher, Yaros. As George mentioned, he does play even higher than what we see here.
Yeah.
And it looks like we have another new player as well.
Yeah, I'm not aware of this player, to be honest. Haven't played with him before. It looks like he's buying him for 10K.
I thought it was going to be Manuel, but maybe Manuel is still on his way.
Could be. I think, yeah, he was first on the list, so maybe there was a bit of a delay for him.
But it looks like this player knows the other players. He's a little bit quiet, but I saw him exchanging something in between hands.
Want some money or?
Not money, but at least opened his mouth.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they're not, the chat is not in English at the table.
No, it's all Czech, isn't it?
In the tournaments, it's English only, but in like a cash game, if it's all people that know the same language, you let that rule slide a little bit.
Yeah, so Patrick I've played with a couple of times in Rozvadov. He likes to call me Pablo Escobar because of the mustache.
Because of the mustache.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He's a character.
He is a character. I enjoyed his energy at the table. He definitely brought a lot out of it. Some regs just kind of sit there quietly and hoovering up the EV, and he's the exact opposite. You know, he will create a fun and friendly dynamic for people to enjoy themselves.
So we already have 950 in the pot. And I'm not sure if we've seen a flop yet. It looks like we must have. Looks like it went check, check, bet. Everybody folded. We don't know what the flop is, but it wasn't a big pot either. I think players are having more fun playing at this 50-50 than you see at some like 2-2 games that aren't on the stream.
Exactly.
Those are more serious. I mean, you know, if you're bringing a little bit of fun, it does loosen some people up. But typically, you don't see this level of chatter, you know, even in a 2-2 game.
I think these guys are going to have bankrolls well into 6 and 7 figures, so it's not a bad life, is it?
No, no, no. And if they're willing to be on the TV table, you know, playing at these stakes, I'm sure they're here to have fun. Yeah,
and I don't think that they're going to play their absolute strongest game on the TV table. I think that they will splash around a little bit because of the image that they create. You know, when they go to other places, play the bigger games there, they want to be seen as someone that's been splashing around on another stream. So you are going to see slightly more loose aggressive, slightly more optimistic plays than you would expect if they were sitting in a 25-50 game on PokerStars, let's say, for example. So that adds an interesting dynamic. These guys play all over the place, all around Europe. and they're well aware of the image that that they can cultivate by playing quite splashy on a stream, for example. So yeah, you see this guy instantly sit down and start opening 9-5-4-4 single from the small blind in a 3-blind structure in a game where you're just never getting it through. So if you are going to make a loose open from the small blind, usually you want to have tighter players on your left. These guys are the opposite of that. You know, you're just never getting this open through. Now deciding to barrel away, and in fact runs into 2 guys with trips here.
We could see this pot get big, but
this
is going to chippy sec because of Patrick and Michael.
It's very interesting because both players have unique side cards as well, right? So we could see a boat over boat situation here. We can also see the ace king get into some trouble on a queen 10-7. I think Sipasek is going to be giving up. He does turn a straight flush draw.
Look at this. Everybody has a little bit of something.
Yeah.
And Michael also, on top of having his ace queen, has also a Broadway draw, cut shot, and a better flush draw.
I think Sipasek here, seat 7, needs to really worry about Patrick's range. Calling with the player behind, he's going to be extremely ace-x dense and often have ace-jack as a trap to allow the third player to continue.
But there's no fear here by Chippy
No
Sec.
fear whatsoever. Goes for the half pot, which is kind of strange because he's not setting up a river jam. So if he did have ace-jack, he knows that one of his opponents is often going to have an ace-queen, ace-king kind of holding that would call a 2/3, if not 3/4, if not pot sizing. So yeah, it does get one of the ace-x's to fold.
What do you think of that fold?
It's so awkward when you're in a sandwich spot here and you've got a player behind that also has overcalled the flop versus a player that's betting into 2 players. So yeah, it does going to get the call from the second player. That's quite standard, but Patrick only had 1 overcard, right? The king, I believe.
Yes.
So he only has 3 outs to improve if he is up against a hand like ace-jack or ace-deuce. But mostly ace-jack is what Sipasek is repping here. Jacks full even would be a little bit thin into 2 players on the turn.
I'm curious to see if we're going to see a 3rd barrel here by Chippy Sec. I think Michael has to call regardless of the sizing if he does, but he would actually have to think a little bit, but he gives up on the hand.
Waves the white flag. He understands how strong Michael has to be to call the multi-way barrel on the flop and turn. Can still have ace-jack. The problem is that your opponent here, when you are barreling into the abyss with essentially a blockerless hand, is that it's just so easy to run into it.
So nice pop there by Michael, and Patrick is probably shaking his head that he folded that turn, especially after a check through on the river, because he would have taken down that pot with trips with a better kicker than Michael. But as George explained, he agrees with Patrick's fold. We can't be results-oriented, that he would have taken down the pot. You have to play correct from a theoretical perspective based on how your opponents are playing, based on how you should be playing, also from a GTO perspective, etc., etc.
Exactly. Big considerations to make, and that's kind of why if you do bet the turn, it's just so difficult once you've faced 2 continues on the flop. And so to get another call, just running into either the stone nuts or a very strong ace-x holding there.
I want to say hi to a couple more people in the chat. First, Unshook One asks, is the mustache still going?
Yeah, I've toned it down a little bit. It was kind of Ron Jeremy style for a while, and now I would say it's a little bit more metrosexual. A little bit more modern, let's say. Somewhat more discreet, but yeah, I got rid of the big bushy one, that's for sure.
And Giselle Braj is back again. Thank you for tuning back in, saying PLO is awesome, a lot of action. That is certainly the case.
Could not agree more. The PLO is a big part of my life. I love every second of it. It just never fails to entertain.
If this hand doesn't, well, the hand is already developed. I was going to ask you about how people can get into PLO, what they should do, how they should study, but we can take that up after the hand because...
kind of a bricky flop. Andre with the nut straight blockers, I think would have been a good one to lead, actually, with those 7-7, with the 7 of hearts especially, with some removal to the stronger combo draws or straights. And just kind of checking it down now. And 7s are good. Interestingly, he goes for the double delay. I would have probably led the flop, if not definitely bet the turn. Because, you know, on the turn you can still get hands like black aces, black kings to fold. You know, it's just very difficult to continue there.
But it doesn't really fit the 3-bets range in terms of like that kind of flop, I don't think.
Exactly. Why you want to be leading into him, right? When you've got the nut straight blockers there, also with a really significant flush draw blocker. So would have been a lovely one to take the initiative, but does end up navigating his way towards winning the hand anyway. So nicely done.
So George, there were a couple players earlier in the chat, a couple viewers who are basically just being open to PLO now. So they'll learn a little bit by listening to you, a little bit from me, more from you than me. But how should they go about starting to play PLO other than just playing at small stake as possible, get some practice in?
Yeah.
They should be doing that too. But what should they be doing? Should they be looking at a book? Are there courses?
YouTube content.
Yeah. Free YouTube content.
Yeah, free YouTube content. One person I could really recommend would be Jay Nandez. He does lots of low stakes play and explain videos for 10 cent, 25 cent, and also 25 cent, 50 cent. Those videos are now 3 or 4 years old, but with application and hard work, watching and understanding the principles, you can beat low stakes online cash just by watching a couple of videos. So that's why PLO is so great, because it's so available, and many Hold'em players have transitioned into PLO, and they struggle to really pick up the concepts as quickly as someone that's just learning PLO for the first time, because they have these Hold'em principles that are embedded in their poker brain, you know. So the benefit is, if you are a novice player, I would move towards PLO. It seems to be where most of the action is kind of maturing. On live stops, usually, you know, to see a Hold'em game of this ilk would be very rare, but now it's very common to see PLO high-stakes games, as one of our viewers said, just because due to the nature of the action that it brings.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So check out some free YouTube content. Just type in learn low stakes PLO, and you'll see mostly Jay Nandez, but also some other stuff as well. There's PLO Quick Pro is another good one with I think it's an American or Canadian guy that can pull you through the basics. And you know, with 10 hours of sort of concentrated study, you can really have a nice edge on even 25 cent, 50 cent cash games online. It's tough to beat the rake there, so I would really recommend just putting loads of volume in at a stake where you don't need to make money straight away. It's more about like the training and putting the hours in. And then once you've sort of built up a bit of confidence, the good place to start is to go and play a live 2-2 game where you're going to be mind blown with the level of play. There will be some extremely optimistic and just self-destructive plays there that will be.
And you're looking at me because
no, I wasn't looking at you. No, I wasn't looking at you, but I know that you know.
Even me blowing up a massive stack once as well.
Oh, on the last hand of the stream, right? Yeah. But, you know, I was looking at you because I know that you've traveled to all the stops. You've been everywhere that's, you know, worth its salt in poker. And would you agree with me that you could see that PLO is there's a mini boom there?
There's definitely a boom.
Yeah.
There's even a small but not like sizable mixed game boom going on right now in Europe, which is amazing to see.
It is great.
I hope to see more of that. It is kind of concentrated in certain spots, but we're seeing more mixed games even being offered at festivals too, which is amazing.
Yeah, and mixed game festivals, you know, themselves. We had one here in Card Casino, the European Championship of Mixed Games or something. There was like an 8-game main event. And
I should have come for that.
Yeah, that would have been that was about 3 or 4 months ago. That would have been right up your street. They had every kind of possible mix that you could imagine there, and cash games, and some of the streamers from other sites that were here that sort of set up the mixed game movement. That they were here, sort of.
I may not have even entered a single tournament and just played cash.
Just played cash.
When you have a mixed festival, then the cash is going to run 24/7.
Exactly. Lots of Sveton, lots of 8-game, lots of just whatever the button fancies, basically.
So this pot somehow built up to 2,600 while we were talking.
Yeah.
Jan really having...
No one really having anything, and Jan giving up with the missed combo draw. And Michael wins with Jack 8. I'd be very surprised to see that that's the winner. 2.6k pot being slid his way, and pretty ferocious start from our man Jan in seat 7.
Apocalypse agrees, and he wants to see, he or she, I don't know,
Yep.
I shouldn't say he, wants to see more at festivals, and we do see more PLO at festivals. In fact,
Yep.
today began one of the largest PLO tournaments in European history, not the largest, but among them, a 2,500 euro buy-in Euro Omaha Championship with 100,000 guarantees.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like thousands of players in it, but to have one at that buy-in and still be able to get a minimum of 40 players, because they expect to meet this guarantee, is quite impressive. And
It is.
we'll try to get an update of that towards the end of the stream, but we will be broadcasting the final table of that tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Absolutely, looking forward to that. It'll be a high level of play, that's for sure. There's definitely been a PLO boom within Card Casino here in Slovakia as well, which has been hosting games from 2-2 up to 100-200 for multiple years now. So we do get regular 1K PLO tournaments, some 2.5Ks, some 1500s, also some like daily kind of 300s during the festivals that run here. So it's really nice to see that boom, and definitely going to be looking forward to what comes with it. Interesting flop here. Yeah.
Pavel with middle set, Jan with open-ender.
Open-ender with the dominated backdoor flush draw, so like a deuce of hearts on the turn could really spice things up. King of clubs doesn't really help either player. Jan still with the open-ender, but his hand going way down in value now. And yeah, just kind of has to reluctantly fold there. Pavel taking it down with a nice big bet, looking to charge 2 pairs, open-enders, maybe turn flush draws. And just happy to take it down as well.
And massive props to Pavel, because everything you mentioned that's happening at Card Casino, that's because of him. I mean, obviously he has an amazing team behind him, but if he didn't love PLO as much as he did, I don't think we would be seeing all this PLO action here at Card Casino.
Yeah, exactly. He's been in all of the games. He plays all the tournaments. He's a good representative, and also yeah, a very engaged owner, I would say.
And the old Freud saying commentating Dream Team. Now that screen name sounds...
Connor.
Oh, it's Connor.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, shout out to Connor.
How you doing, Connor?
Haven't seen Connor in a while. Maybe once during the pandemic. I'm not sure if he came to Estonia for that or not.
No, Connor still plays a little bit of online, and I think he's been doing quite well. He sent me a few runs that he's been getting on with. Loves these PKOs. I hope you're doing well, mate. What's new with you, buddy?
How amazing would it be, like, if Twitch allowed us, like, we could click on him now and he can get, like, his audio in.
Yeah, it just like pops up on Skype.
Both looking at the chat, waiting for the response.
Yeah, yeah. Who have you got for the Open this week, Connor? I'm just sweating it alongside here. A couple of decent starts. Siwoo Kim and Neiman, but...
Jan betting is Broadway here. Now, there is potential that somebody has a flush. We see he has his check mark. Actually, it's Pavel that bet.
Yeah, so he does have to defend one
That's
here.
much different. I thought it was Jan leading out.
Has the diamond blocker. Pavel going for a really ambitious, just no equity play here. Does river 2 pair, but isn't going to be too happy about the continue. And he's going to turn this hand into a bluff now for 1,200 half pot. Really trying to represent a sort of low medium flush here with this line. Some kind of like 9 or 8 higher flush is essentially what he's saying he's got with this kind of sizing scheme.
And it's not the easiest call, actually, for Jan.
It's really
having
not.
That 1 diamond in his hand. It's the line looks super strong after betting the turn and river.
Yeah, he bet the turn multi-way as well, which makes it tricky. And Jan is up against a player that is capable of having bluffs here. He does have a 7 of diamonds blocker, but lets it go, and Pavel there just mashing his way to victory there with the cheeky sizing on the river, trying to represent, you know, if he goes pot there on a board where you've got exactly king, queen, jack, you can only really represent either a royal, a straight flush, or the nut flush. So that sizing just allowing him to be perceived to have a wider value range. Very tough to play against someone that's capable of, you know, having that level of understanding. And not the hand selection I would have chosen, but gets the job done, and that's the main thing.
And the understanding of his opponents that it could work, because very often you're at a 2-2 PLO game, people are going to just call with that. They may even call with like a 9-10 straight, you know, or a set, you know, rather than think, you know, that, oh, I have a set, I'm going to call, you know, rather than really think it through.
Exactly. It's important to keep on your toes and to really consider, and he did a good job of deceiving his opponent into believing that he almost always had a value hand there, so nicely played.
This should be an interesting, oh wait, we saw a fold here. But I thought we were going to see a nice rundown going against Pavel, but maybe I misread the hand because it went by too fast, but I thought I saw a queen, jack, 9-8 kind of hand. But we do have 2 other players that called. And Pavel's ace snap cracked on that flop, and it's Andre with the monster quads.
Huge. Imagine if we see an ace now. 6 doesn't change anything. He's got the board absolutely locked. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go for another check here. Just, you really want your opponent to catch up with some sort of ace queen or 10.
Ace on the river.
Yeah, Michael now going to go for the bluff. He's got flush draw. River's a flush. Kind of a tricky spot now because he might assume that his flush is going to be beating like a 6 or something like that that would continue the turn. So he's either beating a 6 now, he's going to go for a pretty thin value bet here, half pot, just targeting a bear king or a bear 6. And he's going to find out some bad news in 3, 2, 1. Yep, that's a snap raise, 3.5k, and he gives him a sarcastic clap as if to say, "You cheeky bee."
So that, I guess that's a bet just so he doesn't have to put more money in. If like he checks, he's probably going to have to call Andre bets, being that Andre checked.
The problem with this bet, though, is that it's so thin, and the hands that you're targeting have good components for bluff raising. So if you've got a bear king and you reach the river here, you might want to represent something, but it's such a tough board to represent a boat because you've got to have the king and the 6 or the random deuce in your holding that you've opened the cutoff with. So actually I think Michael may find a call here because unless he runs into quads, it's very difficult for his opponent to really have anything.
But if he calls here, then I absolutely hate his bet. If he folds here, then I kind of understand it to some degree that he's setting the price. And if he's called, he's very often ahead. And if he's raised, he's almost always behind. I mean, as you said, there are a lot of bluffs, especially at this table. But it's hard to bluff when the pot's already as big as it is. Maybe not for these players, but very often you don't see these kind of raises as bluffs. You would see just
not often, but if you really think about it, what he's repping, like king 6, king deuce, 6-6, and king king. 6-6 probably would have bet the flop, wanting to get some value from a king. Most of the king X would have bet the flop, looking to get value / protection from flush draws, maybe overpairs, and Michael actually does make the really disciplined lay down there, did run into the quads, which is...
I think if he didn't bet, it would have maybe cost him more. Because I think he has to call most bets for the, you know, just because there's more bluffs at that point if he checks it.
Gio, who wins the Open? I've been doing some DraftKings this week, so I've got a big roster of players. But the guys that are doing well for me so far are Homer, Siwoo Kim, Jucken Neiman, Grillo, Schauffele, and Scheffler. I managed to get on Scheffler at a double-digit price in play, which I'm quite happy with. So. He's going to be there or thereabouts come Sunday, that's for sure. Just a great course fit, in my opinion.
Are you a field fantasy sports player, or do you like do spreadsheets? And
yeah, I ran some strokes gained stuff. listening to lots of podcasts, you've got to get a real feel for the public opinion on these things, and you kind of want to go against that, if you know what I mean. So yeah, me and a couple of friends were trying to find the unique / undervalued picks, and we found guys like Giles Slouten, CM, Sepp Straka, Maronk, guys that, you know, the DraftKings is mainly dominated by American guys, so they kind of undervalue the Euros and the Asians type players for the most part, but overvalue the home players. So like Justin Rose and Tommy Fleetwood were really high owned, and unfortunately Fleetwood's gone on and shot a really good round, but Rose is dusting by the last time I checked. So
maybe I get into that because I've been doing a little bit of fantasy NFL, fantasy NBA. Both are not in season right now. But with that, it's all American all around.
Yeah.
So this is kind of interesting, and I do watch a little bit of golf. I don't know a lot about it, but it sounds like something that would be fun.
Definitely. It's a good sweat, and you can also play smaller tournaments where there's like you go for the outlier players and try and find unique picks that can essentially boom or bust, you know. But there's so many different buy-in levels, from like $3 up to 10K.
And how much do you have on the line? What contests did you enter?
I've got a piece of 3 entries into a 2.5K.
Ah.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, look at this.
Ooh, hello, middle set.
That should be, Patrick should be getting out of the way, but Andre likely going nowhere here.
Yeah, Andre with the top pair, got the backdoor diamond draw as well. Also some backdoor straights. Yeah, that's one of them. So needs a jack now to improve. Doesn't look like there's going to be too many jacks out there with just 4% equity. Didn't remember all of the folded cards. Pavel going for a nice half-pot value bet, just wanting to allow hands like King 10, King 7, 7-10, weaker flush draws, maybe a gut shot to continue, kind of a milky size, and just gets the job done. I've been really impressed with Pavel's bet sizing. It makes a lot of logical sense. He kind of is getting exactly what he wants out of the hand, and really manipulating his opponent's range nicely.
Any of you darts fans as well, Word Match Play on at the moment an hour from me. I'm not necessarily a darts fan, but I've won money gambling on darts.
It's such a fun sweat, isn't it?
You click on the what's coming up next, and then I watch it, and I have a
sweat. Have a little sweat, yeah.
That's the only time I watch it, is if I have like a little bit of money on it.
I'm quite big on Daryl Gurney today. I think that let's just go back into this. Who's he playing again? Yeah, he's got Cullen, who basically completely luck-boxed the last round. He managed to get himself out of all sorts of trouble, and you know, these like consistent high checkouts are not too sustainable, whereas I think Gurney played really solid. So to see him at 2.3 versus Cullen there, it seemed like a little bit of value for me, so I got a bit of 2.27. So I'm fortunate to see that he actually went bigger on Bet365, but I got the early price there, expecting it to be a little bit closer to Pick'em. But
and you can also bet on Party Poker, by the way. So.
Oh yeah, of course you can. Yeah, if they'd accept a bet from me. Wow, lovely turn card for Pavel. Just drilling the 6-5 straight, and also Michael will have some interest with his queen high flush draw and the overpair.
This might even be, we haven't seen our other commentators come in yet, but it is around that time where I would expect that this could be our last hand or second to last hand, but then we'll be back for the tail end.
Absolutely, but look at this river. Queen on the river, only one hand beats him to 6-5. Pavel does block the queen, so expecting to see a non-pot sizing. Yeah, goes for 3/4. I like that. Because he's blocking the queen, which is like the main 2-pair that you're going to get called by, you don't want to go too greedy. You still want to get the calls from hands like 9-4, 9-3, maybe a curious pocket kings with a straight blocker or something like that. So yeah, done very nicely there.
But coming up soon, I believe we'll have Irish Poker Festival founder Fintan Gavin, joined by Lucky Mo, who I've gotten to know a little bit this week, but we met many years ago, sort of like a Lithuanian connection, kind of in reverse, where he's Lithuanian but hasn't lived in Lithuania for 25 years, and I'm not Lithuanian and lived there for like 14 years. So
yeah.
He does speak better Lithuanian than me, unfortunately.
Yeah, how's your Lithuanian? Rather like my Slovak, I guess. Yeah, just Dobry den. God, it's almost a disadvantage being a native English speaker sometimes, because you just don't really need to learn other languages. Everywhere you go, there's a...
It's that in our horrible school systems in the U.S. and the United Kingdom, where we don't start learning like a language until like we're already like a teenager, and even then you like learn like for a year or two, like maybe Spanish or something.
Yeah.
So it's only if you really want to learn do you learn. Where in Europe, you know, they're taught English at a very young age.
Very young age, and most people are fluent by the time they leave school. And I said, "How did you get such good English?" And they kind of look at me confused and say, "Well, I learnt at school." And I said, "Well, in German class, I was just sat at the back throwing paper airplanes around."
I can see that.
Yeah, for sure.
And here we go. We have Ferdia here, so that may be some news. So I'm going to take my headset off for a second, George. You can carry the way.
Yeah, no problem. So we get the ace of clubs on the turn, which is improving Jan to the 2 pair, but it's going to be difficult for him to really get any more value out of the hand. And he's just going to be looking to check this one down. Pavel not interested to bluff, thinks his kings have enough showdown. And Jan is going to luckily be able to get that one to showdown and just take that one down without any resistance. So happy days for him there.
So we have some news for you, by the way. Finton is a little bit tied up at the moment. So George, I think if you don't mind, because you're doing such an amazing job with commentating, if you do want to break, that's fine. If not, I think it makes sense to have... Finton is here, actually. So hold on one second, George, if you can take over once again.
Yeah, no problem. So 6-handed now. Had a couple of people come and go. But very deep stacked action, lots of aggression and lots of big pots so far.
George,
as I'm joined by Finton Gavin. How are you, sir?
Great to see you.
Great to meet you.
Much.
Yeah.
We have to go to Bratislava to meet up.
Yeah, exactly. So how are you?
Really good.
Yeah?
I'm really enjoying the city. It's absolutely beautiful. I recommend any of our listeners who never visited this card casino definitely take a trip.
Well, they'd be missing out, right?
Absolutely wonderful.
The potential of this venue is massive, isn't it?
Crazy.
It's huge.
Yeah, they recently achieved the Norwegian Master Festival, which is, I mean, there's very few places in the world that host it, but
a WPT,
hugely successful. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of this place.
Yeah,
I'm loving this lineup. This guy, seat 1, Patrick Yaras, what a character.
Yeah, he's a real character. I played with him in Rosvedov. He called me Pablo Escobar because of my slightly more bushy moustache at the time, but we had a lot of fun together.
Good stuff. And this is C2. I also recognize Michael Shu.
Yeah, prominent Czech reg, plays all the high stakes stuff.
Yeah.
He's everywhere. You might have commentated on him at Kings, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. And obviously Pavel Binar, then the owner, I'm familiar with. I'm not familiar with anyone else. But yeah, it looks pretty good. It's not, I believe it's only on about an hour or so.
Yeah, we've been going for about an hour and 20 or something like that. Early days, but
these games get bigger and bigger.
They get
so
juicy.
the blinds 50-50. Are they doing the 100?
A little bit. We had it on for the 4-handed. Now we're 6-handed. It's slowed down a little bit. I think we're waiting for the table to fill up, and then we'll probably see the game get juiced up again. But we've seen a very high standard of play, lots of aggression, lots of big pots, but it's kind of gone in waves, you know, ups and downs. So Michael there with his combo draw, managing to find the 9 of hearts on the river, goes check, and he's going to take that one down with the rivered flush. How about yourself? Are you playing any PLO these days?
A little bit, yeah. Playing a little bit. I might late reg the 2.5
Yeah.
that's running at the moment. think we're going to stream the final table of that tomorrow.
Yep.
But I may jump in that. I played a few sats for it. I should have just bought in, you know.
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it?
But yeah, it looks, there's about 30 odd players there. There's a 100k guarantee. Probably reach it. I think most of these guys that we're watching here on the stream, I think most of these will jump in late reg also. So
yeah, these guys usually they've had 1k and 2k and 1500 PLO tournaments here, and this is usually
this is the lineup.
the usual suspects. Yeah.
Nice starting hand under the gun here for
very nice.
Pitcher.
Yeah, it's going to face some resistance from Patrick, that's for sure, with the double suited ace queen 8-6. Can choose to 3-bet sometimes, but versus under the gun you do need to be wary about getting 4-bet. Going to be lots of aces, ace king king type holdings in that strong opening range. Bit of a swing and a miss for Patrick. He does have a two backdoor flush draws with middle pair, but isn't going to be thrilled about continuing.
Connecting with the 8 also, giving him a 2-pair draw, trip draw.
Yep.
Keep him interested for sure,
I think, yeah, he's going to come along for one, isn't he? He's wondering whether maybe he could turn his hand into some kind of check raise bluff, or if he's just going to let it go right now. All three options on the table, really. Let's it go.
Pretty disciplined.
Yeah, disciplined stuff.
I think I definitely peel there.
I would as well, yeah. With the backdoor stuff. Two strong backdoor flush draws.
Yeah.
You got backdoor straight draw, you got the ace your opponent's always going to barrel where you turn 2-pair. So, is that mosquito or something?
Yeah, we're getting infected here. I mean, it's one thing that I'm really impressed with this casino. It's just so spacious everywhere you go.
Amazing.
The buffet is huge. The player poker rooms are massive. The commentary booth is massive. It really is. It really is.
It's been fantastic. All right, Finton, I'll see you a bit later on.
Yeah, you're going already. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm being swapped out.
That was George. What a great guy. And Finton Gavin is my name. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching a special edition cash game. It's a 50-50, which we hope will go 50-50, 100. And the next voice you hear is that of my good friend, Lucky Mo. How are you, Thomas?
How are you doing?
Very good.
Very excited to be here.
Yeah.
Try follow the action here.
I'm just after jumping in, literally. Yeah, I mean, the players you're looking at here is basically they're very familiar with each other. They play a regular private game here. I'm told it goes up to 500, 1,000.
Wow.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest games in the region. Our casino owner, you can see him there in seat 6. His name is Pavel Binar.
I've heard about.
Yeah, Pavel. I commentated on him a few times on the
played in Kings and stuff.
Kings, yeah. He plays No Limit as well, but he's kind of transitioned over to high stakes cash game. And the other two players I'm familiar with are seat 1 and 2. Seat 1 is our host, Patrick Yaros. The game is built around Patrick. He's a big character, big personality, just back from Vegas. And to his immediate left then in seat 2 is Michael Shue, another very well-known figure, hugely successful. Can't remember what he's won, but he's won a bunch of stuff.
I've seen him around.
Yeah, definitely. No Limit. He plays multis. I think he's won a WSOP European bracelet. Listen, guys, anyone listen. In Hold'em. Yeah, I've seen him Hold'em. I commentated on him. But of course, anything I say, take with a pinch of salt. I could be completely wrong. But I do know he was hugely successful in the business world. He made an absolute killing years back, I believe, with Bitcoin, etc. So, Thomas, you just arrived here in Bratislava. Tell us what you thought of the place, because I know it's your first visit here.
The casino looks absolutely amazing.
Sick,
I mean, the setup looks really good. Like.
Yeah. I love it.
Really good. Like the way the tables even lit up and all that, it's just really done professionally. Like.
Yeah. Any listeners wondering what accent Thomas has? That's a Lithuanian stroke North Dublin accent. Am I right, Tom?
I'll say Mead. Lithuanian Mead. Fuck the Dubs.
So, yeah, it's class. I mean, it's a great spot. The airport is like literally
Around the corner.
2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah,
It's
you can
brilliant.
literally walk it like.
I mean, some of the dealers have. I mean, they just
Well, they
drive,
stuck,
start
yeah.
walking. Yeah, you can see it. Big card casino. So maybe we should start concentrating the action.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So 50-50. I don't really have a list of how deep they are, but I'm sure it's going to be displayed there. What the average stack is.
They're playing 50-50 no straddle at the minute, is it?
Not sure. Yaros making it
Might have been
forward.
a straddle there. He raced 400.
Patrick with the ace of spades. How relevant is this for the pre-flop Razor Thomas? On the
It's
Jack
absolutely
Deuce five?
huge. I mean, having ace of spades on a 2-spade board is huge. Can't see Pavel's hand here, but I mean, aces with a spade on its own seems to be crushing. That jack,
Dilutes the power of that ace of spades.
yeah,
second
the jack is
and
a
the
bad
third.
card for him, but we can't see his cards. But yeah, don't see why you check there. I mean, it's very hard to bet with the board pairing there for him.
Just over 2k in the pot. Can't see Pavel's holdings, but he's put in a 1k
Small
chip.
bet, yeah, half pot bet. He probably is good.
Oh, that was a-
Never got called by queens or kings there.
The graphics saying 100, but that looks
Oh,
like
he
a
has a
1k chip.
jack there, yeah. It's kind of like a blockerish bet just to kind of get paid the queens and kings. We went check on the turn. Didn't expect to have a jack, I suppose.
Well, I mean, it's interesting the bet size. I'm not sure the value of these chips. I'm going to find out though, because the yellows are 1k, right?
I would assume so. I think it was half pot, so it was like 2100 in the pot, put in a K. The lads seem to be having a great fun here. Everybody's smiling, having a good laugh.
Yeah, and they're still arriving. I mean, it's still only Thursday. It feels like a Saturday because it's so busy. But still,
Yeah,
just warming up. The main event, of course, underway. Every hand with aces on this table. Andres in the turn here. Massive start.
the ace, king, 8-6 double fold there. Must have been wrong. Aces pick it up pre-flop. No resistance. Never a fun thing to have when you open aces and no action.
So if you've just tuned in, you're watching a special edition cash game. We're broadcasting live from Card Casino. This is a 50-50 PLO. Also running in the card room is a 2.5k buy-in. That is the Euro Omaha Championship. I'm positive some of these guys will late reg that, but for now we're going to see a bit of splashing about. Again, just to give you a bit of context, these guys have pretty intimate knowledge of each other. And, the old fat man on the screen coming in.
The man himself. Parents.
We're on a delay here, so what you're seeing is about 30 minutes ago.
Looks like everybody missed the flop completely. The button opener just went check, 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 flop, check, 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 turn. Jan has a small flush. Just checks it down, picks up a small pot. Surprised they didn't bet the river there. Decent 10 high flush.
So yeah, the white chips are the hundreds,
Okay.
and monkey chips are pink, 500 chips. Yellow chips are Is there yellows there?
I assume that greens are 25s, right?
Greens are 25s, yeah.
It's kind of international 25 chips, right?
We also have a free roll, daily free rolls on partypoker.com tonight, 9 o'clock. The password, BRATISLAVA. No idea what that free roll's for. But if you're tuning in, why not fire it up? We're going to be here for certainly another couple of hours. The 2.5k Omaha tournament late reg closes about 9:30, so you're going to see these guys flick a bullet straight in there. But for now, we're going to see how we progress here. It's pretty, I get the vibe they're just kind of feeling each other out.
Yeah,
It's
kind of like
early in
a
the
little bit
evening.
passively kind of thing.
Yes, relax. They're going to have a beer, they're going to have a bite to eat. They're going to just catch up, and it's not really exploding yet.
Get it going slowly but surely.
It will, it will. So stay tuned. Who knows how big these pots will get.
I think they are playing 50-50 or 100 straddles.
50-50, 100, okay. Yeah, well, there we can see it all right.
Yeah.
The 100. And this is the big blind player, the big blind, which is Michael Shue.
A 3-bet there where he's been 10-5 from the button, from the small blind, is it? From big blind against the button.
This is Jan who opened on the button.
Can't
So
see
you
his,
can see what Jan opened for there.
That's 800. Must have been an open beforehand.
Could have been a double straddle. It's all in.
200.
It's all in. They're all in. Kings for Jan.
King Jack 7 against ace queen 10-5. Yeah.
And you can see the equity, how close this is.
Pure flip.
Michael Shue, you see on your screen. Ace queen of spades. 10-5. Bunch of potential straights. It is in. I thought it was in already, but it is finally in. Jan turns over the kings.
King Jack 7 suited to the jack.
Jan.
The players must know each other.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Definitely, yeah. They have a regular Pavel Bjorn. You see there, you see it's a regular game here. Boom. Ace.
Ace hits for the ace queen. And it's
7 potential trips,
7
but no
okay,
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The runner once and ace queen 10-5 picks it up.
Loses his 7k.
Second board.
Straight draw for Jan.
Double gutter for Jan. And ace kings hold it up.
So,
Chop it up, lads. Ever look for such a bottom?
no, not
No.
viewers don't like it.
I don't like it myself. And
Dealers don't like it.
I hate chop.
Bosses don't like it.
Nobody likes.
No one likes a chop pot. I don't know.
I think poker
where they
stars
come
love
this
them, don't
for.
they?
Yeah.
You need to see a bit of blood there along the line somewhere, you know? You need to see a bit of pain or excitement out of one of them.
Of course. But as we said, it's early days on this 50-50 100 PLO live stream. We are broadcasting live from Bratislava in the country of Slovakia. Right now, the Bratislava Poker Festival running. Some serious numbers in the main event. The main event is the Party Poker Powered Grand Prix, $500,000 guaranteed. But we're watching Michael 3-bet here. the King Queen 10-9. Lovely start in hand, Tom.
Absolutely. I'd love to see that 3-bet from the small blind as well. Kind of a bit of a loose open from Jack 10-4, I think, but I'd love to see that 3-bet King Queen 10-9.
This is a beautiful flop for Michael Shue. You can see how
pair, a gutter, flush draw.
I mean, he's got everything here. Can't miss. Just as
Get
I
the
say
check
that.
mark.
Yeah, he hits trips.
Love to see a check out him there, Finton. Kind of covers the board with everything.
The hearts would be concerning, I'm sure.
Goes for just in the half pot bet. Check play flush calls. Interesting to see the size in here now, Finton.
Yeah, well, Pavel did well to avoid the flush, his jack-eye flush. He'd have the gutter, of course, draw to a full boat with that pair of jacks. Can't see Michael getting paid here.
Pavel, he went for like a 2,800 bet. Oh, 4K, 3/4, okay. Yeah, just fix it up. Can't call with jacks, pure jacks. That board. I actually thought jacks had a main flush Finton there. I kind of made a bit of Google. But the guys seem to know each other, how each other plays, and you have they play with each other a lot.
Yeah, there's a regular game. I was just saying a bit earlier, it's a huge game. It's the biggest game in the region, and it goes the blinds are. I mean, it's massive. It goes as high as.
He was saying 501k. That's absolutely monster. I mean, especially in Europe, we don't see that.
You're talking about a couple of 100k sit down.
And the rest. How deep can you go?
After this landing, Grand Prix they want to be 30 minutes not 15, but 30 minutes dinner game. Poté trojka na Grand Prix na večku bude 30-minútová prestávka.
You can hear the floor in the background there, just announcing a dinner break for the main event. That was flight 1B. We had 101A yesterday, and 1B, 200 players and 1B today. 1C just started. Now, it's Pavel Binar, casino owner, boss man.
Pavel making a call there with a pair and a gutter.
Petter with 2 pair now. But
Interesting call by Pavel on the turn.
it was very light, yeah.
Picks it up base jack and 9s.
So it looks like a stand-up hand. What's happening, Tom?
Could be a stand-up game, Phil.
Stand-up, so last man standing has to pay the rest of the table for that.
Whatever they agreed to. Maybe like 500 or something like that.
Dokładnie komu nezdáš roz. Ty písku už hrajeme, jo?
Is this the seat 6 that Manuel?
On zastupní.
German guy, Manuel.
Ale nějaká půlka tady se. Ale já jdu hned zabojovat. Já jdu okamžitě zabojovat. To je jako binárek, tady
He's good at holding.
ale hned celý stůl, že jo? Já jdu.
Looked him up early. He has a
Oh,
good online
yes,
result.
yes, I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah,
Very steady grinder, kind of has loads of steady results. So
Ale
hand
já
them
bych
up.
vyhrál tu kartu, jo. Mám takovou kartičku. Ček.
It's always nice to win the first hand in a stand-up game, Finton. You feel like a free around the whole thing, and you just can apply a lot of pressure.
Patrick flopped the nuts here. With a redraw to full boat, backdoor straight, flush.
back to straight first. That's what I wonder.
I like that.
I mean,
Just
it's
making it
always
up
yeah,
as we
it's
go
always
along.
possible. Absolutely.
So Patrick would take a seat.
I'd say it's a nice feeling for him, just sitting down after winning the first stand-up game going.
No pressure, no stress.
Good luck to you, lads. I can do anything I want now. Get to watch you guys suffer. Haven't actually played one myself. Did you get a chance to play yourself a stand-up game?
I don't know. I'm sure I did in a drunken blur one night. I like the bomb pots. I mean, they really
Double board bomb pot. Yeah, definitely. Bring the spice into the game.
We're getting aces almost every hand. It's Michael Shue. Does have the hearts. Makes it 400. Pavel makes his quick call with the Jack, 10, deuce, one suit. Now Patrick should be just dumping this Queen Jack 9-4, right?
Yeah, no suit there, Finton. Would agree with you there for sure.
Petter with 4-4-8-5.
8-5-4-4.
Not really much to think about, just connect with the 8. It is Michael with the aces and Pavel with the jacks and the good shot. Continuation from Michael.
It's not exactly even an easy c-bet on that board. He doesn't really connect with the board, but he picks up, nobody has anything else. And you can see in the stand-up game, people are kind of forced to play a bit lighter. They want to win that pot. For the aces. It's kind of bored where you see bet and you're praying like just fold lads please, because like somebody does anything else that raises you, you're like right, see you later.
Absolutely.
He's 10-9-4 being folded there, suited the ace. Nobody has much of a hand.
Both hit the jack, 2 pair for Michael Shue. And it's a pair and a good shot for Andre.
Jack 7-3, yeah, 6 for gutter for him. Top pair.
It's sitting on the exact same stack.
It's top 2 against top pair and a gutter. Top pair and a gutter just folds. Yeah, he doesn't have any backdoor flush draws there, Finton. It's not that easy to continue.
I'm all over that, Joe. I get sneaky.
I missed it. What did he bet there?
I'm not sure.
I mean, if he bets close to pot, it's very hard to continue there, right?
Sure.
But 2 turns. I mean, if he bets half pot, you're in there like a lie.
Yeah, absolutely. We were in the same satellite here.
We were, yeah.
No,
We had a bit of crack, yeah. Oh, were we?
we were on that, satellite,
You were sitting to me right, were you?
I was on your right,
I was a bit of there.
It's amazing, one thing about Omaha, I see, well, Hold'em, the way it's developed, like, I mean, it's not like the old days you sit down and it's like everyone can play Hold'em now. Everyone.
Yeah, sure. Everybody has loads of experience.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Like,
And on PLO, everybody.
PLO's still different. There's still You can see a lot of Hold'em players who've transitioned recently and they're still playing Hold'em.
See, the beauty about it, I think, as well, is how the people that transition from it to jump into the PLO tournament and they seem like they bink it.
Yeah.
And they just can't stop playing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
They just think it's the best game ever, you know?
No,
And that's the beauty about it.
We always feature a couple of Omaha.
Yeah, and fair play to Quinton on all your tours to have all the PLO tournaments. It is the new game that's going to get a lot of popularity.
Yeah, I think now this is some board here for Patrick. He's
blocked the whole board. He has a 2 pair in the bottom set. Michael Shu has the top 2, but he's actually drawn dead, as we can see on the screen here. He has to continue, I assume.
2.8.
He actually leads out from pot. Close to pot.
So what does Patrick do? Well, spades are a concern, but there's a main straight out there.
There's a straight there as well. I think he just calls, but then he's blocking the whole board. He's going to try to hit a house.
It looks like he's put them all in. He's jammed here. And I think Michael is going to save himself money here. He's going to fold this out, right?
Yeah, I can't see him continue there.
Without any spades.
That's what I mean. These players must know each other, you know. Like 3-4 straight is out there, and he's like, he got potted into, and he just re-raises with an ace-5 deuce. No fair. It's very hard to continue there for Michael, being a 3-bet on this board. No backdoors. He can't flush draw, or backdoor flush draw maybe, or gutter even. Be much easier for him to continue.
I mean, there's a real tell there how often these play together. The way he's just going to his opponent's stack and cutting it down.
Yeah,
I
for
mean,
him.
you just would never dare to.
No, unless you knew somebody.
You knew really well.
You couldn't put somebody else's chips unless you kind of knew it was a bit of a.
So he's in the tank here, Michael Shu. He's top 2. I think he gives this up.
I mean, what does he think he's beaten? Even if he's up against 3-4.
He's a big dog to 3-4.
Yeah, absolutely. He's like 3-4 dog.
Could be versus.
Might have said wrong numbers, but.
I mean, ace 5 3-4 would be the absolute worst.
Could be up against like king 5 3 jack or something with a nut spades. King 5 3 3 or something. That's his best scenario.
And Patrick moving in with the blockers to the straight. Yeah, that's going.
Yeah.
But it's a huge bet.
That's his best outcome, like to see.
Best case scenario, of course. Yeah.
Nothing worse when putting your chips in, drawing dead, finting with like 10% equity.
It's actually a hard thing to do
It is, well,
on the flop. It happens to me all the time.
I mean,
they say it's nearly impossible to be drawn dead on the flop.
But you know what I mean? When you put it in, then that feeling you get when you like, oh my God, what was I thinking there?
Life, yeah. And Michael Shu, I think he might have saved himself some money there. Patrick just check calls.
I'm actually surprised he 3-bet that, to be honest with you. I mean, that's what I mean. They mustn't really know each other.
Patrick opens once again. The ace king 5-3 does have the clubs. No club draw.
Ace 10 9 3 double there by Peter. Beautiful hand.
Zone makes top pair and 2 pair for Andre. Top and bottom pair.
That's right, so the king queen 8 deuce, 2 bottom pair. Backdoor hearts. It's actually pretty good shape. It's when you have that hand, you don't think you're that good at the shape most of the time, but you're not going nowhere. Backdoor straights. Backdoor good flush.
So Petter, check called here.
Check.
Check it down, and Petter gets the 10-9 for the straight. Did he check it down? No bet. He was out of position there, he just decided to check. Surprised he didn't pick a little...
Again, as you say, Tom, these guys playing with each other. Go for
he
check
just
raise.
didn't want to bet and get raised and be in a tough spot. Kind of cautious of each other at the same time.
What did I did not have the nuts there? No, played straight to the 10 high straight.
Yeah, but it was a
Jack high straight.
9-8-7-6 and he had 10-9.
Okay.
I think if he bets, then he gets raised. He's in a world of pain. So I think maybe like he doesn't want to lead and then get raised, and then he's like, why not just check call?
So
they're kind of cautious of each other. Like they're kind of like
Seat 1, 2, 3. Taking their seats. Andre, Pavel, and Jan still standing. Side bet, of course. Last man standing has to pay the table.
Ty jsi závodil teďka zase, víš, že nemůžeš vyhrát, když závodíš, jako. Čeká na volt, že dostane. On čeká volt na stredlu. Ale já se těším, jestli zůstane stát, že jak to má jako...
Michael's shoe open, you can't see his cards at the minute.
Když si ten stream, to přišlo.
Calls a queen, jack 3 single.
Petter makes a pair, so does Pavel, bottom pair.
Pairing up and down is kind of very good flop for him. Nice to have a jack of clubs there as well to block some of the flushes. Of course, we can't see the other two players' cards at the minute.
Ale a teďka bude big pot, teďka bude muset přemýšlet každý, že jo?
Check the flush, gets down return. Interesting here if Michael bets what is Peter gonna do. Check the check. Peter just wants to check and kind of take the showdown, and
I mean, any kind of aggression here from Michael, Petter's just going to check fold, right?
I don't know. I mean, he's blocking the queen. He's blocking the flush. He went check on the turn. I mean, he could get stubborn here.
Michael does fire. Petter just
Does keep it up, yeah. No, I might get stubborn there sometimes myself, just to kind of see what he had.
I think we have one of your fans in the chat, Thomas. It's definitely not one of mine anyway. Daniel T.
Okay.
Best PLO commentator in the business. €1 million, that's for you, not for me. Hello, Daniel. Hope all is well.
How you doing? How you doing?
Good World Series for Dan.
Yes, he had a really good run in the main event. He came 200 or something, or in the top 300 or something like that. Had a really good run. Absolutely delighted for him. Was in there for 5 days, I think. Yeah.
Some number, good turnout from people.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Andy had a great good summer as well.
Yeah, he had a really good start in the 1K Turbo. When the first event, he literally arrived, I think the next day he came 3rd or 4th.
Well, 1K was well into the series. He came second on that. That was about a week before the main.
Oh, that was about 2 weeks, I think. Before he literally landed, and the next he was there.
Cashed it, so that was something else he cashed it. The turbo, the 1K turbo.
Could be wrong. I know he got very unlucky as well. I can't remember. I think it's like Ace King against Ace Queen or something like that. He got it in 3 or 4 handed.
Turn for 1K.
Yeah.
And it was like 7/8 of the chips.
Yeah.
Ace King.
I was like 70-30% gonna hand. What we've got here, Queen, Queen, 10, 9 looks like a beautiful hand. Free flop. Got off against button. Queen, Queen, 10, 9 flops a gutter and a flush draw. Someone's check, check. Now ace, 9, 6, 3. Turns trips.
A to se dělá v kabaretu, no, když je kabaret, takhle by si mohl udělat. Tam se můžeš poválet. Za to podle mě dají i nějaký peníze.
King, Queen, 10, 9. I can see it definitely continuing here. Does have a gotcha straight flush draw. Queen. Pretty live here. So you can fold in here. Especially playing the stand-up game. But he did fold. Some folds. Wow. Gotcha straight flush draw.
I missed that hand.
I can see Fintan and these lads are having some food on that. I think
They're just chilling. 100%.
just chilling. They're not in a rush to go anywhere.
And I think maybe later tonight, after the PLO tournament, this game will kick off again.
All right, okay.
I don't know if we stream it, but I mean, it's early in the days.
Some fella just followed trip ace. No, he didn't. Ace, 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 4.
Kings are super strong here.
Yes and no. I mean, not suited to the king, but I don't see it folding buttons. You have to kind of continue and
Sure,
kind of play it out.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm surprised the equity there for Petter. Almost double kings with the kings.
The 4 as well. I think the 4, king, king, 4, and ace, 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 4. Kind of that 4 kind of. Yeah, king, king, 9 or something. Kind of a bit better.
There,
Now,
just like that. Boom.
easy game. Top set and a gutter. Back to flush draw.
Tak asi se málo lidovalo.
Now the money's in.
Si domyslet, tak tam bylo kámo 5 kg masa.
Wow.
Right, all the money is in.
Wow.
And Petter's, he's dead to an ace now.
Honil se, no. Jeden out, klasicky.
Twice. One ring, top set.
Napadají výrazně.
To až na flopku se jako to.
Huge pot here, Fintan.
20.
That's just got it in on a king 6-7 board. No! He gets a 1 out on a river. Look at that, Fintan. He must have smelt it.
Pretty sick. Biggest pot we've seen so far, almost 25k. Results in a chop pot. Henry versus Petter.
Again, it must be the stand-up game, Fintan, where they just forced to put them in a bit lighter. Try and win the pot. Nobody wants to be a loser at the stand-up game. It's not even about the money, you know?
Of course.
Just the bragging rights of saying who, yeah, exactly.
Standing, all your mates are sitting down.
You get to point fingers at him, you know?
Pavel, you can see in seat 6 in Jan. Sorry, that's
Je malinko smutný, on je rád, že sedí. Jsem zase, to bylo ultimát. To bylo lepší, no. Jo, to by bylo. Dobrý, že to nábody už by se ani musel dávat ten druhý. Pavel nezautočit, už ho nebaví stát se tě.
So this is Carter left standing, right? And in seat 5. Oh, sorry, Pavel.
Pavel is the owner, yeah.
Pavel is he's left standing, and
yeah.
the player to the right of him.
Yeah, now I don't actually know, but I guess that's Manuel Fischer.
Yes, that's the man.
guess.
Yeah, yes. That's the guy I was saying. I think he has a really good resume on Hand the Mob for tournaments online and live. A lot of Hold'em tournaments. Looks like a steady crusher. He looks very young, Fintan, but I don't think he's as young as he looks.
Okay.
Because I know his first result was like in
Been around.
2013, so
Okay, he's been
must
around
be
the block for a while.
30
yeah.
odd.
So
We have
Andre makes it 2K with the blockers. 10 jacks the nuts, right?
That's right, he has the blockers, but the two lads have a straight to the 10. Board is rainbow and no flush draws present. It'd be interesting if Andrew just goes for it, because if he does go for it, he'll pick it up, no problems. He has the no blockers. Let's see if he has the heart for it. Gives it up. Two other lads gonna chop it up. Oh, Pavel goes for it. Look at this. So Andre gives it up with the blockers, and Pavel just pots it, and he's gonna take the whole lot down, I assume. He has the heart. It's very hard to call here on the again, unless they have reads on each other.
But the third bet was from
Andre, yes,
and
with
Pavel
the blockers and two lads just called.
Pavel just called, and the texture really hasn't changed, so...
Yeah,
think
he makes the call, good call, fair play to him. But I think, I don't know, if Andre went bet the pot though,
yeah.
I don't know, he might have get called anyway.
Keeping the story the same.
I mean, once he checks, he just waves the white flag, and the other lads know there was no, yeah. But I assume there's no nuts present. It's hard to make a straight. Hard to make a pair, or two pair, forget about the straights.
Now what happens there in the split pot? Does Pavel take a seat? No.
Don't know, Fintan.
No, he's still standing. He has to win it.
I think they have to just purely win it, don't they?
Looks like it. So just a quick shout out to our viewers. If you've tuned in, you're very welcome. You're watching a 50-50 right now. Running also on the tournament floor beside this live stream table is the 550 main event, the Grand Prix $500,000 guaranteed. They will be C currently running. Start flights right until Saturday morning. Fast flight Saturday morning. Also running 2.5K. Euro Omaha Championship will be bringing you the final table of that tomorrow. Very exciting. Tom will be in the booth, George and Jason. Hopefully I will be on that table. I think I'm going to...
That'd be good cracking here on the pizza table. Give it a commentate.
So Tom, listen, pleasure meeting you.
Thanks very much for having me.
Yeah, top man. I'll see you later, George.
Guys, I'll best of you all in there. Oh.
I think you're staying on, are you? Right. Well, I'm gone anyways, that's all.
Tell me.
Viewers and listeners had enough of me. But thank you so much, and see you soon. All the best.
How you doing?
Thank you very much, Fintan, and how are you, sir?
Very good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, very well. I'm looking forward to more of the action. How's it been? Still big pop?
We've been playing a stand-up game here.
Okay.
And, you have Pavel here, and I think it's Manuel, is it?
No, that's not Manuel. Not my friend Manuel, but this guy.
Yeah. I got him mixed up. How about?
Potentially, yeah. But he, what, seat 7?
Yes.
Yeah, he's been playing for a little while now, and he's been quite active, right?
I think he's been pretty card dead.
Has he? Okay. He was really in the thick of it at the start of the stream, sort of manoeuvring his way around.
To be honest, there's been a lot of aces going on, and
wasn't much proper action.
Yeah.
Just kind of someone gets aces, pop.
Yeah. There was one hand where it was, there was one big hand where somebody had a ace 4 against. King, Jack 4, and the Kings flopped the set, and they got it in like 4 excess on it.
4 SPR?
4X.
Yeah, wow, okay. What, just with 3 aces?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a pretty
sick.
Dusty play, yeah.
But he binked the rabbit twice, he binked the ace on
he
the
found one?
Second,
wow. Yeah, that's dead for both boards most of the time.
But I was talking the same to Finton, that these guys seem to know each other. Seem to.
Yeah, these are Czech breaks. So I'm English, but I live in Slovakia, and these guys, when I'm playing the bigger stakes, I see their faces around the table all the time.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Finton's telling me to get as far as 501k playing.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in those private rooms, but it's psychopath stakes, you know, like.
Seems to be huge, like.
Huge game. So, in fact, this would be probably the smallest game these guys would play.
So they literally treat like a just.
It's play money.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
They play, cautiously enough. They kind of.
They still play well. They're not going to give it away, but they're definitely going to be in with wider ranges. You know, like this Ace King 8-4, for example, he's opened under the gun and just got it in there with an 8-high flush draw. So, wow, backdoor 2 pair. That's absolutely sickening for a 13.4k pot. I guess the stand-up game element was kind of forcing him to get in the mix.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Can't find the miracle on the second board. And,
it would have been only fair if they chopped it at this stage.
But the fact of the matter with the stand-up game is that he wins the first board, right? So he's over the moon.
That's right, yeah.
He's down. Good stuff.
Have you ever got a chance to play a stand-up game yourself?
A couple of times, yeah. It really adds a really interesting dynamic. I've only played Hold'em stand-up games, and I don't play much Hold'em, and there were guys that really understood the mechanics of the stand-up game. You know, overbetting all the time, putting you in tough spots.
Yeah.
And it's really tough to play against. You know, when you're super deep stacked out of position to a guy that's just going ham on you.
And it's not even about the money, right? It's just like you don't want to be the loser.
It's the pride, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. How about yourself? What's your poker background?
Mostly played online.
Yeah.
Last 10 years or so. Hold'em mostly, and then transitioned to PLO last. I kind of played PLO for a long time, but kind of played it properly for like the last 3 years.
Nice. That's a smart move. I think it's where most of the action's going.
Sure, yeah. And I really enjoy it.
Yeah.
I really do enjoy it.
Yeah.
I enjoy the tournaments more so than cash, but I did study cash in the last couple of years. Yeah, love it.
Absolutely. Yeah,
it's a bit of high-low as well.
High-low, nice. Yeah, yeah. I quite like the Sveton. Have you played that format? It's like a split pot, so it's like one is 5-card draw and one is 5-card Omaha.
No, first time I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's a Scandinavian thing. We played it a couple of times here.
Let's have a little game later.
Yeah, exactly.
The weekend.
I'll show you the ropes.
Sure. Totally up for it.
Yeah, it's good fun, mate. Yeah, you'll take to it like a duck to water. Yeah, Sveton special. They call it Draw Maha in America.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Fun game because you've got the cards up and down kind of element as well. So the sort of eagle-eyed players will notice you can't have.
Play for play money though.
Yeah. I'm not going to fleece you, man.
Because anytime I learn new games, I seem to be down a chunk.
There's always a couple of regs sat there with their eyes open like that, isn't there?
Oh yeah, we'll teach you how to play. Come on.
Yeah, come on, have a seat. How much you buying in for? Nah, you want more than that? It's a deep game. Wow, what a cooler flop here. Top set versus top 2. A board that is fairly innocuous, being rainbow, but lots of straight draws. So the aces are going to be looking to charge those straight draws and obviously charge the weaker sets and 2-pair kind of holdings as well. So it does go for the big bet. I like it. Lots of hands here that are going to be insensitive to the sizing. Those King Queen 10s, the 10-8 9s. And Patrick, he just has to.
Not flush draw.
It's kind of a see you at the river, right? Unless it comes like a king or a queen or something, maybe he can get away. on the turn, but you usually you'd be calling 2 streets here. Oh, that's disgusting. That's exactly the card he doesn't realize that he didn't want to see. And he's up against the guy Jan, who, when I was commentating earlier, he was firing off. Yeah, seat 7. He was firing off with a bare gut shot flush draw in a paired board.
Great image.
Good image, yeah. And that hand got the showdown as well, so that could mean payday right here.
What a sick turn.
Sick turn. Goes for the half pot now. Wants to keep in some maybe backdoor flush draws, maybe a hand just like ace, queen, queen or something like that. Won't be able to fold to this size. Patrick asking for the size of the pot.
Doesn't block clubs either, so
no.
Gets a bit of value out of that.
Exactly, yeah. Lots of combo draws and Jack X and Ace X to try and target, hence why the size down, you know. So realizes that he's got the board absolutely locked. Just looking to put those kind of draws under pressure, and Patrick looks like going to be
see Patrick raising here?
Cutting out a raise, yeah. I'm not sure about this personally, because if I've seen someone with the potential to barrel off on boards where they deem themselves to have an advantage, you want to allow them to have those no equity bluffs, right?
Yeah. And you're blocking the whole board, right? So what do you expect to get called by when you raise?
Exactly. He's just thinking, well, I'm unblocking clubs. I can maybe get a hand like ace, king, king with the king high flush draw to continue, but
I mean, he could have a hand.
I might do this sometimes out of position, but in position I'd be very comfortable just calling along and seeing what my opponent does on the river, allowing bluffs to remain in their range rather than now targeting Jack X and sometimes running into this setup as well. And he's just going to shove it in.
I'm going to like it as well, just in case.
Maximizing the, just getting it all in now, right? He knows his opponent.
Jack 7 or something, he's just going to put it in now.
Exactly. Just making sure that he gets all of it rather than potentially seeing Patrick.
It's very hard to call and then lead the turn or lead the river.
Lead the river, yeah. It just looks so strong, doesn't it?
Can't have the worst feeling in the world putting it in on a turn absolutely dead.
No worse feeling.
Just that kind of like the hardest things.
Aces?
Oh my god.
Yeah, he needs a jack, but it looks like the jack's been folded, unfortunately.
I suppose he's never dead,
we can see that he is with the check mark. So it looks like the jack was in one of the folded cards. And the 4 on the river, obviously. They're going to run it twice. Patrick thinks he might have one out. We know that not to be the case.
I think that's the second biggest pot we've seen today. There was a 25k pot earlier. I think that was actually the hand I said to with a trip aces against upset kings. There was a 25k pot.
Yeah, and this one was
23.
23, okay. So a huge pot there for seat 7, and if you're watching at home, guys, this is really a clinic on joining a table, building yourself an image, and getting paid. It was obviously a cooler, but Patrick, if he thought that his opponent was tight, he might have even sort of treaded a bit more cautiously, not gone for the raise call, the raise stack off. Yeah, he might have called and then decided on the river, is this guy got aces or not? If you're up against a very tight reg there, often they're just going to show you the blades. And that's the sick thing about PLO. In Hold'em, on the Jack turn card there, you're thinking of Vegas and the Mirage. In PLO versus a tight player, could be some problems.
Drawing dead.
Yeah. You've got one out the door.
By the end of the day, look at them all. They're all smiling and having a laugh. It's like, yeah, we know it happens.
I noticed the big difference between these like 5-5, 10-10 games and then this level. This level, these guys have got deep pockets. They play with each other all the time. There's a much more friendly sort of atmosphere.
They're used to the variance.
They're used to it.
The sickness of the game.
5-5, 10-10, you've got people that play lower stakes online taking a shot at the live game. That can bring with it some tricky emotions when you take shots.
Kind of, you see these coolers, people just like literally can't really help themselves now. What the hell just happened? PLO players are well used to more sickness for sure.
Absolutely, you have to have a kind of psychopathic gene.
I don't know, it's a good thing or bad thing, is it?
Well, yeah, exactly. Within poker, it's good. On the outside, you do become quite cold-hearted quite quickly when your emotions have just been absolutely sent to smithereens.
You'll be there laughing at it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, definitely a game that when...
Mrs. Stand there looking to go, why are you crying?
Yeah. Well, I don't have any emotions anymore. I've been playing PLO for 10 years.
None left.
Yeah, they've all been taken away. Brazilian Donk says, hello people, how going? Are you a Brazilian or a donk, or is that more of a sort of tongue-in-cheek username? Sickening term for Patrick, and he thinks it's the best card possible. Exactly. Again, just a window into the sickness behind the PLO, like we've been talking about.
It's weird
really
though, when he raises there and
Mm.
gets reshoved, like...
I don't like the raise personally. I think you freeze out bluffs and you kind of...
And you block the whole board.
You block the board, and so you block the hand that you want to get value from, which is a hand like King King Jack or something like that.
Sure,
King King 10 Jack that had the gut shot on the flop, turns trips.
Very hard for those other hands to continue when you raise, right?
Very tough. You block continues, and you also freeze the hands that may triple barrel, repping aces against you as well. But these guys know, better. They play with each other. Yeah, me too. He's aware that he's against a value hand. There's going to be almost no bluffs.
Yeah.
When you've got the range advantage and you're double barreling a board and you get raised, you understand that your opponent has value because otherwise they would play cautiously. It's sarcasm. Good stuff. And not able to see Jakub's cards there in C8, but not an awful lot.
Did Jakub just join the table?
Yeah, I don't think we've had a C8, have we?
I think he just joined the table there last couple of hands.
So we got a new player. The guy in the so like an F1 AMG.
Chauna's jersey kind of.
Yeah, isn't that like the Mercedes Formula One team? Yeah, that's it. New player to keep our eyes peeled on. Let's see what he's going to bring to the table. Any guesses based on his table demeanor? Do we think he's a top player? Do we think he's loose, tight? What do you reckon?
Personally, I think he might be a bit loose.
Yeah, it looks like
ready to see the flops.
Anyone with a man bag, they've got reloads ready,
Sure.
Yeah. They got some extra chips behind, more artillery.
He looks eager to kind of see turns and rivers.
He does.
See if he can get there.
Absolutely.
But the table looks like it's definitely building up to some action.
Oh, absolutely. Got about another hour or so on stream. Thanks very much to all of you for joining us here on the Party Poker TV stream. €50, €50 high stakes PLO. And we've had some huge pots, over 20,000 euros. One cooler and one not so cooler, but the money was flying in, and that's what we want to see. So Peter opening it up with the aces under the gun. Again, when you were saying earlier, seeing a lot of aces. Once Omaha, in my opinion, it's a much better short-handed game. Because once you get 7 or 8 people, it's just kind of aces versus kings quite a lot,
I 100% agree with you. I mean, 6-handed. Actually, the way Finton has it set up running his tournament 7-handed, I think it's going to happy medium. But But I absolutely agree with you. 9-handed PLO is
more skillful, isn't it? Sorry, less skillful, but more skillful when you've got 4, 5, 6, I think.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. 9-handed PLO it's really hard to put people on range, especially if it's really splashy game where everybody limps in and somebody eyes those and everybody calls.
Could be up against absolutely anything,
It's very hard to put people on the hand.
Whereas in PLO, you can get 3 streets from the 3rd or 4th nuts in short-handed, and then in 9-handed, you're petrified when someone's betting and you've got the 2nd nuts on the turn,
One thing I'd say though, I played double board bomb pod.
Great game.
Tournament in Vegas.
Oh, lovely.
Such a great fun.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't really know what they're doing, do they?
It's so much fun, but it takes up so much concentration as well because you want to chase the 2 boards really. I'm sure you're not drawing dead on some of them.
Yeah, so much to think about.
but so much fun.
So much fun. It's a really, for me, a very stimulating game because you've constantly got to be, you know, it's very new.
You can't just like.
You can't autopilot.
No.
No, otherwise you're going to be out the door, right?
You have to concentrate on every hand that you play, but you have to play every hand, right?
Yeah. Because you've got so much coverage all over the place, but yeah, the big mistake in that game is people that get married to one board. You know,
absolutely,
they're chopping at best.
And you see that. They don't even concentrate on the second board.
Yeah, they've got a set on one board and like the bottom gut shot on the other one that is already drawing dead.
One board and just put it all in and just not even.
And get quartered or whatever. No, not get quartered, but
they
yeah.
might even.
Yeah. Not with quads, but you know, with the nut straight, for example. Yeah.
George, thanks very much for having
pleasure,
me.
Man.
Pleasure.
I'm going to teach you some speeding later on in the week.
Sure, thanks very much. I'm going to pass it to Jason there.
All the best.
Thanks.
Já si nám klidně, prosím vás, ten velký takový, jak děláte ten velký nápad. Jo, to stačí.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, you guys have been here, so it's welcome back to me. It's Jason Glatzer once again. I hope you enjoyed the amazing commentating while we were out by Fintan Gavin, the founder of the Irish Poker Festival and the Bratislava Poker Festival, which is a brand under the Irish Poker Festival, and Lucky Mo as well. It was his first time doing comms. I think we'll be seeing a lot more from him. I listened in to a little bit of it, and it sounds like it was amazing stuff, a lot of analysis. And George will be back with me soon, so you'll have the duo that we started the day out with, and we have about a little more than an hour of action remaining. It looks like we have a few new faces since I left, so I will have to learn a little bit. You guys maybe even know a little bit more about the new players than I do. But it does sound like they are chatty as ever, and I see at least that Patrick, the Hammer Crusher Yaros in seat number 1, has been more or less in a seat or standing up near a seat playing hands, so that's very good. He organized a lot of this game, and he is quite the character. Very nice guy. Enjoys splashing in some tournaments occasionally for fun, but this is what his bread and butter is PLO cash games. And does love being on the stream, so it's no surprise he organized this. And it folds all the way around to the small blind, and Michael folds as well, so I come back and probably one of the most uninteresting hands that we've seen. But we do have a raise and a call, so it could get interesting to Patrick. Interesting here. Patrick was actually in the hand with the King 999, playing position, and it's a 7-Jack-6 flop. We do not know what Andre has, but this is a bold move by Patrick. I don't know if he'll be able to continue. He just has that 9 of clubs with the 3rd club coming out on the board. Andre maybe perhaps setting a trap if he did have the nut flush and Patrick just bet into him before. He's going to let Patrick bet into him again. And Andre snap calling, wasting no time, so he either likely has a flush or a set, maybe something else. This makes the flush less likely with the 4th club on the board. Patrick actually connects with his king, but I don't think that's going to be nearly enough. And George is hopping in here, and you just see what Patrick opened up here with.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those hands that when you VPip at pre-flop, you realize that you've got to be barreling all streets to have a chance, right?
And that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, using that 9 of clubs blocker.
And it's a outsized bet.
Yeah, and Andre here, if he has continued the turn, is going to be likely to have some kind of set or some kind of weak flush, I would imagine, most of the time. And could often sometimes be slow playing. Doesn't look like he's got the nuts, actually, based on his demeanor. Looks like he's in call or fold mode.
But it could be like Hollywooding, trying to like go. If it comes over the top, then we know exactly that's what it was.
Exactly, yeah. It's very possible that he has slow played. Maybe a hand like 2-pair with the nut flush would have been a good one to just call. Some kind of ace-jack of clubs would have been a perfect one to allow your opponent to fire away. And he calls.
What a gentleman, Lucky Mo, bringing us some refreshment, some agua.
Wow, he calls with a set of queens.
Wow.
Wow, that's a hell of a call. Oh, with the king of no, the king of clubs is on the board, so he just calls with the bare set there, really soul reading his opponent.
I think that fourth club helped to make that call.
Definitely, especially with it being a high club as well, because his opponent was obviously repping a strong flush for the 3 streets. And yeah, Patrick been sent there to the gulags with the triple barrel and just been sniffed out there.
Lots of heart, and obviously Patrick and Andre have played lots of hands together before, so he knows that Patrick may have absolutely nothing as well, as you mentioned.
But also,
with nothing, you're triple barreling.
Also, as you say, with that king of clubs, it's just like the perfect card because you know your opponent is going to fire one with the bare ace of clubs. And as you can see, Patrick capable of actually being wider for bluffs than that by just having that 9 of clubs. Kind of opening a bit of a silly hand and deciding that he's going to take it to all 3.
So I'm going to catch up a little bit with the chat. Apparently, thank you, Supernova, for telling me about the stand-up game. George was maybe already aware that they were doing a stand-up game. I did miss that. Payball wants to know the password. The password for the free roll is Bratislava with a capital B. There is a command and Nightbot that Giselle Bra just shared as well. So thank you for that for Giselle. Thank you also, Supernova, and welcome back, RFT Ox Brr. I'm assuming Brr for Brazil based on what I see after that, but hopefully you understand me as well. I do not know very much Portuguese, unfortunately. I do have a lot of Portuguese friends and some Brazilian friends as well. So Patrick is reloading.
Yeah, that's a big stack of high society coming out into the game. Not money scared, this man, as you can see, with the King 999 Rainbow, Open, and Blast. And looks like it's going to be back-to-back pots.
Looks like about 40,000 he bought in for.
Ooh, yeah.
Maybe it's not that much, but...
the pinks are 500 and the whites are 100 for the viewers at home.
Okay, so it's not that much, actually. It's probably at 20.
Yeah, but fair chunk of change.
The last time I commentated a 50-50-100 stream here, there were people reloading for like 40,000-50,000 just so they could have the table covered. But in this game, I don't think we've seen any player like pure double up, or at least lose like a big stack.
Yeah.
There may have been like a small stack double up, but nothing else.
Yeah, short stack double up. We just had seat 7. He got a double through Patrick. So Patrick's actually down quite a lot at this point. He's back in for 30K, but I think he must be down the full 20K buy-in that he came to the table with. Maybe that was a little bit of heat under the collar influencing the King 999 blast to the moon in the previous hand that we saw, the big one.
I mean, I can understand if he was standing up and wanted to sit back down again, but other than that, it seemed like a very punty play.
It kind of just looked like he decided that he was going to run it and put someone under pressure, and that's what he did. And unfortunately, Andre was quick off the mark to sniff it out. So let's see what we've got here. A couple of draws. We've got Pito, who's got the queens with bottom 2 and a queen high flush draw. Pretty strong holding. Patrick in there with basically nothing. And Jan. Patrick?
Not Patrick.
No, Jan. Yeah, Jan's got the flush draw and a double gutty. Not going to be going anywhere. 3 of hearts on the turn. Action turn card. Jan improving, but he needs to find a deuce.
He needs a deuce of hearts, actually.
Yeah, or a 7 of hearts.
Both players have a flush now.
Exactly. Deuce or a 7 of hearts he needs, and it's going to go check on the turn. Queen, high flush, recognizing that multi-way to the flop. Not going to be strong enough to go for 3 streets, so wanting to allow some pot control. And definitely the green light to target worse hands now with the small sizing. Just the milky bet, looking to still potentially get calls from hands like 2 pair, hands like King 10.
And look how happy Peter is, and it might not just be because he won almost a 7K pop-up, but he gets to sit back down in a seat, making everybody else jealous.
Yeah, it's a nice position to be in the stand-up game, and he knows as well, it was a really intelligent bet sizing on the river, because he knows that these small sizings, they're quite easy to fold to in the normal format, but in the stand-up game, if you feel like you have some equity, if they're potentially ever bluffing, then you have to call, right? Because you're getting 5-1 on the call, and then also the equity of being sat down first.
Yes.
Yeah, so like it was a really intelligent sizing. It shows a lot of awareness there from seat 3. Really impressive stuff. So Michael here in the hijack. Pretty loose open, ace 9-5 4 tri-suit, but to be expected. Stand-up game, got to be widening up the ranges a little bit. You got to be in there fighting, because if you wait for aces or wait to make the nuts, you're going to get rolled over in this format. You're going to see a lot more action over the next 10-15 minutes with the stand-up element, as to be expected. Andre,
I like the 3-bet.
yeah, lovely 3-bet. You know, if we're thinking about like a GTO, you'd probably want to peel this hand and 3-bet double suited. But in the stand-up game, it's a mandatory 3-bet for sure.
And quickly gets to sit down without even having to see a flop. So that's very rare in a stand-up game.
That is rare, but his opponent, you know, that's quite nice as well, because your opponents are opening wider, so you actually have fold equity pre-flop, which in deep stack PLO cash games is quite rare.
Yeah, if he folded and he just opened, he would have had to see a flop for sure.
Yeah. So it's all looking up for seat 5. Andre, he's been the benefactor of a very aggressive line from Patrick. Won the next pot as well with a flush and takes that one down. So things going really well for him. Peter there is sat down. So less incentivized to be wild, because he is going to expect lots of action behind. So you would see slightly tighter opening range from him, and does indeed have the aces. Gets a look from Patrick in the big blind with the 8-8-6-4, flopping a weak flush draw and no real additional equity. Turns a 4.
A little bit of a taste there for
Patrick. A little bit of something. He's got some 2-pair draws now with the 6, or a trip draw with the 4.
And Peter with a flush draw now as well.
Yeah, I think Peter wants to be betting now.
Now for sure he should be betting with the deuce pairing up on the river. How many deuces does Patrick have? He has some, but because it's Patrick, but in general he shouldn't have any.
I thought Peter might go for the bet there, just trying to target some King X, some sort of pair plus gut shot type holdings, maybe better flush draws. And does find himself on the river and goes for the meaty pot size bet, nice and polarizing, trying to represent something. And Patrick now, it looks like he's check raising. Yeah, but judged on Peter's reaction, it's
oh wow.
Yeah, it's a check raise.
It's a 3.4K.
Wow, this is a real spot. The thing that is beneficial for Peter here is he knows that he's not going to. Patrick shouldn't really expect him to bet the river that often, because a lot of his King X and aces on a board that's relatively disconnected like this would have want to bet to protect against flush draws or get value. So yeah, he is going to make the call. A little bit of a smelly line and does indeed sniff it out. Patrick Patrick repping some kind of like kings with diamonds holding that's just gone for like the triple check sort of as a trap. But when he thinks about the hand really through, surely Patrick would have wanted to gain some value from these types of holdings and wouldn't be expecting so much to see a stab in the double check back line. So nicely done. Finds the call, and definitely the player that you want to bet call against there, right?
For sure. If it's another player, you have to think about it a lot longer, and you're probably actually laying it down. And the other thing to point out about Patrick, that if he's going to be betting like his bluffs, he's going to be betting when he has it. So the fact that he didn't bet the flop and turn is a sure sign.
Yeah.
Like, of course, the deuce can improve him to trips, but is he going to be betting trips? Is he even going to be doing that with like a weak full house when your opponent has a lot of kings that could have been playing it that way?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Patrick really wants to sit down, it looks like.
Yeah,
he's getting involved here with the queen 8.
Kind of 100% VPIP territory.
It is a double suited hand. It's not the ugliest in the world, but
it would be a fine defend if you're closing the action, but with the third blind and the dynamic of the stand-up game, where your opponent in the third blind is going to know how capped your cold calling range is, it just really incentivizes him to find a wide squeezing range here. And that's exactly what he's done. He does in fact have kings this time, which is clear value in the stand-up game dynamic.
But he did get Patrick out of the way. Pavel went, no, it doesn't look like Patrick.
Patrick's coming along for the ride,
okay.
double suited, got a little bit of low middling connectivity, and the stand-up game. Queen 9-9, so Michael is ahead, but very, very precarious board for him. And Pavel is actually going to have a stab here with the pocket 4s. I'm not a massive fan of the hand selection, but I'm a fan of this spot. It's very difficult to play against this multi-way stab in position to the out-of-position players. And Patrick does indeed fold top pair with the flush draw, which was kind of one of the best flops he can hope for with kind of a low middling hand like that.
See if Michael can sniff this out.
Yeah, Michael's going to go for a call. He's got a gut shot as well. The king is obviously Jin. Wow,
oh.
What a card. What a card. And Pavel has an ace in his hand, so he may think that it's less often that Michael is going to have aces. And also less often he's going to have kings, because the king comes as a blocker to the improvements. So he's going to go for another stab.
And I'm wondering what Patrick is thinking, because he just folded a flush. We know that it's actually good that he folded the flush, but he might be kicking himself a little bit now. Not necessarily with all this action here. Now he's likely knows that players, especially if Michael calls, is beating his flush.
Well, we can see how wide Pavel is, so he would be... Pavel would essentially be drawing dead to a 9 or a 4 versus Patrick, but you do have Michael lurking in there, obviously with that king's full, as mentioned. And now it's a question of what do we do, and I think the clear answer is to just call. You even have the straight flush blocked, and your opponent will for sure jam queens for value on the river. And potentially you allow him to have the bluffs in there as well. Does make the call. Love to see that. I think that's very much the play. Complete brick on the river. So let's see if Pavel is going to fire it through here. And at this point, he'd be targeting flushes to fold, because a lot of the check calling range on the flop is going to be kind of like over pairs with flush draws, or kings shown. And Michael is going to take that one down in the 14K pot. Pavel rolling over the complete airball. A 4 on the river would have been interesting.
Yeah, that would have certainly been interesting.
Wonder if he'd have value jammed that targeting flushes. That would have been cool to see.
So Patrick sat down for some reason. Why is Patrick able to sit down? It's his game, I guess. He can do what he wants.
Yeah, maybe he's like paid his way to sit down, or maybe he's saying, look, I'm down so much, you just give me the seat, guys. Tough to translate the check when not only my Czech is non-existent, but my Slovak is basically the same. So no idea what he said, but looks like he's managed to engineer. Oh, no, he's back on his feet.
There we go. Just took a little rest.
Yeah, pure guesswork from us. Lovely hand from Pavel, having just bluffed off a decent chunk of his stack. Gets to 3-bet the 10-9-8-7. Pure connectivity, double suited, it's kind of what you dream of.
And Peter waking up with the rockets, so that 8 and 2 don't really do very much, but you still, the 4-bet is still standard here.
But yeah, when you've got a guy that you can get to SPR1, which is what we're going to go to here with aces, you're absolutely over the moon to take that spot. If you are going to like SPR 5+, it can be a bit tricky with the weaker aces.
Happy days here for Pavel, flopping trips and much more with a nice draw to go on top of that.
Yeah, and Peter's just going to shove it in on the flop.
Let's see if they run it twice.
So what does he have here? He just needs an ace, basically, not even a backdoor flush draw. He does have a backdoor straight draw.
They could change the
Goes
game
3-4.
quickly to PLO 8.
And that's a brick.
So a full house on the first board for Pavel.
Yep.
Another
And
full
on
house.
the second board, needs to fade the ace. Nicely done. Pavel
Now ahead.
cleaning up a 23.1k pot, and as we promised, action galore in this stand-up format. C8 has been very quiet. He hasn't been able to VPIP one hand, I believe, during this stand-up game. So now it's a three-way tussle.
Maybe he wants to just keep standing up.
Maybe
He hasn't
he's
had any
comfortable.
cards either, but
Judging by that expensive-looking bag, I don't think the stand-up tax is going to be denting his pockets.
I wonder if they will continue this game off the stream. I imagine that they might over in the VIP room, because it looks like they're having a lot of fun. Obviously, a lot of money to be made too. It's more about the money than the fun, but if you can have fun while you're playing for a lot of money, more power to you.
Absolutely.
That's right, Nightbot. Tomorrow we will have some more PLO, but in a different format. It'll be the final table of the 2,500 euro buy-in Euro Omaha Championship. It has a 100,000 guarantee. It's been running already, so let's quickly take a look at how many entrants are in so far. Late registration is still open on that. Mystery Bounty, meanwhile, is down to just 5 players. There's a 13,200 euro top prize in that one that had 2 5K top bounties. One was already claimed. I'm not sure about the second one. But we need to hop back into the action because we have Pavel opening up with Ace, Jack, 4-3, double suited. But Jan, with the aces and some trays just in case, 3 bets. And Michael, what are you doing here? King, King, 4. A 4 bet.
Holy smokes, what is going on here?
Jan, just rip it in now, Jan.
This is like so out of line, this 4-bet. It's like, if I were to choose a combo that wants to 4-bet, this would probably be way down there.
Maybe there's a prop bet about winning a hand with trips, because I didn't
Yeah,
understand before
could be.
why Patrick did the same thing.
Could be. And Jan just over the moon here. Double suited, double paired aces. Gets to put the 5-bet in.
Half his stack in the
And
middle.
you see, like, he knows what he's doing, right? He sits down, he can smile all he wants. He's not giving away any information about it. His opponent very well knows that he's got aces at this point. So you don't need to sit there like the Hold'em guys, all stoic, you know, sat in the seat, like staring each other down for 15 minutes. It's glaringly obvious he's got the aces. Now the onus is on the other player. And Michael now,
Taking his time.
yeah, he's
with
been
his
caught with his
trips.
pants down a little bit, hasn't he? Bit of an interesting one. Finds a juicy 4-bet bluff. Less so much hand selection, more I'm the man. Here you go, have some of this. And faced with the 5-bet, all of a sudden wonders why he did that in the first place.
So well played there by Jan. Obviously, that hand played itself. I think that would have played that way by any player with ace-ace 3-3 on any table at any stakes. You want to try to get as much of your stack in as possible against an opponent where you could basically then just get it in on the flop.
Yeah, no need to slow play. You're just risking more variance. Pumping it up for the 5-bet, getting to SPR 0.5, and you know, if you beat at that point, you beat, and you got the money in good.
So meanwhile, the Euro Omaha Championship with the 2,500 euro buy-in already has 32 players.
Wow, that's a
level
great
6.
turnout.
5 players already hit the rail, so there may have been some re-entries involved there. It's on break now. Late registration, I think, is going to be open until the following break, so this number will continue to grow with the stacks now getting a little bit shallower. It's still a 50 big blind. Oh, it's next level break. So right now they're in level 6. They have a 50 big blind average if they enter now.
That's fantastic.
So this number will grow, and we may even see some of the players playing now when the stream ends hopping into that rather than continuing to play 50-50 PLO.
Yep.
Because there's a lot of prestige with this trophy. There's a lot of honor. The money is nice too, but you can see the kind of money that they're playing for. That when Patrick's entering tournaments, he's playing them for fun, but he wants to win. You know,
Yep.
it's,
It's all about the Hendon mob and, as you say, the prestige at that point, isn't it? It's, you know, building a bit of a name for yourself. And unfortunately, most of that is done through tournament poker, you know. Tournament players that are at the top of the game are much more widely known than the cash game guys. So it's very understandable for cash game guys to kind of dip into tournaments and, you know, try and get their name in the hat.
AKA Espen Jorstad is an amazing example of that.
Exactly. He was winning too much money on Unibet. He decided to jump into the tournaments and yeah, must have infinitely X'd his role.
But meanwhile, Michael turns a straight here. It's not the nut straight, which Jacob, who I haven't seen much of because he wasn't in an hour ago, has basically that blocked. He also has to worry about a flush draw, but the bet seems fairly standard.
Yeah, 2-pair with a gut shot. Going to be coming along for 1. Ace on the river kills his hand.
What do you think about Jacob's call there? He has no diamonds. He only had an overpair to the board, which does contain some straights that he's not, one straight that he's not blocking, and even the one.
Yeah, I would much prefer to check raise this hand actually to rep the Queen 10, and then you do still have emergency equity with the Jack or the 3 versus hands like 10-7. And even 10-7 bear, as you see Michael holding here, could have potentially considered folding. We did see him fold that second nut straight earlier in the multi-way spot. So I think the power play would have been to go with the check raise there with the queens, with some emergency outs, but just kind of calling and hoping for the best out of position. Not usually the recipe for success in PLO. Definitely want to be taking the bull by the horns and giving yourself chances with not only raw equity but fold equity as well, especially in a game this splashy with guys that aren't just betting the nuts in that spot. And we've seen actually seat 2 go for a lot of sort of rather thin or mergy turn barrels. Interesting stuff. May get an influx of people later looking for the free roll password. Yeah, that's for sure. But they're going to be too late. So guys that are with us right now, guys and girls, the free roll password is Bratislava with the capital B. We're going to be going off air at around 8 o'clock, I believe. And the free roll starts at 9. So there could be a lot of value from people, potentially latecomers, not tuning into the stream, not getting that password. Could be a nice juicy overlay for you guys there to get your hands on. So get over to Party Poker and get yourself in there, and you could be winning yourself a seat to the next stop at Malta. So 10-6-5, a rainbow, swing and a miss for both players. The 9 now giving straight draw to Pavel. And Michael with a gut shot to the Jack. Going to be hard to hit that one when his opponent does have 3 of them, that's for sure. Pavel now turning his hand into a bluff. He has all of the premium straight draws blocked. And he also has future blockers on any 8, 7, queen, or king to the nuts. Great play from Pavel there, picking up a small pot. So guys, it's been an absolute blast. I'm going to be leaving the stream right now. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of my good friend Jason Glatzer. So enjoy the rest of the action, guys, as we do see the combination of the stand-up game. Be interesting to see the battle between seat 1 and seat 8. I'll leave you with Jason. Thanks very much, Jason.
Well, thank you, George. It was a pleasure having you and listening to your analysis and learning. I learned a little bit myself during the stream. So thank you very much, and hope to see you later in the week. So Patrick's still standing up. He raises this time with a pretty hand, King, Queen, Jack, 8. Pretty much everybody else sitting down is folding, but Jacob waking up with the aces. He also at this point would like to take a seat, but even if he didn't, he would see a 3-bet here. He 3-bets Patrick, quickly gets out of the way. I'm not sure if he actually did fold there. I imagine he called because Patrick doesn't typically open and then fold to a single 3-bet. And two players are standing up, so it does look like he did indeed call. The graphics should catch up momentarily.
Já už jsem na tom flopu to vyplácal skoro, že? Tohle nebyl dobrý flop.
But I'm not sure what quite happened there. But so he did maybe fold because he is sitting down, but he's also letting Patrick sit down. It looks like Patrick paid a little bit of a fine to sit down, so now all players can relax, play their normal games. It's amazing, even in a 50-50 PLO game, that just having a stand-up game changes the action. A lot of that is for the stream. You know, people, they know that they're on camera, they want to have a good time, they want their friends to see that they're having a good time. Ah, Dark Angel's here. Hello, Donna. Hope you are doing well on this lovely Thursday evening. Thank you for joining us. They're still having a good time. And as we said, we're not sure if this game will continue off stream. We have another like 30-40 minutes of this action, or whether some of these players will decide they don't want to play anymore because of that big 2,500 buy-in Omaha tournament that's running right now with late registration still open. So Michael, I don't think that, yeah, I don't know if that's a call, but Pavel comes in with a raise. Yeah, it was just a call by Michael limp from under the gun. Both players with decent holdings. Michael with the double flush potential draw, and Pavel with 3 Broadway cards, but neither player connecting with the 6-10-10 flop. Pavel continuing with a half pot bet of 500, and that's enough to get Michael out of the way. So even small pots add up. Pavel more than happy to take it down there and not have to worry about whether he was going to stab at it on the turn and river, considering he didn't connect with the board either. Sorry to hear about the migraine, Donna. I hope it gets better soon. I know those can be hard to look at screens, hard to look at lights. So that makes it even more impressive that you have joined us. It looks like we have a bunch of mystery hands folding. Folds over to Pavel, who also has a mystery hand. And Pavel opened up, it looks like, for 300, 400. Jan 3-betting with the 10-10-7-7 from the button in position. And regardless of what Pavel might have, we expect a call here. He does call. And not the worst flop here for Jan, flopping middle set, but the Pavel, unfortunately for Jan, didn't hit any piece of that flop. But expect Jan with 2 clubs in that flop to definitely be betting. He was the 3-better. And Pavel quickly gets out of the way as expected. No point in playing fancy play with 8-7-6-5 on a queen 10 deuce board with no clubs in your hand.
Takže zatím jeden trip zrealizovaný, jo? Dva nepovedený a jeden zrealizovaný. Mě to nestálo stek, ty vole, to se mi utěšilo.
And I like that we're 7-handed. I much prefer playing Omaha 6-7-handed, even 5-handed, than 8 or 9-handed.
kdybys měl na protez, že najednou šel ten king a navrhu by ti šel třeba barbar, že? Nebo straight. Tak jako, bylo by to, že jo, pak na klip, že jo, klasicky, že jo.
And for those of you that have just tuned in or were tuned in before but just got back, I am Jason Glatzer. We had a bunch of other people in the booth today. George Sanford just left the booth. He was with me for the first part of the stream. Fintan Gavin, the founder of the Irish Poker Festival, was also in the stream with Lucky Mo before George and I took over once again. And now it's just me, myself, and I, just Jason Glatzer, having a good time with you all. I do love high action Omaha games, both as a fan of watching them and playing them myself. I do not play as high as George, and certainly don't play as high as these guys. I don't play 50-50 Omaha. But do love watching this type of action, especially with a majoritively strong lineup as we've shown today. Thank you, Supernova. Appreciate that. I've learned some Slovakian words just from the amount of time I've spent in Slovakia, but I can't follow any of the table talk, unfortunately. And Jan raising it up with the 10-10, 6-4 double suited. And Patrick just calling with it. Well, Patrick has a third king. This is the second time that we've seen Patrick call with high trips. I think it was trip kings last time. No, it was either trip kings or trip nines, but I think it was trip kings with a 4 last time. This time it's trip kings with a 10s. That box actually one of Jan's 10s. So potentially Patrick could get away with one here. Now Jan flopping bottom pair, gut shot. Straight draw may think that his 10s right now are decent as well, being that there's 3 cards below a 10. Patrick, though, isn't in the worst shape with his trips. We can see the equity percentages are about 50-50. Jan is technically a favorite if we don't take into account Patrick's 10, but you know, when you're playing, you don't necessarily put a 10 in your opponent's hand, so it is a coin flip in reality, but otherwise, it would be a little bit different if Patrick didn't have the 10. And Patrick trying to get some value or take it down. I think he would have bet bigger if he was trying to take it down. I think he was trying to build the pot. And Jan raising it up and putting Patrick into a tough spot. So even though Patrick is technically ahead at the moment, he only has a backdoor flush draw to improve to, and just having an overpair in Omaha is not usually that strong, especially facing a check raise. You would have to think that his opponent is bluffing in order to continue here, or have a plan if certain cards came on the turn or river. Hey, Sherry. What time is it in Atlanta, Sherry? It's 7:30 here, so it must be about 1:30 in the afternoon. Thank you for joining us on this amazing Thursday. We've had an amazing few hours on the stream today. Yesterday's stream was also incredible. It was a 5-10 Hold'em affair. And it was in the beginning, it was basically a lot of strong players, and then a couple of whales, not necessarily whales, but people that were players that were playing like whales is a better way to describe it. They were coming to gamble for sure, join the table, and that changed the dynamic completely. And it's interesting to see how just one player that's willing to gamble all the time can change the dynamic of a table, especially in a no-limit game. And if you're curious about the game, Sherry, this is in seat number 1, we have Patrick Garros, also known as the Hammer Crusher. He plays super high stakes Omaha, even higher than this. And he travels around Europe playing big games, but he's playing a bit in this area and in Czech Republic as well. And I met him back in January playing a a WSOP circuit event where he was super deep and he was just playing that tournament for fun. Looks like we have some mystery cards going on right now, so I can continue chatting along with you in the chat because it's very difficult when we can't see exactly what is happening. I don't even know who Pavel is up against at the moment, but we do see Pavel there with the blue shirt. He is the owner of the casino and a very strong player in his own right. Okay, so now we do at least see the players. We see there's 950 in the pot, and we see that Michael is the other player in the hand. That's enough information for us. We don't always need to see the cards. And the board double pairs, checked on the flop, checked on the turn. And Pavel reaching out for some chips. It looks like nearly a pot-sized bet, maybe for 700. It was for 700, and Michael not snap calling, not snap folding. Looks like he's giving Pavel a little bit of a stare down there. Ah, now we see Michael with the absolute goods here. Flopping quad queens and even has the 9 to boot. Not that that matters. I mean, it does make it impossible for Pavel to also have quads, and that would just been a massive cooler that just checked through. It's a raise to 4K, and Pavel obviously was just trying to take down the pot, steal one away. Didn't work out this time. You can't really blame Pavel after it checked on the flop and checked on the turn, but did recognize that his opponent had a monster on the river, or just really had absolutely nothing in his hand and didn't have anything to think about. Yeah, quad queens is definitely a beautiful hand, and we saw quad kings get some value earlier in the stream. It's sometimes very difficult to get value for those hands unless your opponent has a full house, or if you have an opponent that is willing to bluff a bit. So it's nice to see both Sherry and Donna actually in the chat at the same time. The two of them were busy all summer with Twitter Spaces. I think it took over their life for a little bit of time. I listened in occasionally. I was being like a silent observer, just hearing what people were talking about, but I understood that if I engaged any further, if I started talking, that I'm never leaving. And that would have made my summer very difficult if I'm never leaving Twitter. But do enjoy that kind of stuff. I love when poker players and poker fans and those involved on whether directly in the industry or influencing the industry are having some nice detailed conversations about what's happening from their perspectives. As a journalist, because my daytime job is a poker journalist, it gives me some insight into how others are thinking. Because even though I'm a player too, I'm a bit jaded because I understand the industry side so well that the things that I might be thinking about aren't the same things that other players are thinking about. So it's always great to hear the perspective from other people. And great job with that, Sherry and Donna. I think now, I mean, Sherry was already known because she's a amateur. She could be a professional photographer. I love her photos. She takes amazing poker photos. So Sherry was a bit known in the U.S. Now Donna was known in Europe, but now I'm pretty sure Dark Angel is a household name to many in the United States as well. So we have about 25 minutes left of action, so I would almost expect to see something really fancy happen. Now, I have no idea if that is the case. We are also on a 20-minute delay, and I'm on a different floor, so I really, in a soundproof booth, so I have no access to that. But typically that happens a lot on live streams. especially if someone didn't win a big pot, they want to try to win one before the stream ends. We can all be immature at times, but it's kind of like a fine line between immature and having fun, and then being mature when we need to be. Never too old to be immature. As I get older and older, sometimes I feel like my personality continues to get younger and younger. Like I kind of maybe peaked at 30 and now getting involved in the poker industry well after that, it affords me that I can be myself. I don't have to pretend. I don't have to wear a suit every day. You know, it's that doesn't, the classifications of immaturity. I consider myself to be a mature person, but I can be very immature at times as well. I mean, if you put me together, Donna, with like someone like Kat, I'm going to be immature for hours at a time. But you know, it's all a matter of who I'm with, and if I can have some fun that night. I think you've seen both sides of me for sure. And those of you that want to meet Archangel, maybe she'll be in Malta. I'm likely to make my way out to Malta again this year as well for this. I was in Malta 3 times already this year. I absolutely love being there. I love working there. I love Portomaso, where the next Grand Prix, it's not, well, the Grand Prix is going to be there too, but it's the Party Poker Millions Malta, which also features a 1 million guaranteed 550 Grand Prix. So double the guarantee of what we have this week in Bratislava. Should be quite some nice value. So there's some early bird specials as well. And those of you watching on the stream have a unique chance to play day 1 online absolutely for free. Unfortunately not for Sherry because she's in the United States, but most of you I think are in countries where you can play at Party Poker. So just in an hour and 20 minutes or so, there's a free roll. You can find it in the lobby, and the password to that free roll is Bratislava with a capital B. The top 2 places in that free roll will win a €550 ticket to an online day 1. There's 3 online day 1s before the live portion begins. There'll be a whole host of day 1s also at Portomaso. But it gives you an amazing chance to get involved. And if you back up to day 2, head on over to Malta. But 120 spots pay in that free roll, tons of feeder tickets. And being that we're going to be off stream before it starts, you guys have the passwords. If you don't share it with anyone, that's more value for you. And there seems to be a lot of chips in the pot, but I don't know exactly what's happening. Maybe those aren't chips, but it looks like there are chips in front of the dealer on the left side there. I don't see a board. I don't see, yes, there is a hand going on because Patrick folds, or Patrick actually bet out. And it looks like he got Michael to fold. That happens a lot more commonly, by the way, in PLO than it does in Hold'em. The technology is very good, but it's, you know, it's basically for PLO, in order for the reader to read your hand, it typically has to read all 4 cards. If it reads like 2 of the cards or 3 of the cards, it may not show any of the cards for that player. And it's the same for Hold'em, but there's only 2 cards, so the chances of that happening are much smaller. And of course other things can happen as well, but the crew here does a fantastic job, so shout out to them. And a shout out to Card Casino in general. It's only my 2nd time here. I was here earlier in the year, also had a blast. Very professionally run, very spacious, amazing pokerman Gerlasso as well. You can see the owner in the blue shirt standing up in seat 5. Can't say I've gotten to know him well, but he's a very nice gentleman. And at least we can have some, if we can't see some cards, we're getting some entertainment because they're back playing the stand-up game again. In addition to Malta, there's one other stop planned this year by Party Poker, and that will actually be in Dublin, also in association with the Irish Poker Festival, and that should be absolutely fantastic. And that starts on Halloween, October 31st. Right after the Malta Poker Festival, which was a Party Poker sponsored event a few years, last year actually. I need to share with you, Donna, my busy schedule at some point offline. But I will be going somewhere directly after this and then going home for a few days to spend time just chillaxing. And then taking my son to the USA. I'm doing it all wrong. I go to the USA in August, but I really want to spend time with family. And if I went in June and July, I would have been so tempted to fly out to Vegas, play some cash games, hop in maybe in a tournament or two. I haven't played a WSOP event in Vegas in 10 years. So it's about time to play one or two. My bankroll doesn't actually agree with that at the moment. But my bankroll would allow me to take shots in some of the bracelet events. I wouldn't be playing the dailies. I would rather play cash games at that point because there's a lot of mixed cash games going on in Vegas that we don't see as often, unfortunately, spread in Europe. There are hotbeds of it. I have played mixed games actually here at Card Casino and some Super Dealer's Choice fun games. But whenever there's a Super Dealer's Choice game going and I have some free time, I try to hop in. And then after USA, there's a few trips planned as well, including hopefully coming to Malta. I should rephrase that. I will be in Malta, but hopefully at the next Party Poker event. If I'm not here commentating with you guys, I may just come to play. It's so much value. I would need to qualify for the millions because that is above my bankroll, but I could fire a bullet or two into the Grand Prix. And now I can play it on the Party Poker again on the network anyway, because I opened up OptiBet in Lithuania, which is a skin of the Party Poker network. They're all owned by Entain, the parent company. We had BWin streamer Alex in yesterday, and BWin is also part of the Party Poker family. I dread that day, Donna. There's so many chips in the pot. Now at least we could see the hand. We didn't see what the betting was, but we see there's a bunch of chips, probably about a 3K pot. Making everybody jealous that he's sitting down and they're not, and still wins a pot while sitting down. Yeah, Donna, that's a tough spot. I don't know what I'm going to do. It's maybe different with Lucas as an only child. You know, I don't think he wants to go too far from home, but he should know that that I'm a nomadic spirit in Lithuania as long as I am, because I love it there, but also because I want Lucas to have some stability. So if he decides to go to school somewhere, we can move a little closer for that period of time as well. Yeah, Caitlin seems like a trooper. She seems like a mini you, not afraid to stand up for what's right. Very talented with her music as well, and seems like a very intelligent young lady. Andre, okay, so we have some cards again. Andre opening up the 400. Pavel 3-betting with this 10-10-6-4. Really, I guess, wanting to sit down. I mean, it is double suited. I wouldn't have minded a call, but a 3-bet is a bit ambitious there. But Michael likely will change this altogether. He's been sitting down while everybody else is standing up because he's won back-to-back hands, and he should be 4-betting here with his aces. I mean, if it was PLO 8, he'd be in like almost dreamland right now. But even in PLO, you have aces. You have loose players because they're standing up. Last time they stood up, everything was loose. You should never be thinking, well, Pavel likely has better aces than me with like a couple Broadway cards mixed in. Never be afraid to 4-bet there. And Pavel calling, interesting. He is in position. This is interesting, though, because neither player flopped the flush, but I think if Michael checks, Pavel may try to rip one, and then Mike has that ace of clubs, nut flush blocker. So if Pavel's betting big, Michael might be able to sniff this out. Now, the other problem is that Michael aces is still ahead, but just having those aces isn't good. So I like Michael's play. He bets it out. Pavel folds. Happy days if Pavel woke up with a hand. It could have been very expensive for Michael, but instead he's up to nearly 28,000, and he leaves Pavel still standing up. Peaches.
To jsem vyprávěl teďka v USA, jsem tě udělal.
Welcome, Raul. Thank you for joining us. I've seen Dark Angel ban people for less, Jerry, but it's Peaches. So I mean, what can we do there, Donna? All we could do is sit back and watch.
Klasický high frequency codes.
So even though players are standing up still, it does fold all the way around to Michael in the small blind, who just keeps winning hands. Does open to 450. Well, Jacob did call from the cutoff. No, we're not sure, but I think he did call from the cutoff, just slipped. We do not know what he has, but it looks like both Peter called from the big blind, Jacob called from the cutoff for a 1.5K pot. Well, what we could do here is we could play along as if we're Michael, because we're kind of in the same spot as Michael. We know our cards, but we don't know what our opponents have other than they got involved. And now he's facing a 10-10-9 flop with 2 hearts, just that 7 of hearts in his hand. Even if he completes a straight with an 8, it's not very good. He should be a little bit concerned about those 10s. He might be good at the moment and should be happy it checked around. The Jack of clubs on the turn, and now we see Jacob's cards. I was about to say that Michael is maybe blocking a straight, and in a sense he is to some extent, but Jacob shows up with one anyway. Now the problem is that 10 paired up. And there's a lot of like 10-9s, 10 jacks in. But still, if Peter checks as well, I expect very often for Jacob to bet. But Peter leads out. I don't think Jacob is going anywhere, at least at this particular point in time. And I think Michael will finally lose a hand and makes the correct fold. Obviously, if a king comes on the river, maybe the fold wasn't correct. But for now, it was the correct fold. And the 7 of diamonds on the river doesn't change anything, unless his opponent has pocket 7s, of course. Or like a 10-7 that they may have been afraid of before. It looks like, though, the players are putting their cards in the box Supernova. But if the reader isn't reading all 4, once again, it's not going to show the cards. But we know what Michael has. Well, Michael's out of the hand. We know there's a king-queen on a jack 10-10 x7 board. Well, now we see only some of the board, but we know it's there's 2 10s on the flop, 9 Jack 7, and that the Queen King is likely good, but maybe there'll be a chop pot, maybe there'll be a full house. But it was another bet of 1,000 by Peter. Jacob making the call with the straight, and it looks like the straight was indeed good. So maybe there was like a 10x, or maybe just making a stab, but then I would expect that river bet at least to be a bit bigger. So we still have a few players standing up. It seems like Patrick stands up a lot during these stand-up games. Last time he kind of blew up his stack just trying to sit down. This time he's been a bit more disciplined. I would go and make sure that we got that fixed now, but being that it's happened at the very tail end of the stream, we'll live with it. We have like a couple hands left. And here we can see the stack sizes. So even though we've had a lot of action, we haven't seen like a 10K stack go to 50 or a 20K stack go to 100, which means one thing: there's not been like these monster 6 setups, and for the most part there hasn't been like super fishy play. At times we've seen players play fishy, but I wouldn't call them fishy players, if that makes any sense. Okay, Michael calling a raise of 400 from the button with ace 10, 8, 8. Normally the under the gun would have a very strong opening range, but Jan is standing up at the moment. So really, we've seen that just from the stand-up game, that ranges change. From what I've seen from Jan, he's been a fairly tight player though, so I'm still going to put him on a strong hand. It's king, queen, queen, jack. Indeed, it is very strong. And he does flop top pair. Also a 10 would give him a straight. The queen would give him obviously a set, but that could be a scare card even though he has the jack in his hand. But more than happy to see Michael betting into him, I'm pretty sure. And the 10 of clubs on the turn, so Jan gets his 10, improves to that straight, right now has nuts. But Michael with that nut flush draw, is he going to bet his flush draw? In which case, very often I would expect to see Jan check raising here. When you're out of position, especially the check raise can be an important tool in your arsenal. Let's see if Jan is thinking along the same lines or not. Michael betting a bit bigger. It was a 1,600 bet into 2,000. But he doesn't know that Jan has the nuts. If he did, he maybe would have bet a little bit smaller if he's looking to just juice up and steal away, hoping for that club on the river. Now I'm thinking about what he wants to do, but it looks like he's sizing up a raise here. It might just be, that is indeed a raise to 5.3K, so a pot size raise. And Michael now put into a tough spot. He doesn't have quite the equity to call, but stacks are deep. If he puts his opponent also on like a weaker flush draw, I don't know. This is why I didn't like Michael's bet, because now it's going to be a hard time for him to realize the equity he had with that flush draw. And no snap decision yet from Michael. He's probably figuring out whether does my opponent have that queen jack or not. And does indeed call with this flush draw, so this pot is up to 12,600 euros with one more card to come. And the jack of diamonds on the river doesn't change anything, but it may slow Jan down because an ace-queen does beat him, no longer has the nuts on the board. However, how many ace-queens is Michael calling with? Obviously, if he has that ace of clubs, there's quite many that he would, being that he just called with a much weaker hand. Yes, he did connect with his 10 on the turn, but that doesn't really make his hand that much stronger. Because even like another 10 on the river or an ace, it doesn't really matter. It's the club factor that mattered there. So I expect this to go check, check often, or it could go check, bet, fold. The check raise, though, should make it that Michael is realizing that there's no point in trying to take this away, and that's exactly what happens. A nice pot there. And I think very well played on the turn to earn that little bit of extra money. Unlike in Hold'em, in Omaha for the most part, you don't want to be slow playing too much. If you had queen jack and Hold'em, maybe very often he's check calling the turn. He maybe even check raising then too, but it's there's more check calls and check raises than there are when you have that in Omaha. And I see Liz, I met her last night giving a much earned massage to one of the players there. And her partner in crime, Jade.
Yep.
That's a very good question, Kilmegal, and I'll find out before tomorrow's stream what the smallest blinds are at Party Poker. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to play at Party Poker for about 2 years when they left the Lithuanian market. But now they are back, so I'll find out in person soon enough. So Peter 3-bet to 1,400 with the ace, king, jack, 8 double suited. Beautiful hand, and Patrick with a beautiful hand as well with the ace, king, jack, 9. His is actually double suited Patrick's. Peter's is not. And the 9, king, 8 flop. Both players checking, very interesting. And now Peter actually improving to a full house, so getting pretty much a 2-outer there. I can't think of really too much else that would have helped him. Neither player having hearts. Even though Patrick has top 2, I'm not sure how much value Peter will get here. He may get a turn bet through, but then if it's a turn and river bet, maybe not. And then again, he's facing off against, I would consider the loosest player at the table in Patrick. And Peter betting for 1,500. And Patrick not snap responding, so maybe he will figure out how far behind he is. And he would also have to be concerned that a flush might be betting here too. That maybe wanted to see what would happen on the turn, hoping that their opponent would improve, but or had a lesser flush that they're more likely to call a turn bet than a flop bet with. But I think very often we would see most flushes betting the flop in position there. And Patrick sniffing it out, very disciplined there. I think that's a fairly easy fold for a lot of players, actually. But at this table, things can be a little bit different because Patrick's opponents are very intelligent as well and aware of how he plays on streams and aware of his image today as well.
Já jsem napůsoval.
So Patrick with the mystery hand this time around. Opening up to 400 and Peter making the call with ace-5, a4. Let's play some PL08, change the game. Peter's hand is beautiful then, and Pavel's PL08 hand would be even nicer with the ace-jack-jack too. Not so much in normal Omaha. And we don't know what Patrick has. Pavel's still standing up too, which is one of the reasons he stayed in the hand based on what we've seen before in the stand-up game. And we just have to assume Patrick didn't really have anything there. And this is an interesting turn card without even knowing what Patrick has, just because Pavel has the blockers to, let's say, any straight or the queen-jack straight. Obviously not the baby straight, but he is betting it out as if he has that straight with that pair of jacks. And this should work out beautifully. Indeed it does. Well played there, Pavel. Pavel is much more than a casino over. He is a very aware Omaha player as well. Been very impressed the 2 times I've commentated him at the feature table. Because as we mentioned earlier in the stream, typically, you know, casino owners sometimes want to have a little bit of fun playing the stream, but they're not really working on their games at all. They're just having fun. Maybe they will get lucky. And, you know, when I look at somebody like Leon 6-7 years ago, I mean, no offense to Leon, and I think he would agree with me on this as well. He wasn't a very good player 6-7 years ago, but now, when Leon is in these lineups at the TV table, he's above average of those lineups that are currently in existence in many cases, especially if there are other casino owners involved. I think if we had a game, and this would be very interesting to see actually, where we get casino owners from around the globe that love to still play poker playing in a game, I think guys like Leon and Pavel would be leading the way. Sorry, Leon, but you're not included in that list. Or I meant sorry to Rob. Because Rob Young also loves to play, but he's also gotten better, but I would put Leon and Pavel on a different level than Rob. And I'm staring half like as if I'm not even talking to you guys. I'm talking to the Slovakian commentator that has joined me. Maybe you want to join me in the booth for a hand. So we're going to see how Slovakian commentators do in English. Here we go.
Hey guys, my name is Sebastian. Currently I'm the Slovak stream with my other friend JJ. I'm trying to be a professional poker player. I've been playing it for a couple of years. My main expertise is 5-card and 4-card tournaments, so this will be not a great gray area for me, but I'm trying to do my best. So let's get into it.
We don't have that many more hands left, but we can do hopefully 1 or 2 more hands. I mean, I think the stream is ending either 8 o'clock real time or...
I was told it's going to be until 9.
Until 9, so they added a little bit of time, so that's great. The game has been good. I'm more than happy to stick around as long as we are live.
I'm not sure if you're aware they're playing the Trips game and the stand-up game.
I'm aware of the stand-up game. What is the other game?
The other game is the Trips game, and whoever wins with Trips in his hand, in his holdings, gets 500 from every other player. So that's why we saw the bluff with Patrick on seat 1 with King 999 for the 3-street bluff. And then Pavel while stepping with 3 jacks and a 7 and getting 500 from each player.
That explains a lot, because we were questioning Patrick's play quite a lot, not understanding. We saw that it was like a stand-up game, but we didn't understand what was going on with these trip bets, and this explains everything.
Now they have 2 games going on. It's quite entertaining. All these players know each other. You can tell by the loose atmosphere on the table. It's quite fun to watch and also understand.
And you can actually understand what they're talking about, unlike me. I have no idea.
I understand everything, and the energy is very nice. I believe they all play against each other quite regularly, so there's some, they adjust their plays against each other quite a bit, so it's quite fun to watch.
So we have Jan here betting with a king high flush draw, and Andre with the 10 high flush draw, and it is a paired board with the queen.
So flush is usually good.
And Andre making the call, only to get the bad news here. And Jan, I believe now has the biggest stack at the table, nearly 35,000.
Yeah, he was onto a rough start, but made up for it pretty nicely. Having the aces on ace jack jack against Patrick's ace jack was the start, and then he just kept on rolling.
And have you played personally against any of the people at the table? I know that you're not playing 50-50 PLO, but sometimes high-stakes players do enjoy some low-stakes games for the banter.
I played some tournaments in here. I played with Pavel, I believe. Maybe I played a little bit with Patrick. And with the guy in the C3. So whenever there is a 1K or higher PLO running at Card Casino tournament, they sometimes just hop in for a quick spin, and it's always quite fun. There's one player that I played with a bit more. His name is Bookshaw, but he was supposed to arrive, but he didn't show up yet, so I'm not sure what's going there entirely.
We had a player that was supposed to come too that didn't show up, that even was trying to confirm, and then not showing. It's how it goes sometimes, especially in these high stakes games.
We had a friend that's a German professional, but he was supposed to come, but now I'm not so sure because everybody is speaking Slovak or Czech, so I guess they didn't want to break up the dynamic.
That makes sense. That might be because my friend was a German guy, so he's not going to be happy if they. What's that?
Was that
Manuel? Yeah, it's George's friend, and he's not going to be very happy if he came and they didn't let him play because we already confirmed that he can play.
Yeah. Having a comfort seat and then not being able to play.
But that's what happens when you have a hosted game and it's hosted by Patrick Yaros. And we have a very interesting hand here. So we have Jacob with a set of jacks, Jan with top two, and has that Broadway draw. And no possible flushes, and now Jacob knows that he is most likely miles ahead of Jan. Obviously, he's behind aces and kings, even pocket twos, but that's it.
I think it can get a bit interesting if Jan might be opting for a cheeky check raise. It's a good hand for it. He has the king of spades, ace king also. But also, I think Jakob has been playing quite tight, so he goes just for the call.
I think a call is good. You don't need to necessarily turn that kind of hand into a bluff because you're going to get quite a lot.
Yeah.
Especially without any tens in your hand. I mean, he does have the queen, but the queen 10 is still calling there. Probably any deuce is calling there, but how many deuces is he going to have in his hand? Probably not a lot.
Not that many.
Your ace king is really just a bluff capture at that point in time.
Also the queen and the king of spades, it's a nice hand. I mean, it's one of the best ones you can be calling with, besides having a mate hand. So.
But if you turn it into a check raise, I don't think you're getting anything better than you to fold. I'm trying to think of what hands that are better than top two are going to fold there.
Well, yeah, it's a bit tricky because sometimes players represent in a different way. Whilst, like for example, I'm not sure how much he would bet with ace deuce, which is the bottom house, and if he opts in, like that's a hand you might be able to fold.
Maybe an ace deuce, yeah. But I don't know how many deuces he has, as I mentioned. But it is impossible, especially in a TV table game where players will show up with more deuces than in a 50-50 game that's not on a TV table. Then again, I've seen some 50-50 private games in my day that, or even higher stakes that I haven't been involved with, but that I've been at, with another game running at the same time that play looser than the smaller stakes game I'm playing at another table.
Yeah, the private games tend to get wild.
That dates back many years, so I haven't been at a private game probably in 6 years.
It's quite some time.
I prefer to play at a casino these days, it's or online at home, those are the two.
Online is the way for me.
I have some amateur friends that I need to play bad, and we just play for small money, but then I throw all the thought process out the window and just have some fun and drink as much as possible, make it a fun night.
That's why I don't really like playing with friends because, I play so much of poker, and then when I actually want to have some time off, I would just rather not play.
I love it so much, though, and I don't play nearly as much as you do, unfortunately, because I'm on the road so much. I'm also, as you know, a live reporter. That's my, let's say, bread and butter. I do prefer doing commentating, But there's a lot of people that can do commentating, not a lot of people that can do what I do with a pen.
I don't think I'm doing that good. I'm just trying to stay afloat in commentating. It's my first time today. Yeah, I'm trying to do my best.
The key is to be yourself, have some fun.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll be
engage with the chat. I don't know if you have chat in Slovakian or if they're a little quieter.
YouTube and Facebook, but unfortunately nobody said anything yet.
Oh, come on, Slovakian poker community. Give some love to JJ and Sebastian. They're doing fantastic over on the Slovakian stream on the Card Casino website.
I gave some encouragement, but nothing came through, so you're welcome over there, but it's in Slovak, so... Well, guys, it was nice having you around for a bit.
Yeah, thanks for joining, and come back anytime.
Okay.
Even if you're not coming in the booth for the fresh air.
Okay, I might show up, guys. Be ready.
That was Sebastian, and you can hear a little bit more from him, but not in English if you wanted to on the Card Casino Facebook and YouTube. They broadcast quite many cash games, actually. I've tuned in the past, usually with some music on in the background. Being a commentator, I don't always need to listen to other commentators, although I do learn from other commentators, so when it is in English, I typically do have the audio on. But when it's not in English, I can still watch it and follow along what's happening. So those of you just tuning in, if you want to play in tonight's free roll, it starts in 47 minutes at Party Poker. Absolutely free to enter. The password is BRATISLAVA with a capital B. Do not share that with on social media, not unless you want to lose value. Considering this pays out 120 prizes, the top 2 prizes will get something super special. They will be able to play already in the next Grand Prix over in Malta with a 1 million guaranteed prize pool, and they can play day 1 from the comfort of their own home before heading out to Malta for day 2. I love these like hybrid events, and I'm hoping we see some more. I don't want every event to be a hybrid event, so let's make that clear. But I like having, let's say, 10, 20, 50% of events that are around the world be hybrid events. It adds a new dynamic, and it also brings people to casinos that never had the opportunity to see how social, how fun, and even how profitable live poker can be. Like typically, let's say a 550 live tournament is going to be softer than a lot of, let's say, 55 buy-ins online. The same holds true for a lot of cash games. A 2-2 Omaha cash game is going to be easier than, let's say, a 50-cent $1 online cash game at most websites anyway. Unfortunately, Homelander, Party Poker is not available in Slovakia, where we are hosting this event at the luxurious Card Casino Bratislava. So I apologize that you weren't able to get in on the value. I can't get in on the value either. As this is strictly for players at Party Poker, so the other skins such as like B1 and OptiBet, the free roll is not for them, it's only for Party Poker players. So we had a raise pre-flop, and it's checked all the way through to the river here. 2 pair over for Andre, has the check mark, expected to check through on the river as well. Indeed it does. I wouldn't have been shocked to see Patrick try to take it away, but it wasn't really a big enough pot to really have to do anything fancy with.
My jsme si to říkali, proč pořád hrajete ty projekci, no. Já jsem to říkal, že to vypadá na to neopravidlo.
Homelander, I don't have any news. I do know one or two people that do the regulatory stuff, but it's a bit tricky. Each market is so specific, and I do know a lot about different markets and their laws, but I can't say I'm fully up to date on the Slovakian regulations. And one thing that I love about Party Poker is they are probably the most compliant major online organization that's out there. If they think that they may run into problems, they leave the market or find a more legal way to do it. But we have George back. So welcome back, George. Hope you enjoyed your snack.
Yeah, I got some nice grub at the bar. The restaurant upstairs, which was delicious. So looking forward to getting back into some tasty PLO action. How's it been since I've been away?
It's been good, and we learned one thing. Sebastian came in for about 5 minutes and joined us. So we can give some love over to the Slovakian stream as well. They're doing a good job as well.
Lovely.
And I'm glad we had him, because the reason that Patrick and another player were playing trips is they had a second side game with the trips. And if you win a hand with trips, everybody has to give you €500.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense now. And also the 4-bet from the guy next to him. Was it Michael?
I think it was Michael.
Yeah, king, 4. That makes a bit more sense now.
Yeah, Homelander, I don't agree with the regulations, but on the other hand, if you're not following the regulations, you can get in massive trouble, get massive fines, and it could have longer-term ramifications. So it's better to play it safe than sorry. Of course, you can gloss over that, but the U.S. market is a very prime example of that, like with Poker Stars, like for example, I don't mean to throw them under the bus because they're also a great organization, but unlike Party Poker, they stayed in the U.S. market for a bit longer than they should have.
Yeah.
And then they got punished for it, to some degree when regulation did take place in a variety of states. Poker Stars was locked out of Nevada, where they wanted to be. It took them a very long time to get a New Jersey license.
Yep.
Now it's a bit easier for them because they've been, better, I would
Making
say.
amends.
Yeah. They're still in some markets that they probably shouldn't be, but let's leave it at that.
Yep.
And, Party Poker is a completely different breed, and it didn't have to be Stars that I pointed out. They're actually fairly compliant comparatively to a lot of other sites I can name.
Yeah.
But in terms of Party, I can't think of a country that they're in that they shouldn't be in.
No,
even
exactly.
in Lithuania, they left the market, but then OptiBet is fully licensed in Lithuania. They own the OptiBet brand, so now we have poker.
So interesting turn card now. Michael has 3-bet pre, I would imagine. Or has he led the flop? So Jakob with the 7-deuce and the flush draw on the flop is going to be able to shake it down and win with the 7-deuce, takes down a 3K pot. Looks like Michael just defended the ace, queen, queen 4 from the big blind. Could be a 3-bet candidate, but coming and going in gears in this game.
He wasn't standing up, that was the problem.
Yeah. That's a big thing, isn't it? It's a big swing for the guys, whether they're standing up or not, and it looks like the stand-up game is back in full force.
During the last one, Michael won the first 2 or 3 hands, actually.
Oh, wow. Do you know how much they're playing for? Is it 500 as well? Or 1K?
I think something like that.
Yeah.
It's not a lot, because I haven't seen like a big pile of chips. I mean, it's a lot of money in real money, but in terms of like it's one.
In terms of big blinds, it's like
second blind.
Yeah, with the 3 blind structure, it's 5 blinds, which still adds up.
Yeah, but it's like 2.5 M.
And so
I don't know if M exists in a cash game world, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but 3.5K to be paid out if you do lose the stand-up game by the looks of things.
Kevin is in the chat. Welcome, Kevin. Hope all is well. It sounds like there may not be something that is great, very weird stuff, but that's you. We're supposed to be letting him out tomorrow. So I'm not sure I fully follow because I've been kind of away from social media for a little while outside of making a few posts here and there. I found myself on the phone checking everything way too often.
Yeah.
So I took a small break. I do that every few months or so and then come back.
Homeless Grinder saying, take a seat, Georgie boy. I would love to, but unfortunately the politics of getting into these games is way above my pay grade.
And it wouldn't be right either if George has been
commentating.
It's different in like a 2-2 game, but I think the players would be happy if they knew that you were sitting down.
Yeah, I could see exactly what they're doing, what their kind of approach to this format is, both in the stand-up and the conventional sense of PLO.
However, it's much different later when they're not on the stream. Then it's all fair game.
It is fair game. And Nerd King Razor saying different breed but PLO is dead on the Party Network. I don't think it's completely dead. I've played some 1-2 PLO Zoom on there that gets a little bit of traffic, but in terms of the higher stakes regular tables, it's difficult to get the traffic on there, but I think good things are coming from Party Poker. You see them emerging back into the live scene, and I think big things are coming from
I hope so
the
too.
conversations I've had. Yeah.
It looks like things are on the up and up.
Absolutely. So keep your eyes peeled for future stops. Malta coming up next.
Malta next, end of September, beginning of October.
Yep.
As we already mentioned, in 38 minutes you'll be able to play a free roll. Maybe we'll see you in Malta.
Yeah, 2 seats available, guys.
Password is Bratislava with a capital B. I'm so sorry to hear about that, Kevin.
That's the gin turn for Calendar with the 8-5, drilling the middle pin, and 8-5 with the redraw. Looking pretty tasty. Unless Patrick's got some kind of flush draw or a 10-8-9, then he's going to be able to take this pot down. Already 4K in there, so going to be looking to protect versus hands like sets and flush draws. And yeah, just pots it. I think that's the way to go.
And that's a new player as well. Do you know him?
I've seen this guy around, but I can't say I would be able to offer any insight on his playing style. Not going to be able to learn much from him potting the nuts multi-way there, so let's keep our eyes peeled on seat 4, Calendar. Filling out those shirt sleeves quite nicely, I may say.
Yes, yes. Everybody's saying I lost a lot of weight, but now I'm so skinny that I need to like actually go to the gym and
Hit a bit of
a
weight.
lot of shirt there.
Yeah, tough to find the time in the poker lifestyle, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Kev, hopefully you have another 5 to 10 years with Pops. 92 is a nice age, but it's always sad when your father is not feeling well. My dad is in his late 80s now, so kind of like a similar spot.
Yeah, my granddad in the late 80s as well. It's an uncomfortable position to be in, you know, when you're worrying about the what the future might bring. That's for sure. So sorry to hear that, Kev. Keep your head up and stay positive. I'm sure what we're meant to be will be, you know.
But he is coming home soon, it sounds like, so hopefully they can enjoy some quality time together.
Yep.
So we don't know what the action is, but at least we know some of the hands. And we can see Andre has that top set.
Yeah, trips, and then Peter is having the mystery hand in seat 3. Well, he's walking away from the table, so can't be too interested unless he's playing an extremely good Hollywood game. And yeah, just going to take it down is Andre, and taking a seat at the table. 14.2k. He was winning all the pots earlier, so he might have taken a bit of a hit. Is that right?
Yeah, there were some big hands while you were gone.
Okay.
Primarily because of this extra games that they're playing.
Yeah, a game of stand-up. So for you guys that are just tuning in and maybe aware or unaware of the stand-up game, it often incites much more action because people are, you know, frantically jousting to take their seat at the table and avoid having to pay the 5 big blind penalty to the rest of the players. 5 big blinds in, you know, your local 2-2 game may not be too much of a stretch in terms of euro value, but in this game it's 3.5k. So, you know, a lot of money being sent around if you are not willing to win a hand before your other 7 opponents. And so you will see some pretty loosey-goosey action, lots more aggression, lots more fighting for the small pots that you may see more cautious approach in the conventional style of PLO.
And when you combine that with the trips game they're playing, if you have trips in your hand and you win it, everybody gives you 500 euro.
Yeah, it becomes bananas quite quickly, which is exactly what we want to commentate on and what you guys, I'm sure, at home want to see as well.
I did enjoy like the quality poker, though, that we had in the first hour that we were doing it. We saw some great play from all the players, and that's also interesting to watch how great players battle against each other at such large stakes.
Yeah,
so both ways.
And this is a classic example. You see this Jack-Jack 10-5 rainbow, conventionally not going to be an open from the cutoff in a 3-blind game, just too weak without the suit. Maybe if the 5 was a 9 and you had a bit more connectivity, it would be opened in the conventional PLO. But in this game, just going to be getting in the mix.
And look what Andre's cold calling a 3-bet with there.
Yeah, pretty loosey-goosey stuff. Decent high-low hand. Not so sure about this, because the action is still open for Michael potentially to realize that Andre's not going to have so much of a holding here, so it does sort of introduce quite an advantageous 4-bet spot. And let's see what Peter's up to. We haven't seen much of his cards, actually. Is that some kind of tactical maneuver from him?
It doesn't look like it, because we had about 5 hands in a row at one point.
Okay.
We weren't seeing any players' cards, and we had one card, we've had a few hands where we haven't seen boards, so I think it's more of like they maybe need to change the deck.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to bring it up technically because I thought we were ending now, but it turns out that we're going to end in about 30 minutes, but it's worth bringing up for tomorrow's stream.
Yeah.
Change maybe the deck a little bit more often, or retest some of the slots. It happens. You know even better than I do what goes into making a live stream.
Yeah, it's
and
tough.
The fact that it's running so smooth. We're always going to have like small things here and there, and it's not really that big of a deal to have a mystery hand. In fact, it's fun because we don't know what Peter is up to. A lot of players are, let's say, 3-betting only their aces, but not at this table. And we see an ace in the flop and an ace in Andre's hand, so it's likely not that. But Peter's all in here.
Yeah, Andre this proves why this hand isn't so optimal as a cold call. Because wow, just absolutely drills the backdoor straight for the nuts as well.
But it looks like they're running it twice.
You got aces, Peter, over there?
So
wow, oh, that's a backdoor flush as well, right?
Oh, wow. But what does Peter have? Did he have those aces?
Looks like a point on that card on the left, so that might be the ace of clubs. I'm not sure what he's got with it, but he's going to be sick to his stomach seeing both of those run outs, a backdoor flush and the backdoor nut straight.
He's probably happy that he didn't have a little bit more in his stack.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if he had something like a set of queens, or if he had the 2 remaining aces. But I could see him just, in this kind of game where players are standing up against a short stack player, that even something like ace-queen is going to call there too.
Yeah.
Asif. So Asif was in actually the commentating booth. He just got to Bratislava last night at midnight.
Yep.
He won a package at Party Poker. He made a post on Facebook as I was coming out where I thought he already won the package, so I maybe misread, and I was looking forward to seeing Asif. And it turned out that he was still battling it out, and then about 20 minutes later he did win his way over here.
Lovely.
The Poker Tourist, for those of you that don't know, you can follow him on Facebook. He's quite entertaining, always has some amazing photos about some of the vibe going on.
Yeah, a good ambassador for the Satellite Dream, which is absolutely in play on Party Poker. You can get yourself into steps and phases for bigger buy-ins, and you can win yourself in there for just a couple of dollars to get yourself into a live 550 buy-in. That's what Asif did. And you guys should check that out over at Party Poker. So 9-7 deuce. Not really anyone smashing that flop. Jakob has the top pair with the backdoor flush draw. Some kind of weak backdoor straight draw going on there as well. Patrick, swing and a miss from him. And as usual, not really connected. Yeah, but Peter is going to fire here with the queens, with the heart blocker, and gets 2 folds. So
Easy
nicely done.
peasy.
Yeah, I like that. He blocks some strong hands like 7-7, 9-7, also blocks some of the stronger flush draws. So a good one to stab there, and wins his seat back down at the table, and he's going to have to worry less about paying out the 3.5k for remaining contestants. Let's see who's going to be throwing a couple of those pink chips around worth 500 each. The whites are 100, and I believe the greens are 25.
I'm curious how it works with Pavel. I don't think he was here at the start of the stand-up game, so I think it's okay. But if you leave, I guess, in the middle of the stand-up game, that's your loss.
Yeah, yeah, that's on you. I don't think he's going to be short for the payout, but
no, but I don't think he has to do it because he wasn't here when they
didn't
stood
start.
up.
Okay.
So then it wouldn't really be fair. I'm trying to think while watching this if I know of another player that wins more satellites online to live events on a regular basis than Asif, and really nobody is coming to mind.
No, I've never actually met him in the flesh, but I've seen his social media presence, and I've seen that he is just a great ambassador for the game.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
and
He
that's
truly loves
exactly what
poker.
it is. Yeah.
He does a lot, gives a lot.
And that's what it's all about, right?
Always happy to talk to anyone. I always enjoy my conversations with Asif.
Yeah, he encapsulates the beauty of poker. You know, it's a very social and globe-trotting game. If you approach it in that way, you can get yourself in for cheap online, get your satellites in, and you know, win your way onto the big stage here at one of the stream games. We will be streaming much more tournament action over the next couple of days.
Yes.
You're going to be doing the main event, right? That's going to be interesting. 500K.
Yes, that will be very interesting. I'm not sure who the guests will be for that, but I really hope that we work it out that you'll be coming back tomorrow.
I'd love to, yeah.
So we'll have a little powwow after we're done, but if you're available, I'm pretty sure that the Party Poker crew would love to have you back as well. Your analysis is top-notch.
Thank you,
and
sir.
even though I can follow Cash Game, and even though I final tabled like a 7,000 person at a website that I was allowed to play at, a game when my first Omaha online tournament in 5 years, I don't understand Omaha ICM.
Oh wow, yeah. It's a completely different beast to even Hold'em, and we will dive into that for you eagle-eyed viewers tomorrow, I'm sure. Interesting flop here for Jakob. He's got a really strong club blocker and the nut straight blockers as well. Would be a good one to potentially consider leading. Does realize the utility of this hand as a bet on the turn, and his opponent simply can't do anything with just ace high, so takes it down there with a nice bluff. And
Lander's asking why they're standing, but we just explained that they're playing a stand-up game, and basically what that means is when you win a hand, you can sit down, and the last player to sit down has to pay everyone 5 big blinds, in this case 500 euros, in order to sit down.
Yeah.
And then I think they're doing it based on a dealer change or when the waitress comes. I don't know exactly the timing. It could be every certain number of minutes. We'll try to make sure that for the rest of the week that when these things happen, although this is the last cash game we're streaming, so they're not going to be doing these things in tournaments, that we're more aware of the rules, but typically that's what we've seen happening. And on top of that, they have a trips game as well, where if you have chips in your hand and you win it, every player ships you over 500 euro.
Yeah.
But the stand-up game can be a lot more expensive.
Yeah. And a lot more fun when in an aggressive dynamic you pick up double suited aces. And should be seeing some action here. Peter's going to be defending here with the 10-10-9-8. A bit too weak to 3-bet, but definitely.
He's sitting down.
Yeah, but he, you know, Patrick standing there, his VPIP has been near 100% level in some spots. So let's see what we've got. King 9-3, not the ideal board for Jan. He's got a backdoor flush draw, but he doesn't really have any decent interaction with stronger hands on this flop, so he does elect to check back and drills a lovely turn, giving him both straight draw and flush draws. Peter now may think that there is a green light to start representing some of the hands that Jan simply doesn't have very often. Hands like kings, hands like nines, hands like king 5, king 9. And Jan is going to go for the delayed bet and takes it down with a 1k stab.
It seemed fairly standard.
Pretty standard stuff. Yeah, the problem when you have a pair in your hand there, when you want to start bluffing on the turn, you just kind of decrease your equity versus the imposition continue. Often on a board like that, where it's quite disconnected, you'd see a lot of the air c-bet. So when you see someone check back, they're going to often have quite a strong or stronger than average hand that will be able to call a turn stab. So Peter has actually been really impressed with his play. Looks like one of the stronger players on the table, from my opinion, understanding that very well, despite having some kind of interaction with the future blockers for the straight and also the club and the middle pair blocker as well. So just showing some discipline there.
Patrick's still in jeopardy of losing yet another stand-up game. And folding. And Michael can fold as well. It's like Michael has position in the stand-up game. There's no pressure on Michael when Patrick has already folded a hand.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
just taking away the blinds.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that in a while.
No, we haven't. Especially with two guys there anxiously waiting for their fate.
A pak si říkám, že vlastně dvoje nepotřebuju od toho bytu, tak jedny můžu odložit. Tak jsem je odložil, jdu si dvakrát, vrátím se nahoru, držám tam klíč od jedného bytu. Ve 2 ráno.
We may actually be seeing some of these players tomorrow, because I imagine at least some will try to late enter the 2500 Omaha tournament with that 100,000 guarantee. I'm going to do a quick check to see how many players are in that so far. We saw there were 32 earlier, so it's well on the way of smashing the guarantee to become one of the biggest Omaha tournaments in Europe. Although according to George, they regularly run big ones, but I don't
nothing
think
of this ilk though.
Close to 40 players already.
100k guarantee for Omaha is very ambitious, and it just shows you the intentions of Party Poker spanning the European presence.
I think it'll meet its guarantee. It has 36 players now. There's, I think, 3 levels of late reg open. If we could see on here when the next break will be. No, it's 22.
No chance that misses that overlays for sure, because a lot of these guys will jump straight in as well. We're going to be finishing fairly shortly, and the natural progression for many of these guys with the deeper pockets is to go and give themselves a last-minute flick into the 2K.
And late reg is open until 10 o'clock, so quite some time left yet.
Quite some time, exactly. And these guys, that's not a big tournament for them. They're going to be playing for much bigger sums, as you can see, with the amount of money in play here. Often sitting 20k plus deep.
Unshook One is asking if you're jumping in, George. Well, then I don't think George would be able to do commentating tomorrow, but maybe he would jump in.
That would have my hands tied. Unfortunately not. Taking a little bit of a break from live poker whilst I sort out some of the personal stuff that I've been dealing with, and but very happy to jump into the comms and provide you guys with a little bit of insight, hopefully.
It's been a while since we've done like this long comms. I jumped in a couple times with you as a guest for like 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there when I'm doing other work like reporting or something, and I have a little bit of time, but it's probably been 5 or 6 years when
do you think?
we're both starting out.
Wow, yeah, it must have been, Wow, that's quite some time.
But I do enjoy having you in the booth, and in a way I can actually take a step back. I'm used to we're both used to leading the commentating.
We had a little bit of friction in the past with that, didn't we?
Yeah, that's what we had, because we're both starting out, but in this case it makes a lot more sense for you to lead the way to discuss the hands, because even though I'm not, let's say, terrible at Omaha, I at least have a fairly okay understanding of it. I'm not the expert that you are. It's
yeah, that's what 16 hours a day sat playing at home gets you. For better or for worse.
Does Glinda know about the Trips game?
Maybe. It looks like he is interested. Look, that's a couple of juicy pinks being thrust into play. And he's going to be 3-betting, and he's lucky now to see Patrick's not got much of a hand. So if he finds a way to not connect with the ace-king 4-3, then Kalenda is going to be taking some nice bounties here.
We could see some leveling too, because Kalenda is playing for that trip bounty where Patrick just wants to sit down and not have to pay everybody money.
Yeah, we've got bounty on bounty action here. It's going to be quite frantic. Let's see if we can get some kind of interesting flop, maybe like a king high flop with 2 diamonds. King, jack, maybe like queen 8-2 with, no, we need king X, don't we? Oh, that's interesting. Got the flush draw for Kalenda, and Patrick has a pair with a gut shot.
Kalenda's actually miles ahead here because his 10s are also still actually good. We saw a similar spot with trip kings as well, actually winding up being okay.
Yeah, and Patrick does unfortunately have to fold. There we go.
So not only does Patrick have to stand up, he also has to pay 500 euro, as does everybody else at the table besides Pavel, because he wasn't in the hand.
It's interesting because I picked up on a little bit of their Czech there. I just spent a month in Prague, and there these guys would say this phrase "ty vole," and it means, it's kind of loosely translated as "you bull," but it's like but it's like also it can be like in your face. It can be like a jokey thing, but it's kind of like a Czech language. I'm not sure how to describe it.
I think every language has something.
Yeah, it's kind of like the filler phrases that we have in the UK, you know.
You guys use like some bad words that's like very accommodating, like as
especially the
friends.
Australians as well.
Yes.
Yeah, the Australians will use the C word very liberally.
Where if you use that in the United States, you're going to get punched, you know?
Yeah, it's really, it comes with like a real tinge, doesn't it, when you hear that word spoken in places like the US, for sure.
Now I'm just used to it. If it's from a British person and they call me that, I take it as a compliment.
Yeah, because you call your C's mates and your mates C's.
But you can also use it still in a bad way too, but you know when it is and when it isn't.
Yeah. So Kalenda with the loosey-goosey open looks like he's really feeling himself. Ace, Jack, 8-3 with just the 8 high suit into a 3-blind structure with one guy who's battling for... Oh, what's Jakob doing here? Just peeling with the ace 7-5.
Maybe didn't want to jack up the pot knowing that both players were going to call.
Yeah, that's...
Got lucky that he did, because look at this flop for Andre.
That's fair. He seemed to be a little bit on the passive side, I would say. And, you know, this game is quite loose. I think we do want to push aces. You've got a suit, you've got some half-decent connectivity. Just going to get blown off the pot now, but...
I don't think I've ever not raised when I've had aces, you know, like, but
yeah, there are
I
some that
understand why he might be doing it, but
yeah.
I would play it differently as well.
If he's got ace, 8 deuce, rainbow, then of course, just come along and try and your top set mining. But this hand has a little bit more playability than that.
Yeah, 7-5 does help as well, along with the diamonds, although
exactly.
he has one too many diamonds, but still.
Yeah, which slightly devalues the hand. And he plays this kind of passive check call line, and he's going to get blown off of a lot of rivers unless he rivers like a 3 or something like that. The 7 doesn't help his opponent, but a lot of draws now get there, or a lot of better 2 pairs, and he still is behind hands like, you know, 6-6, King 6.
But if Andre bets big here, and he does, he bets 5,000. I don't see how Jacob can call here. Jakob has to lay this down, even though he has the check mark.
It's very tough. But if the flop went check, right? So Andre can still have all of the strong hands that were going for a trap on the flop.
I think there was a 500 bet on the flop.
Was there? From who?
From Andre, but I could be wrong.
He led for 500? That would...
Well...
I thought it went check round on the flop.
Maybe it was where it started.
I think it went check round on the flop, and then he bet, and now he does have these hands in his range, like 9-8. He blocks the nuts. Having all of those clubs isn't ideal, but he blocks some of the stronger hands that can call, such as hands like King 6, King 10, King 7. Blocks all of those with the king. Blocks the nuts straight.
He makes the
Whoa! What a call!
Sick hero
That's
call.
a boss man call.
And then if this hand all changes if it 3-bets pre-flop, because
Yeah.
the pot is so much bigger and it makes it a lot harder to
And
call.
he'd have got blown off his equity because Andre had all sorts of outs, right, and all sorts of equity. He had a top pair flush draw, straight draw, so he would have got blown off of the aces there. But in this line, he manages to find a way to win a big pot, and fair play for making that call. Not an easy one to make.
And we may have even seen Andre 4-bet his hand as well, based on the way Andre's playing, and he had a pretty strong hand himself. Colloquial check.
Yeah, that's right. Colloquial is a good word. It's like kind of like when you semi-insult someone mid-sentence, you know, but it's kind of friendly. And also WTF. I thought that was Bourget or Bourget. I don't know. Well, that might be oh my god actually. Yeah. Who knows? Not particularly an expert on the Czechoslovakian language mix, unfortunately. Have lived here for 3 years.
I've lived in Lithuania for almost 15, and I'm no better. I mean,
Yeah.
I know probably a lot more Lithuanian than you do.
Yeah, you can get
Slavic.
by at a restaurant and things like that.
I can read a menu, but
Yeah.
to have a full conversation, then we have to switch to English at some point.
For sure.
I was trying to chat with Lucky Mo. He's the opposite of me. He was born in Lithuania, but he's spent 25 years of his life now in Ireland, and he
Okay.
considers himself Irish, but he still can speak Lithuanian.
Yep.
And his Lithuanian is better than mine.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And I think he moved when he was like 3. you know?
Oh wow! So he's got no real right to even know the language. Yeah.
He must have had good parents. You know, I wish my parents are amazing, and it wasn't my parents because they also don't know the languages. But I'm partly like a mix of so many different countries.
Yeah.
But my grandparents and great-grandparents left for the States under, let's say, troubling times with World War II looming. You know, they got out before all that.
Yeah.
And they wanted to forget about everything and just start anew. So
Yeah, the American dream. Yeah.
It's why I don't know Polish or Austrian or Hungarian or Russian. You know, it's.
That's understandable.
I would like to know more Polish just because of where I live. There's some like pockets of Polish communities.
Okay.
There's more Polish people even before everything happened than Russians in Lithuania. The Russian population isn't very big there actually, and they're more Lithuanian Russian. You know, they don't like the war either.
Yeah.
But I'm in Poland a lot because my mother-in-law lives on the border, and I love the country. There's certainly some spots of the country that I avoid. For sure, but even the United States has places that I prefer not to go to for various reasons of, let's say, safety and just ambiance not being, you know, my style kind of thing. So I think every country, although I think Lithuania really has that, I feel like I could be anywhere in Lithuania and be like more than fine.
Ooh, massive hand for Peter.
They should do some PLO 8.
Yeah, this would be an absolute powerhouse. It's already a powerhouse in 4-card high, but 4-card high low, wow. You've really got it all figured out with this holding. Also a decent-ish hand for Jakub. Not ideal. You could even just fold because you don't have the nut suit, but the high cards are somewhat high, are somewhat connected. But this is typically a hand that's going to get you into a lot of trouble if you're facing big bets over multiple streets with your 2-pair or with your queen-high flush. You're going to be often in somewhat in a precarious spot.
Oh no, Michael. 3-betting his king,
yeah,
6. I mean, I like the 3-bet in theory, but not in this particular spot, knowing what Peter has, actually.
This is an interesting spot, because if it was just heads up, if it had just been the under the gun open, I don't think he would 3-bet this hand. But with the 2 dead ranges that often are just not going to be strong at all, he feels inclined to squeeze here, and I don't blame him, to be honest. Double paired kings, you can still see has, you know, not terrible equity.
I'm surprised how fast Michael called there. I mean, I don't think the call is horrible. I mean, it is that he's dominated here, but I think he could have thought it over a little bit. And look at this.
Just getting almost direct odds, yeah.
Peter is going to be folded and...
No, that's a straight.
Oh, a straight.
It's a straight. It's a straight on the first board for Peter. Pretty rough one for Michael there, who loses one of his outs if they are running it twice. And they are going to be running it twice, and one king has been burned, so he's looking for a 6 or some clubs. What's a good turn card? Like any kind of club? Oh, there's the 6.
There's what he needed, but there's still 2 aces.
Still diamonds.
I don't.
No, so choppy, choppy, choppy. Makes 2 sets and only wins half the pot. Bit of a beat.
I mean, to be fair, even on the first board, that was a roller coaster. When you're running it twice, even with King, King, 6, 6, at least half the time it's going to, against aces, it's going to be scooped to the aces.
Exactly, yeah.
Probably about 55% of the time, give or take. Would have to calculate that one out, but
run some numbers that we're just.
But I think it's about a little more than 50%.
We're not quite at the 200 IQ level to just figure that out on the fly, I think. Oh, to be a genius. So the stand-up game lives on, and something that we forgot to mention was that if his king top set would have held there, he'd have actually avoided losing the stand-up game, and now that despairing jack on the turn turns the tables away from him, and still he's got, you know, the EV of sort of slightly higher EV than his opponent because he's got position on him, so he's able to see what he's doing, but still, you know, he's probably in the hole for about 1,500 in EV here. Patrick taking the 2K of the 3.5.
And of course, the pots are so much bigger than that, but they care, it seems like, almost more about the stand-up game than they care about the size of the pots.
Yeah. And he's kind of got a peel here, which is really frustrating. He does fold, and he allows the opportunity, because when you're playing in position for this small amount of blinds compared to the possibility that Patrick might win the pot, you just want to be able to, you know, be in there with him so that you can kind of push him around or maybe not allow him to win the pot. But it's so multi-way that Patrick really needs to drill it to be able to do anything.
And Jacob flopping the top set here.
Yeah.
I mean, it says 74%, but that's only just because of the amount of players in this hand. It's going to be very hard to calculate on the fly. Six players, but we could see based on the stats that Kalinda with his aces still has 10%.
No one else really with a piece, right? I mean, it's such a dry board. King high, rainbow, no straight draws. Kalenda with the multi-way bet with the bare aces here. Oh, you just hate to see it. That is not the way to go. You need some kind of bit more interaction with the board. You know, you need to have some kind of king blocker or an 8 blocker and respect the amount of players in the pot. It's very important not to overvalue your aces, and he's going for his second barrel here. I don't know if he thinks that he's value betting or bluffing. Hard to say, but chips are flying in, and it's music to the ears of Jakub, ears and eyes, as now he's going to be pushing it in, I'm sure. Does have the king of spades.
Board, but obviously this 2-4 bit and other things. I mean, it's
now some spades coming
horrible,
in.
I don't think. Yeah, the spades.
Oh wow, he does call. From what I'd seen from him, I thought he was going to be quite straightforward and just be going for the shove. With the king of spades, though, he's going to risk it. 10 of spades on the river, and not what he wanted to see. He does have the king of spades, but his opponent is going to have often a lot of flush draws if he does double barrel this spot. When you've got the kings blocked and the 8 blocked, you're starting to think, well, maybe my opponent has picked up some kind of backdoor equity because you simply have removal for all of the other hands that he could be betting for value, like king 8, like 8-8, like king king, of course. So now, if Kalenda can find the barrel, he would probably win the hand, but Jakub now is going to be quite happy to check this one back, I believe. No.
For some chips, trying to get that last little bit of value, but I don't think
yeah,
that's
maybe
very wise.
He could be quite shrewd to go for like a 10th pot bet here, just to target a hand like king 8. It's kind of what your opponent's repping.
But then you're potentially losing like the hand if you're blasted off with a check raise.
Yeah, I think, it does feel more natural if you've semi-bluffed the turn with the flush draw and get there to just keep barreling, right? Targeting some kind of 2-pair. But again, if you played it tricky and went for the check raise, you're in a really tough spot. Whether he would have the minerals to do that, it's a very high-level elite play. You don't see it happening too often. But yeah, it does open the window, like you say. And so here you see Jakub just printing with the 21.7k profit. Patrick, on the other hand, hosting the game, the hammer crusher, unfortunately not hammering and not crushing today. But sat there with 34.3k, still basically covering the table. Plenty of chances to get out the hole.
But we only have, I think, 5 more minutes of action, so it depends on whether this game continues off the stream. But as you mentioned, I expect to see, especially Patrick, hop into this 2,500
yeah, for sure.
tournament.
Kind of needs to win it now to break even on the cash game session, though, which is a bit depressing. But we're on the delay as well, so we've got till 20 past, or is it actually finishing for us at 9?
Well, I think we'll find out together in 4 minutes. Because originally we were going to end at 8, and I was then told it would be like 8:20, and now I'm told 9. But I didn't ask the question whether it's 9.
That's delay or not delay.
Or not
sure.
Time. And frankly, it doesn't matter to me.
No, it doesn't. I'm enjoying it. Could do with a bit of aircon in here, but you know, beggars can't be choosers. We've got a lot of action to keep us occupied.
But it looks like being the last few hands of the evening, we're seeing a lot more 5-6 way pots.
Yeah, I mean, look what's going on here. So all of a sudden we're looking at Jan with the top and bottom open ender, Pavel with middle set, Patrick nothing, Calendar just the bare 8 high flush draw. Not going to be seeing much interest from him, and then Michael has that middle pin gut shot, but obviously not going to be seeing much from him either. So it's going to potentially be a big hand between Jan and Pavel here. Jan definitely has to continue here, even with so many players behind.
I think
saw some handshakes. Yeah.
He doesn't have any diamonds in his hand.
Yeah. Yeah, raising would be a disaster from Jan here, because you're already seeing someone lead into the field. Ace of diamonds is good for Jan, makes a straight, but is going to be slightly precarious about that introduction of the potential flush.
But with Pavel checking it, maybe he could feel a little bit more confident. I don't think Jan should be betting here, but maybe now he feels there's a chance that Pavel had something like top 2 or a set and not the flush.
Yeah, well, when the ace specifically comes, it's much less likely that Pavel has a flush, because he's not going to be like barreling the bare 10 high flush draw multi-way here. It's just not a hand that you want to build a pot with 5 players going to the flop. So I think he's missed a value bet there on the river, facing the bet flop double check line. Would have liked to see a little block there. Although Pavel is one of those guys that's quite difficult to read. You know, he can kind of run with his own theories sometimes. So he mixes it up, and he could maybe have a weaker flush much more than some other types of opponents that would only really be betting the nutted flush draws there on the flop multi-way.
I imagine Pavel will enter this 2,500 euro tournament as well. But I'd really like to see Patrick tomorrow back on the stream. When he's playing tournaments, he's even more entertaining than now, despite not being able to introduce stand-up games, trip games. He will keep the banter flowing.
That's for sure.
Jakob getting involved again, this time with the 8776, more than okay from the hijack in this kind of game anyway, thinking it's going to be a really big multi-way pot. But it looks like it's just going to be 3-handed after that. After the last couple of hands where we've seen 5 or 6 players seeing a flop, and this is a nice flop for Jacob here. Also a nice flop for Michael. It's actually a nicer flop for him with the middle set. The 7 also gives him a straight. And Jacob has middle pair, which obviously isn't good, and the open-ended straight draw, along with that 8 of spades, which doesn't make a massive difference, but a little tiny one. But meanwhile, Pavel, we don't know what he has as a 1 to bet. Maybe he has a queen, but Pavel is capable of doing this with a flush draw as well. I don't think Pavel's doing it with pure air leading out from under the gun.
No. No, he's going to have either a combo draw or some kind of 2-pair a lot of the time, and Michael
is celebrating not because he won the pot, but you saw how fast he got into that chair.
Couldn't wait to get the seat down, and yeah, it's Christmas for anyone apart from Patrick, as he chucks out the 500 euros around the table.
And Pavel as well, because he wasn't involved in the stand-up game.
Yeah.
But they don't get nearly as excited when they win a big pot as
when they
do trips
avoid
or
losing.
this.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. It's a lot of pride, and obviously the money is less of a factor for these guys a lot of the time.
So being that it's after 9 o'clock now and we see another hand coming, I'm guessing it's 9 o'clock real time.
Going to have 20 minutes or so, I believe.
But if that's not the case, we'll be sure to let you know as well. We may find out when you find out, in fact, but they're not going to cut off our audio when the action ends. The setup here is amazing. The reason it's a little bit warm in here is we have these amazing soundproof booths.
Right.
And we have a booth. The Slovakia commentators are right next door in a separate soundproof booth. They've really invested a lot of money on making a nice system, and we are one floor down from where this table is actually taking place. So we really have absolutely no visibility. We're kind of like in an island of our own, so we only see what you see. During the tournaments, we will have a media manager, and I believe it'll be Ferdia, sending us over some information about some of the players that we won't be able to have time to gather ourselves. I will recognize some of the players, whoever will be commentating with me or when I'm out of the booth. We'll also recognize some of the players, but it's nice to have information on the players you don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Giselle wishing players
good luck.
Free roll.
2-pair now for Michael on the turn, facing Andre, who's got the ace of diamonds, but also having the 6 there. But, you know, one of those hands that is kind of a little bit too mergy to bluff with aces, still going to have a decent amount of showdown value, and 9-3 going to take down the pot.
How much bankroll would you need to have? It depends on whether you're taking a shot or whether you're playing this game on a regular basis.
Whether you're selling action. Some people sell action privately to friends and or stakers. Personally, in a game playing like this size with the stand-up game and all of these kind of extra bounty prizes like the trips game as well, I would say your bankroll needs to be around 500k to kind of comfortably sit at the table.
And what if you're just taking a shot, like a one?
If you're just taking a shot like a one-off, then yeah, maybe come in with a 10k bullet off of a 200k roll or something and just kind of do a one and done. But often not the best approach for stream games, because you know, if you have aspirations of playing the stream games, you want to go on there when you're comfortable and you have multiple bullets, so that you don't kind of give the game up that you're just there as a predator rather than someone that's going to give action and kind of play the role in the sense of bringing action and giving a good game. There's lots of politics and kind of things that are unspoken in games like this, you know, and you're not going to get invited back if you don't play a certain VPIP or are as active.
And that's also the case in private games as well, which is one of the reasons I kind of stopped playing them. Is even though yes, they're
always juicy.
Yeah.
But you know,
there's too much other things going on.
Yeah, you've got to
get involved with it, and you don't want to have to get in the middle of something. It's because I always wind up injecting myself if it's a friend, and even if it could be two friends on different sides. You know, I'm always trying to facilitate some peace. And
absolutely,
it seems like more drama happens in these private games at times because the alcohol is typically flowing a bit more.
Alcohol, and there's no casino rules, right? There's no security, and things are kind of off the table a little bit. So if there's an altercation, often it could get quite heated. Whereas in a casino, there's a certain level of decorum that you need to follow. So Calendar not really having an awful lot here, but he's going to be putting chips into action.
And it works.
And it works. Gets the gut shot.
At all.
Yeah, just the gut shot over cards.
So how many of you are in the free roll? Can you give like a smiley or some kind of indication if you're already involved with the free roll? I imagine it's too early for any of you to have doubled up already, but hopefully many of you are involved. I would love to see you in Malta. Once again, I'm not sure if I'm coming to play, to commentate, to report, but I do love Malta, and I do plan to come in some capacity or another. And if I play, I would play not the millions. I'd play maybe a satellite for the millions, but I can't. That's out of my bankroll. The 550 is on the top end of, let's say, my bankroll, where I wouldn't necessarily need to sell action. And a 1K selling action is fine as well. But then I'm little bit. It's different. It's funny. Like back in the day, a 1K wouldn't necessarily seem as large as it does now to me. You know, to play. I wouldn't want to be firing multiple bullets into that. Where a 550, if I have to fire 2 bullets, I'd rather do that than fire 1 bullet into a 1K.
Absolutely. Give yourself more chance, right?
Thanks for the news there for Bacon Ruffles. Got over 180 for starting, so there'll be at least 60 players that don't walk away with anything. I hope that's not any of you in the chat.
Yep, good luck, guys. I imagine
we had some people get the password through less official means. And props to all of you that guessed the password before we released it. We had 4 people in the free roll before we actually published the password on the stream. One of them came into the stream, I forget who it was, and said, yeah, I was one of them.
I've already guessed it.
and I told the guys at Party Poker, not only should we let them stay in the tournament, we should give them something extra.
Some kind of little kickback.
Persistent, yes.
For their creativity, that's for sure.
So if you wind up with an extra ticket in your pocket for guessing the password, don't be surprised, and also don't be surprised if it doesn't happen. Yeah, it has to be at Party Poker. We're at a Party Poker event. Party Poker is the one hosting it. All the tickets are either to be played at, all the tickets are for something to be played at Party Poker, either a feeder tournament or an online day 1 for the next Grand Prix in Malta. And I actually do love it, but we have an all-in here. Unless we're missing something, I'm not sure how we have an all-in. I don't think we can have an all-in.
Ace 7 deuce versus the
We do have
wrap.
an all-in. How did this happen?
I'm not.
I understand the wrap,
sure.
but how is this aces?
Well,
I mean, the aces are...
Money getting absolutely sent into oblivion here. Let's see who wins the first one. 8-6 for the straight is going to be Andre's. He's having the much stronger hand in terms of equity and kind of playability, and yeah, that's going to be... Oh no, that's not a straight?
It is a straight.
8-6. Yeah. It didn't come up on the...
We haven't really seen this from Michael before. I mean, a little bit looser when he's standing up, but this was a kind of a sick overplay with those.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing there, just with the low gut shot and the aces. Crazy stuff indeed. Wasn't expecting to see that. And Andre just scooping it up. Yeah, it was a little bit of a problem with the graphics because it looked like on one board it was awarded to Michael, you know.
Yeah, so it's possible that like what sometimes happens is a burn card actually, if it's put too close to where the flop is going to be, it reads it as the first card of the flop. So
yeah,
that's probably what happened there. Maybe there was an ace on the flop, for example, which then would make everything make complete sense if it was a, let's say, ace 7-5 kind of flop.
Yeah.
Because Michael hasn't been like overplaying his over pairs and things like that to that extent. You're not.
No, I think
what's willing to put in 100 big blinds with.
I think it must have been a 7-5, right? And then yeah, but we saw it. Sense. But we saw it though on the overhead cam, and it was 7-5-3. No.
Well, let's look at the stacks. So
yeah.
Michael did lose both boards because he's down to 12.5K.
That's a reload. Yeah.
Now Michael had his opponent covered, so
yeah,
he just lost half a stack basically.
Yeah, big pop for Andre, who had a hot start and now a hot end as well, which is kind of the way you want things to be on a cash game. Should be booking a profit unless things go completely haywire for him.
And in Omaha, that can happen very fast.
It can indeed. I've seen so many times when someone's playing out of the rack and then they've kind of have to begrudgingly hand the rack over to someone else as they get stacked and sent to the door.
You were commentating one where I did that exact thing, and I think it was it was
yeah.
only 2-2 Omaha, but I was
huge
just winning
pot.
every fucking pot. I ran 200 up to like 3,500.
Yeah, on winner's tilt.
And then it was 5-card Omaha, and I decided just to be bullying the entire table because I didn't care about the package. So people were like, what am I going to do with a package to an event that I have to work, right?
Exactly.
I'm getting a hotel anyway.
Just spin it in. Yeah.
So I was trying to push off Bobby, I think it was. And
good luck getting Bobby's to fold.
Bobby had aces. He's going nowhere.
Good luck getting
We ran it twice, and no good either end.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Why are they playing 3 blinds instead of... Because what happened was that the game started, Kyle, as a 50-50 with an optional 100 straddle. So it's really just like a mandatory second straddle, a mandatory straddle, but a mandatory straddle from under the gun. They just decided to change it into a blind once it was mandatory, so that the straddle basically wouldn't be in position pre-flop. It's really the only reason that this is what the players preferred. Because once you have like an optional straddle, if players discuss, let's make it a blind, that's why they're doing it. Also, it opens up the possibility that players can still do like a 200-400 straddle more often than they would if it was like 50-50 with an optional 100 straddle. But there may not be any optional straddle in this game at this point either, because they've...
Yeah, it keeps it fair.
Yeah,
it keeps it fair, so you, like you say, don't get people ducking and diving in and out of the straddle and kind of like hoovering up EV. A big thing in high-stakes cash games online is something called grimming, when people try and leave the table without paying the blind, because you're talking about quite a significant dollar amount. It's less of a problem at low stakes, but if people are kind of sitting in and then just leaving before they have to pay their big blind, it can cause some friction between the high-stakes regs. So this is an easier way of, if you know that it's going to be a big action game, just to chuck another straddle on and make it mandatory, and then you don't allow any silliness or things to get out of hand. Because often when we do commentating 2-2 streams, you can see straddles around the entire table for the last few.
In fact, if it's a 2-2 stream, you need to have the straddles.
Yeah.
I liked having this third blind, or even if it's a straddle, because basically then you have 3 players already putting money into the pot. So if your other question was, why not just make it 100-100 or 50-100 and get rid of like all that together, that's the reason.
Yep.
And we have the Poker Manager also in the house as well. We gave you a shout out a couple times earlier, but fantastic job with the entire stream setup. Sick poker room. Really love the spaciousness of everything. There's a lot of room here, but the way everything is laid out is perfect.
Very professional.
Poker players, free soft drinks, free coffee, 24 hours, so 1 free entry to the buffet every day, which has something for everyone, some nice salads if you're a vegetarian, and there's always some meat dishes as well. They really do a fantastic job here.
Yeah, it's no surprise why Card Casino is now on the European poker map. You're seeing big events here, and that's going to only continue.
The venue is more massive than what we see this week too, because behind the registration desk they can have another 100+ tables alone. They basically can double more the capacity at a blink.
They're not short on tables and room, that's for sure.
So I expect big things. There already are a lot of big things here, but I expect even bigger and bigger things as the years go on. We're experiencing some sort of poker boom again, which is amazing to see. And Card Casino has positioned itself quite well to take full advantage of that, I have to say.
Absolutely.
And Bratislava is a lovely city. I know you love it, George, because you live here, but every time I visit, I just feel very comfortable here.
It's a great location for sure, and you're just seeing many more players from all around the European poker scene setting their sights on Bratislava, and not only that, but Card Casino for the amount of huge tournaments and guarantees that are becoming almost weekly at this point. It's huge, the mini poker boom within Slovakia. It's a great place to be, that's for sure.
And the fact that there's another place that you have like these high stakes games running on a semi-regular basis is amazing as well, because what that does is it not only brings the high stakes players, but it has like a massive trickle down effect which then creates these middle stakes games. So very often in these days you go to a casino and they're just offering the lower stakes games because those middle stakes games aren't coming because those high stake games aren't there.
Exactly.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it helps the overall poker economy as well. And to wrap things up, you can see Jakub and Jan, the two J's, cleaning up with both over €20,000 profit. Most of that coming, unfortunately, from the game host Patrick's pockets, losing 21.7. A couple of guys with, you know, big euro amount losses, but kind of small in terms of the game size. Peter, Pavel, and Andre losing between 6 and 8K. And a small win for Michael there, and Kalender with a break-even session. So we're going to be closing things out here for the Omaha in the short term.
I like how Michael won almost exactly one bullet into the tournament.
Into the tourney, free rolling the tourney.
Like a satellite through this cash game, and Jan and Jacob have more than 8 bullets each, but I don't think they have time to fire that many. But it's been an absolute pleasure, George. Thanks for joining us, and great job to Finton and to Lucky Mo, who were on the stream earlier. We'll be back tomorrow for the final table. It should be around 6 o'clock of the 2500 Omaha that we've been talking about throughout the stream. Thank you very much for tuning in for the Party Poker Grand Prix and for the Bratislava Poker Festival, powered by the Irish Poker Festival here at Card Casino. It's been an absolute pleasure not only commentating this game with George, who's always a pleasure to be with, but for this active chat too. So I want to thank you all for watching and for being active. That makes our jobs a lot more fun.
Absolutely.
And
Thank
George,
you
I
guys for tuning in.
hope you'll join us again tomorrow. We'll work that out now that we're heading off the stream. And best of luck to everybody in the free roll. Once again, if you didn't hop in, the password is Bratislava with a capital B. In that free roll, you can win 2 seats, one of 2 seats. So first and second pay a €550 seat, and it's absolutely free to enter to an online day one for the next Grand Prix in Malta. So be sure to get in if you can play at Party Poker. 120 prizes overall. There were only 180 players in as of a few moments ago. I'm sure it's gone a little bit bigger, but not too much bigger. Still time to hop in. And peace and good night. And thanks again, George.
All the best, guys. Thank you, Jason.
Good evening, everyone. This is Jason Glatzer live at Card Casino Bratislava for an exciting 10-10 Omaha affair at the Party Poker Grand Prix Bratislava at the Bratislava Poker Festival. They have combined forces. The Bratislava Poker Festival is part of the Irish Poker Festival brand. I'm here with a very familiar name, very familiar face. If you've ever played cash games in Bratislava, you must know Vitor. So welcome, Vitor, to the chat.
Thank you so much, Jason. I'm glad to be here. It's my first time commentating, and I'm looking forward to it.
Good, good. And we have a 10-10 Omaha game. It's not as big as that 50-50, but 10-10 can play rather big, especially if they're straddling, especially if it's a loose table. It may even be more entertaining than the 50-50, and that was quite entertaining if you tuned into that earlier this evening. I was broadcasting that live with George Sanford on the Party Poker TV channel, and if you were tuning into that, you were most likely listening to Sebastian and JJ, who did a fantastic job with the Slovakian commentating. Unfortunately for your native Slovakian speakers, you are stuck with English commentating, but hopefully we keep you entertained for a little while, and hopefully the action keeps you entertained even more. But meanwhile, we have Miroslav right away waking up with the pocket aces. It's suited with those hearts as well. 3 betting to 140, fairly standard. And it's decision time for Kaksin. I mean, he does have a fairly strong PLO 8 hand and a less strong but still strong PLO hand. How do you approach this here, Vitor?
I think it's pretty standard, the call here, even though they're not that deep early in the game. But the minimum buy-in in this table is 100 big blinds. So actually, his name is Kaishiru. I don't know.
How do you say it?
Kaishiru. But Kaishin actually seems seems pretty nice. He's known as Kiru as well online. So yeah, calling the ace kings suited to the king. It's a standard call to the 3-bet. He's blocking the aces, and also he has like the second best pair, and even though it's like not a premium hand, but it's still good enough to call the 3-bet. Unfortunately, his opponent does have the aces, and he does have the hard kicker. But luckily for Kaishiru, the board is really not his board. And we see Miroslav hit the top set on the
I'd like
turn.
to see Miroslav firing a little bit of value here, though, after it went check on the turn and check on the river, but it was check back. I mean, I don't think Kaksin would call, but he would call with, let's say, like an ace-queen. I mean, he has the aces blocked, even though Kaksin has an ace in his hand, but some sort of 2-pair. Obviously, Broadway is beating him as well, but a thin value bet maybe would have been appropriate there. But would you value bet it at all on the river?
No, I wouldn't, mainly because I do have a 10. If I'm in Miroslav's shoes, I do have a 10 in my hand. So I am blocking the straights, which are most likely the hands are going to call me, because there's a flush out there as well. Not necessarily. I can, if I don't know my opponent, I can check this one down, because there's also like a lot of flushes, small flushes that can call me down, and there's not many hands that are gonna beat, that are gonna call me.
Another thing to think about, these guys are going to be playing together for a few hours, and I'm sure some of them have played together before, but maybe others have not. So if you show that you can fire out there, maybe you're not going to get credit when you do the same thing when you have nuts. You know, it's I don't know if it's worth it to do, but to create your table image early on could be valuable later on, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely, Jason. It does make a lot of sense. And also, adding to that, if he bets and the opponent folds, he doesn't get to see his cards, and if he checks, he does get to see his cards and see what kind of hands are calling him out of position to his 3-bet.
That's a good point as well.
Now we see Lima that he has middle set here on a possible straight board against Anton. Anton fires with the gut shot and the other pair. Lima for sure is not going to go anywhere.
Queen high backdoor flush draw, I suppose, as well, but it's really, he would have preferred a fold, I'm pretty sure there. He's basically drawing to the jack at this point. Now he's drawing dead.
Nice drawing dead, yes.
But he maybe doesn't know that. But this should certainly slow Anton down. But maybe it won't. Maybe he would be repping the 10-8. But
now, if in Lima's shoes, the pot is very small. He's in position. He can check behind, but I'll definitely bet here because my opponent has a lot of 10s in his hand. So I want to charge him as much as I can.
it is a pretty big bet, 2/3 of the pot. I like it for the reasons you said. And if it turns out he has a 10-6, I mean, he has one combination of 10-8. Actually, two combinations, but there's only one 8 out there. It's just a cooler at that point.
Yes, absolutely. There's no reason to fear. The hands they're beating him at that point. And if he does have 10-8 or 10-6 in Anton's shoes, he's gonna bet for sure. Because if Lima has the 10, he has a lot of overcards. They're gonna have a bigger full house. So he does want to protect his hand as much as he can, so he's never going to check there with a made full house.
And for those of you that play mostly Hold'em, you can understand through this discussion, and Vitor is going to be, I'm going to be here for half an hour, but you can understand and get into Vitor's mind a little bit because the games are so much different. Yes, the hand rankings are exactly the same, but in Hold'em you would play your hands that you've made so much different. Like you would maybe be less fearful of solo playing your full house, obviously, in Hold'em. If you had pocket 8s on that board, you're not fearing really anything.
Yeah,
and you want to kind of induce your opponent to actually bet that river by checking it back.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, for Hold'em players in Omaha, there is really less and less reasons to slow play your hands. You want to charge. There's so many drawers. There's so many potential bad runouts that affect your game. So you really want to charge your opponent as much as you can.
And which of the players at the table have you played with before? Because although you're Portuguese, you've lived here for quite many years, and you are an avid cash game player yourself.
Yes, that is true. I played with all of them except Guillermo. I don't think I ever played against Guillermo. But yeah, everyone else I played either in Portugal or in here in Bratislava or in, somewhere around Europe. Most of these players are all-rounders, and yeah, I had my battles with them, so I know some of their game quite well.
Are there any, like, I wouldn't want to use the word whale, but let's just say, I don't think there's any whales at the table, so it's safe to say, but are there any, let's say, small fishes at the table?
Tricky question.
Okay, well, let's leave it at that and go the opposite direction because it may be not nice if you play with these players to say that, but who do you think is the strongest player? That you can say.
It really depends on the state of mind. I really like Pavel's game, even though sometimes I think he doesn't play that much GTO. I think he plays too much live. GTO wise, maybe Lima might be the strongest player. But yeah, between Pavel and Lima, I'll say Lima is unlikely to tilt. We have Anton and C2 might be players that if they start losing, they might open up the game a lot. But yeah.
Which player is most capable of bluffing, in your opinion?
Most capable of bluffing? Definitely Anton. Anton is going to be the player that is going to be, we're going to see more bluffs from him.
And it makes sense based on what he bought in for. He's ready
True.
to play. Playing in for 5K.
Evo as well. Evo, like probably those are the players that if they do feel that the table is up for it, they're gonna lose up the game and put people to the test.
It seems like a very good lineup. I can't say that I've ever played or commentated any of these players before, but there are a few familiar faces from just walking around hundreds of poker rooms over the many years, but I'm not playing 10-10 Omaha, for example, so if this is their regular game, You'll see me in a lot of dealer's choice games, for example. If there's no dealer's choice game, I'm happy to sit in 2-2 Omaha, occasionally 5-5 Omaha. If it's, if I was already on a heater, I'm very protective these days of my bankroll because a lot of it went to life expenses. So, the rest of the bankroll needs to be catered to. But it's still, if it's a good 5-5 game, I'll be happy to hop in there. But 10-10 already is too big of a game for me. In Omaha, 10-10 is much bigger than 5-10 in Hold'em, first of all, but I don't play Hold'em cash. Then again, 10-10 Omaha compared to even 2-2 DC, dealer's choice. Let's just say the 2-2 super dealer's choice can very often be 2-2-4 or 2-2 5-10-20. I'll still stay at the table, because you could buy in for your exposure, your potential loss is still capped.
Yeah.
And that's what I look at. How many bullets can I fire today and still go to sleep being okay?
Yeah.
You never go to sleep thrilled when you lose that cap, but you're not upset either. You just you're actually happy that you didn't go beyond the cap. Actually.
Yeah, that makes a lot. That makes a lot of sense. Not only the amount of BPs, but how many bullets you can fire that specific day. Not so much like lifetime, but yeah, it makes total sense because at the end of the day, winning or losing, for most of the community, this is a game to have fun with. So not losing the track of your bankroll, knowing when to stop loss, it's a very, very I would say life skill.
Yeah, I've learned it the hard way. Let's just say. But I'm also not a professional, but I've
like most of us.
I've punted a good share of my bankroll at times. But the latest bankroll boost is just because of life. It's rather than worrying about stuff that I need to do for the family. It came out of the bankroll, which is always nice to do. Actually, that you are able to help your family out from the bankroll, but. It's much different as somebody that this is their sole source of income, as to someone like me that is marginally profitable and plays because he loves poker. It's two different things. And lately I'm playing a lot more tournaments. So you probably know me more as a cash game player, Vitor, but you'd probably be surprised that I've been really beasting Hold'em tournaments. And
wow,
playing,
wow, okay.
I mean, even an Omaha tournament, I played for the first time in 5 years online, and the final table done with like 7,000 players. So tournaments have been going quite well for me lately, but I don't see the need to play online cash games. And then when I'm traveling, I used to play a lot of cash games, but lately it's been much different.
Let's see if the Evo firing here, like you were just asking about who is more likely to bluff. You see here Guy with the stalled cold nuts. And the good thing about Guy's hand is that he's really unblocking all the bluffs.
Yeah.
So we could even see a potential 3-bet, which is unlikely in late street, especially on the river. You really don't see much 3-bets in Omaha. You see in Hold'em. There's another thing that you were commenting as well. Like, I don't play much Hold'em these days. Yesterday I did play. It was quite a big game, 25-50.
Oh wow!
And I'm not used to playing no limit. More the difference between Omaha and Hold'em. What I'm not used to is to play no limit. So it's kind of like weird for me, because like on Omaha it's always, or most often a pot limit game. So there's always a cap on the bet you can make on that street, and on the Hold'em, like seeing those over bets, I was not used to them anymore. It was interesting to see my reactions to such a big game, of course.
And the overbets came a lot more in vogue lately because of the solvers saying we should be overbetting. And typically when I see overbets, whether it's online or live, I mean, first I look at the statistics I have on that player. Second, if it's on like a certain site, you can see how much earnings they have. When I go back to Party Poker, I'm not going to have any of that, so then I'm not going to have those reads. But still, if you see those kind of bets, then you can kind of understand what kind of player. But they're so polarizing, these overbets.
Well, Rule of thumb, I would say that if you're a beginner, if you really don't master overbets, stick to the basics. Don't go. I see a lot of because I still coach once in a while Hold'em, and I see these new guys. They're coming in the game and they're studying with solvers. They're trying to apply overbets a lot, and I see just like massive punts with these overbets. So I would say, like, if you don't master them. Don't try this at home.
Yeah, that's a great point. If you don't know why you're doing what you're doing, maybe you should first learn why before you do it. You know, it's why, like, playing tournaments, like I'm really still trying to figure out why Dominic Nietzsche, for example, is limping with like 8-10 big blinds, and he's one of the best tournament players in the world. So for him, he figured out this is a profitable play, but for me, I'd be unsure why I'm doing it, and then I'm putting myself in really weird spots, and I just don't do it, even though I really love Dominic Nietzsche's play. I just don't quite understand it, you know. So it's the same kind of thing, but from a completely different angle, so I totally get it.
Yeah, a good analogy will be like I prefer to know how to play kings very well than to play aces very badly. So it's if you know how to execute something, it's not the best strategy, but you know how to execute it well, keep it that way.
We're going to switch the game to PLO8 just for this one hand with the ace, deuce, deuce, 3. Hashtag trolling.
We're introducing some singles, probably for tips to the dealer and to the waitresses.
That's good to see, because in Europe, very often people aren't tipping, and in some places, actually, you know, especially waitresses, but even dealers aren't. Let's say they're relying on still tips in Europe. I'm not saying you need to over-tip or tip every. You know, nobody's going to look at you twice if you don't tip, because most players don't tip in hands. But if you win a big pot, why not toss a little bit to the dealer? You know, the dealers are why we have these games. The waitresses as well. If they're providing a good service, the drinks are super cheap here in Bratislava. So toss an extra euro.
You're talking with a Portuguese, so everything is more expensive in Portugal when it comes to drinks.
So you're more than happy to be tipping, it sounds like.
Yeah, well, I mean,
here, but maybe not in Portugal.
No, in Portugal as well. Actually, in Portugal, we have, like, I think, one of the best customer service in the world. So I'm likely to tip. Actually, we have let's switch here to the game. Yes. We have an interesting hand over here. Miroslav has the bottom set.
Imagine having a set and your opponent doesn't have a set and you're behind.
Yes, that is the case in Omaha. And don't get me started on 5 cards Omaha, where you can have the nuts and you have 25% equities.
Yeah, here at least it's a coin flip, a slightly weighted one. It looks like they're only running it once. And the 8s hold, Snowman, Miroslav picking up a nice 100 big blind, 200 big blind pot with a 1K profit. Always nice to start off a stream like that. Meanwhile, is a little bit of a cooler for Pavel. They are going to run it twice, just the stream didn't pick it up because it didn't sound like properly communicated, but there will be a second turn in River coming on, maybe a third one even as well. So Pavel still has a chance. No, it's not happening. I thought it was because the cards were being pushed back.
I noticed the same. I was wondering about that as well.
Is that Patrick?
Apparently someone had their mobile phone, so on live streams, due to communication, security issues, like all mobile phones, you should not have your mobile phone, just in case.
You're more than welcome to step away from the table, even a second or two, to use your phone. You're more than welcome to step away from the table to talk with your friend, and then you don't know what you're talking about with your friend. Your friend may be giving you information from the stream. That's not much you can do about that. I don't mind that, but at the table, just because even for the commentators, it makes me uncomfortable when I see a player with a phone, because I have very high integrity, And if that player with the phone makes a weird play, then people are going to be wondering, well, who has access to that information? The first people they're going to look at is me, even though we're on delay, and I don't really want that scrutiny.
Yeah, it's even safety for the player because again, like if there's by any chance if there's a hand, actually the Bolt released a video very interesting. Like they made a fake hand that made sense, and then like we saw the hand like, and it seems like he was cheating. So it's just safety for the player, safety for everyone. Because if there's like a weird play, even if there was no harm intended, no one was communicating anything, but it just is still lodged suspicious, and it's something that we don't need.
But rest assured, we're on a 20-minute delay, and there's absolutely a lot of security on this one. This is just an example of how people can take like one little small thing and blow it into like a mountain of something that didn't really happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We see a free bet now with Anton with the single suit run down. Queen Jack 10-9. What a beautiful hand. We're just missing the double suits. And we don't know what Pavel holds. Unfortunately for Anton, the board is really not his best friend. We see Emil here with the gut shot to the 5 and middle pair. And we don't know what Pavel has.
I'm surprised Emil didn't bet there, considering he had those wheel blockers in his hand.
Well, the wheel blockers are not going to make that much of a difference when there's so many hands they're going to continue. So I don't see that much point on firing, especially because they're not deep enough that you can fire several streets.
Then why call your 10-4-4 through double suit?
That is
considering that both those double suits are not very strong. If you're not going to bet when you get an ace deuce 3 flop.
That is another question.
What's your strategy in playing this hand to begin with? If you get a flop that you actually have like some chance at.
We were talking about the possibility of some bluffs here, where there's a bluff possibility from Anton, but he actually just calls. Interesting.
I'm surprised about the call, actually. And top 2 for Pavel.
Yeah.
He was waiting to get that second connection after flopping top pair. Not strong enough for him to really want to add more money on the flop or the turn.
Yeah.
Well played by him, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I agree.
Looks like they're talking about whether to add another player or not. Yeah, 7-handed is nice, 8-handed is still okay. When it gets to be 9, it becomes like a little bit lesser of a skill game, in my opinion, if that makes any sense.
What they're talking about is because it was agreed to not leave one of the players that didn't have a seat in the previous game, so he didn't have a seat on this game as well. So they all agreed that they would start 9-handed if someone would leave, which Ing did say that he might leave early. So they agreed to be 8-handed from now on.
Okay, that's good.
I think it makes sense. They come to common sense agreement that everyone could play. And now they're playing, which was supposed to be the normal 8-handed.
There were a few players that wanted to play that 50-50 Omaha. So usually like a 50-50 Omaha with a mandatory 100 euros. It became a third blind actually at the 100 euros. So it turned out to be a 50-50 100. It's sometimes hard to get players, but there were players that wanted to play that just couldn't get in because the game was so full.
Yeah, I mean it's something curious about poker that like mid stakes you always need to a little bit more work to construct a table, and when small stakes or very high stakes, then it's quite the table makes by itself, and then you have a big waiting list. It does happen quite often. Yeah, it's also more exciting. I mean, I'll give my example. 10-10, I can play like pretty much every day. But if it's like a 50-50 100, I'm more inclined to I'm gonna play this game because I cannot play it every day. So I understand the motivation of the players. We have a five-handed flop over here with
We have a
Bleem.
raise.
Did he raise? He raised to 500
pair?
here.
No, it's not two pair.
No, he has
He's just,
only.
he's just bluffing, trying to bluff away the pot. It should work, actually. I mean, maybe Anton calls.
It's not going to work,
there.
but it does get rid of some of the players. What is someone most likely to have something is actually Anton,
work.
and it did work. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that.
Because if it's like a set or something, it just seems super strong. Then Anton is really not drawing to those two pairs. He's just drawing for those 8 outs, some of which are taken in other people's hands.
Well,
With one
if
card
we see the
out.
cards, yes. But actually, if we go more to the nerdy stuff, I don't know if you want to go deep on in that. But when you see his whole range, how he got there, is actually his hand is one of the best hands he can have. And if he doesn't want to have some bluffs on that spot and on the river, I think it makes a lot of sense to continue with his hand in particular. Because Lima also has the blockers to the rundown forced draws, straight draws like the Broadways. So it makes him very likely to get away with that bluff, if not on the turn, but on the river as well. So I think if I was in Anton's shoes, I would at least consider to continue or even 3-bet Lima's bets. But that's more on the nerdy stuff. Live poker always, I might say this, but then like on live I do the opposite. Live poker is very, very different to what we consider GTO. So yeah, there's that factor.
It's still good to understand GTO, and then you can adapt from it. I can't say I perfectly understand anything about PLO GTO, even though I love to play PLO. I understand a lot of tournament hold'em GTO, but I don't necessarily apply it because I'm more of an exploitive player. So I try to stay away more or less. I mean, I will bump heads with the players I think are better than me, but I try to pick on the players that have like exploitations more. And in PLO, I do the same thing in my head, exploiting players, but I don't understand the GTO to go along with that, if it makes any sense. I'm just completely a field player. I understand ranges and things like that, but
when I win
GTO.
at the end, that's what I say as well. Gi raising here with fairly weak ace king. No, sorry, it's actually suited to the ace, so I take that back.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong hand, actually.
Yeah, it is. I misread the graph, sorry.
It's easy to do in an Omaha stream. It's I do it quite a lot. And Karkson here with a 3-bet with also a very strong hand. His ace king is semi-dominated, but not really.
It's semi-dominated, but it does have 2 overs to the 7, even though he's dominated to the diamonds. But it does get away with his 3-bet. Well played, sir.
So it's a little bit of a tighter table than what we saw at the 50-50, but that's to be expected at most streams, especially early on. I mean, we have seen some loose play. We've already seen a nice bluff or two. So it's not completely tight, but we haven't been people seeing to realize their equities by calling. I mean, it's I don't understand folding to that 3-bet there with such a nice hand, personally.
Not exactly. It's not that. It's an opening hand, but it's not that nice of a hand to call the 3-bet. I actually don't know if he was in position or not. I think.
Yeah, that makes all the difference actually, and I don't know the answer to that either.
But
if it's in position, he should be calling though. If it's out of position, then I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. But apparently it was in position. We have here 3 bases to call.
It's a blocker. So in the last stream, they were playing a game where if you had trips and you won the hand, with the trips in your holdings, and you showed it afterwards. Every player had to give you 500 euro.
Yeah, I
That was
love those
amazing.
side games. That's my game. If you apply like from the old 7-disc game to the stand-up game to
They have the stand-up game too, so they
every,
combined the
like,
two.
if you include those games in a table, I'm your guy. Please invite me. It doesn't matter if it's 50 cents. I'll play it. I love the side games.
I may take you up on that because these are stakes that I can just punt away and have a freaking good time.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, we just are gonna have fun. But going back to what you were saying about being a tight table, I do experience that for the beginning of streams, and especially if the players are not super used to being on stream, and if they are not super used to also playing against each other.
Yeah, that's the second part is equally as important, I have to say. But I assume these guys have played together before, at least most of them.
We have like 3 Bulgarians, if I'm not mistaken. So those guys know each other quite well. We have 2 Portuguese that I know they play at the same casino, so they played each other quite a bit. The Spanish guy, I do not know him, so I don't know how often does he play or which limits does he play. Anton, I know he plays way higher than this. If he can get a seat, Lima, I remember playing with him at 10, 20, 40, so I think he's used to playing higher as well.
And Emil's been on streams before as well.
Yeah, Emil, yes.
And he's played higher than 10-10 on streams.
And Pavel as well. Pavel also played higher, but Pavel is one of those players that even if he's playing 1-1 or 100-100, he's going to play exactly the same way. I think Lima and Pavel, they're going to play the same way regardless of the stake, which it doesn't apply. We're all humans, so it's hard to actually achieve that. But I think these 2 guys, they're that kind of guys.
But I think it's going to be more the second thing than the first. I think pretty much more than half, if not the entire TV table, has been on a TV table before. Even I've been on like in about 20 or 30 TV tables playing myself at lower stakes than this. I think the highest, I mean, I played a few 5-5s, so I maybe played a 5-10 before, but I think it's mostly 2-2 and 5-5. I've been on streams before. They always ask me if I have free time. I then just order a lot of alcohol and create a fun vibe.
Okay,
I'm
that's
a
what
little
we need
bit
to do.
different than these guys.
We
but,
need to order a round of shots. Someone called the waitress. Round of shots for everyone. My treat.
Oh, you hear that, everybody. Nobody's in the tables listening to the stream, but there may be somebody nearby.
If someone please is
You can
listening
drop
to
by the TV
go
table.
to the TV table and say a round of shots on the commentators.
Oh no, I didn't offer.
Okay, I'll buy your action.
Okay. No, I'm happy to contribute for the entertainment of the stream. I'm trying to remember where Emil is from. I've seen him in so many different
Emil's
venues.
from Bulgaria.
Okay. So I've seen him definitely at Sunny Beach.
Yeah,
That's
that
where
makes
he
sense.
was. And I've even played Cash. I played one night with him actually in Sunny Beach because now you helped me with that. I remember that's how I met him the first time. It was I think it was a 2-2 game that eventually turned into a 5-5 game when enough people showed up.
We do have a couple of guys on the waiting list that if they do get a seat, I see now Anton's friend. I don't know his name, but he's also good for the game. If these guys join the table, it's going to be interesting to see. And going back to what we were talking about, the needy table or not, the live stream, of course, contributes for that. And I talk from a personal experience. If I do feel that if I have enough time to recover, if I lose, if I become aggressive, and if I do lose like 1 buy-in, 2 buy-ins, if I feel that the table gives me enough action to recover that money, I do tend to be more aggressive rather than not. So if I don't know the table, if I don't feel that if I lose a couple buy-ins, I'm never going to get it back, I also tend to be more on the passive side in terms of studying the players. There's a lot of fear of losing factor involved.
Yeah, it's amazing how the psychology factor comes into play, because I do the same thing. I have like daily stop losses, but why is that even necessary, right? Because we should be looking at things from like a more of a longer term perspective, you know. But I like what you're saying in terms if the game is good, I stay no matter what. If the game is not good, you know, you're just looking at it from a daily bankroll perspective. But if we take it one step back, if game is good, I stay. I lost 2 binds, the game's not good, then I go. Where with me, if the game's not good, but I haven't hit my stop loss, I maybe stay. You know, it's even if. You know,
again, we're humans, and
but typically I play in good games.
Yeah. Good on you. Good on you. Well, I mean, we're humans. Of course, we get this is just biology. But it also depends, like if you're pro or not, if this is your income or not, if you do get these games every day or not. So there's a lot of that involved, and of course, again, like you need to have a good time.
So I was a pro, let's say, back in 2009, so we're dating myself a little bit, but I would say since 2009, in half the years, I've made more money from poker than I have from my work. Like during the pandemic, for sure, when work was limited for me, for those that don't know me, I'm Jason Glatzer. I do a lot of live reporting around the world. That's my primary thing. I do a lot of editing, articles, consulting, commentating as well, as you can tell. I do just about anything poker media related, podcasting. It's a fun job because I love poker, but it's a lot of hard work. If you don't love poker, then the work seems much harder. But still, you know, like you know, when I have like a 50K online cash, that happened one year. The rest of the year didn't freaking matter, you know. And same with like some other years where I've just had some like amazing cash game runs, or you know, hit a few 5-figure scores in online tournaments. But yeah, these days I can't think, because I'm playing mostly in Lithuania, and the game there is so tough that I'm not even playing the cash game anymore. Like I'm marginally break even, but the last since like the pandemic, I don't touch that game, you know, because the guys that are playing that game when there's no like small festival going on are the same guys I see on the road playing in games higher than this one, you know. So are those the guys that I want to play 2-2 with? You know, the guys that are all, you know, if I look around the table and I say, well, maybe this player is equal to me, then I'm basically the fish if I can't find one player that I feel that I have any exploitation over. I mean, occasionally I'll hop in, you know, I'm not saying never, you know, but then it's like I cash in a tournament and just want to have a little bit of fun, not ready to go home, not expecting this to be a plus EV game. Whereas when I'm on the road, it's much different. Those games, especially the mixed games, let's just say the whales do show up. It doesn't mean that you always beat the whales. You know, there's a lot of variance in poker, but that's where the long-term play comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. But also that variance and with the psychology factor we were talking about. On the last hand, I did see an interesting fold from Miroslav. He had, if I recall, he had the second nuts backdoor flush plus gut shot to the nuts and second pair, and he snap fold to the bet of Cacheiro, who had top 2. Was surprised. Like, it is an ED table. It is an ED table. Maybe
Miroslav looks familiar too, but I've certainly never played with him before. But I'm trying to figure out where I recognize him from, and I don't think Sunny Beach. That's maybe from here or from the other casino.
It's possible. He's been here like a couple of times. I remember him. You see now like Miroslav laughing with Anton on the bet. Anton had the gut shot to the straight and the nut flush draw, so also good shots to the straight flush. And I don't know if he was thinking about raising, but it took a long time. He stared at Miroslav. Maybe he was thinking about raising. And now Miroslav rivered the nuts.
But Anton has a very strong 2-pair here, and he's thinking hard. Maybe he has some history with Miroslav and knows he's only betting this big with the nuts. But I think you have to kind of call here, but he's really thinking about it. He may lay it down.
I think so. I think he's gonna lay it down. I don't think he has to call.
This is why I'm a fish. I'm calling there.
Okay, he has to call. Yes, I think he should call. I think he should raise. No.
Definitely not raise, but you have so much showdown value. You know, it's like there's other hands that potentially, if it's not a player that is super tight, they should be actually trying to steal that away, and you have like a very nice bluff catcher.
Yeah, I would actually fold in these shoes, but I'm surprised that he called like with second pair against Kaishiru early on, and now he folded these two pair. But he does have 3 clubs in his hand, and he does have the ace of clubs. So yeah, I'm okay with this fold. There's not that many bluffs.
From a results-oriented point of view, at least it was a brilliant fold.
True. I knew
From
it.
a theoretical point of view, I think you would know more than me, so it was also a good.
No, I'm just
fold
based on
from
result.
You're just results-oriented.
I know what he had.
Paging George Sanford, we need you in the commentating booth to let us know if that was the proper fold. It was a lot of fun doing commentating with George. He's going to be actually taking my job tomorrow. He'll be the lead commentator for the final day of that 2500 Omaha tournament. So would you believe that has a 100,000 guarantee and it's already been met?
Oh, wow. Yeah. That is...
It's one of the biggest Omaha tournaments ever in Europe. I mean, it's not probably top 5, but it's maybe top 10.
Yeah, it's... and there's a... I don't know how many levels of web registration there's still in, but yeah,
I think now it's closed. We could probably pull up how many came in, because it was supposed to close at 10 o'clock, and we're a little bit past that now.
We have an interesting hand here.
Okay, so why don't you talk about this hand? I'll look up how many are in the tournament.
Sure thing. Lima, he 3-betted against 2 players with the aces. Triple suit with king and 10. He does have the bad news. Oh, what a turn. As a football fan, I should be like exploding with energy in the Latin person. And Lima is also Portuguese, so I don't want to be biased here. But what a turn. And now Anton has the trips, and if he rivers a full house, he can be in big trouble. And Lima checked it down, interesting, only on Queen 6-6 after having position on the call to the 3-bets. Anton does not river a full house, so he might just check call. I don't know the perception that he has about Lima. He hasn't been much active on the TV table. If he does think that he's betting here mainly with aces, he might fold. Also because it is 6. Doesn't really play well. It plays 6 with, so in Omaha you have to play with your 2 cards. So for the Oldham viewers, so for example in Oldham you would play with 6s and then ace queen. So it would be trips and ace queen, which in Omaha you have to have your 2 cards in your hand. So you have to play with 8-6 in this case. So he's even losing to 9-6 if Lima wants to make like a fiend value. So he might let it down.
I like that he's thinking about it anyway.
Yeah, it does, and it shows a 6. And Lima is like, how I didn't make more money on this hand. This is why you should be that type.
Fill up actually. If he did, it would have been fireworks.
Yeah.
Then Anton's probably leading out actually if he fills up. Maybe not, but I think he would just in case it's being checked back despite the bet on the turn. Because a bet on the turn could have still been a bluff. Or just like a queen or something, and you want to get value from that. But
not necessarily, unless he's making like a blocking bet. Because even if he river the full house is going to be the bottom full house, which still leaves Lima beating him with pocket queens, aces, ace-6, queen-6. So there's a lot of combos that he's still losing to. So a check call will be absolutely acceptable.
Even with the full?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So meanwhile, the Euro Omaha Championship with a 2,500 euro buy-in smashed its 100,000 guarantee. I don't have the prize pool in front of me, but I can tell you that it's been beat because there's 48 entries that got into that. I mean, it doesn't sound like a big number when I say 48, but when you keep in mind that it was a 2,500 euro buy-in and it's Omaha, there's some 2,500 no-limit hold'em tournaments that don't get 48 players. So rather impressive. I'm looking forward to that stream tomorrow as well. It's possible that we get down to a final table of that tonight, but anyway, that stream will be live tomorrow around 3 or 3:30. So that should be some exciting times. And George will be, as I said, commentating the entire time. I'll start off with him, but then I'm going to treat myself as a guest for a change. Right now I'm your guest, even though I'm talking maybe a little bit too much, but that's how I am sometimes. But with George, he talks so much, I can just be quiet.
Yeah. If I had your voice, I'll be speaking all the time as well.
Ah, thank you. Nobody likes the sound of their own voice. Even I don't like the sound of my own voice,
Really?
but I get that.
I do
like
like
quite a lot.
my own voice.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I do.
It's because you're Portuguese, though. So if you have like a nice, you do have a nice voice.
Yeah, we have build-up egos.
Yeah. No, it's because also it's like when you go from Portuguese and you know English, like it's actually Portugal is one of the countries where you go to, and they say it's France, but it really isn't. It's Portugal you go to. It's really hard to find English-speaking people in Portugal, even the travel part. When you're in Portugal, but when you're on the road, you meet so many nice Portuguese people, and they all, the majority of them do know English, and I would love to learn some Portuguese at some point. I know obrigado, and that's about it.
Well, I will teach you, but on the live stream, I will teach you only the curse words. So that's the.
If I move to Portugal, I'll be hitting you up because my wife wants to potentially move there if things continue to go as they're going. I live in Lithuania, about 45 minutes from the Belarusian border. We don't need to get into all that on the stream, but you could put 2 and 2 together as to why I might move my family to another country. And personally, I would choose actually either Malta or Bratislava, but being I have a wife and a kid, my wife, happy life, she would prefer Portugal, which I'd be happy with, or Italy, which I'd also be happy with. And it's horrible for poker in Italy, but the life is very good in Italy, and let's just say the Italian online sites are probably a bit softer than what I play on now, just the fields are a lot smaller than I'm used to.
Yeah, but both nice choices in terms of quality. Both countries have a lot of problem with bureaucracy, but definitely really, really good life quality. And now they call it the Portuguese dream now in the States. There's so many Americans immigrating to Portugal too.
Then I don't want to be in Portugal. That's what I like about Lithuania. Although there's a lot more Americans than there used to be there, but it was so nice not bumping into Americans there.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't even traveling there on holiday. Now, it's going to even be worse with NATO and all that, having the conference there, and Lithuania's on the map. I'm not a self-hating American, let's get that straight, but in terms
I know
of
what you mean.
how I am as a person, I'm much happier just meeting people from everywhere, and it's boring to me to meet an American. I do enjoy going back and visiting from time to time and leave the Americans in America except for me.
I know you're not the only one saying that. Yeah, I know what you mean. You want your privacy, your national privacy.
Yeah, and then American expects you to be like instant friends with them, and I'm just like, no, that's not how I make friends based on where you're from. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm friendly with everybody, but if the inner circle is much different, and the second circle is much different. Yeah. You could be in the third circle, that's okay, but the second circle is like much different. We have to have some chemistry, like with you. Yeah. Like we've been friends for how long? Like since I think 2016 or 17 or 18.
I don't know. I lost count. My memory is not the best in the world. And with dates, I'm.
But for many years, but there's people we both met in poker long before we met each other. But we hit it off right away as soon as we met. I've been keeping in touch off and on ever since, and happy to be at least here for the beginning of your first ever commentating, and I have to say you're doing a very good job.
Oh, thank you so much. If poker doesn't work out for me anymore, I know what to do.
Yeah. Especially if you could do it in Portuguese, because then you have like an advantage in a way, because there's sometimes like a need for these foreign language, especially as I mentioned, you may not realize it, but most Portuguese don't speak English, so then they want a Portuguese stream.
If you're in Brazil, yeah, I would agree with that. In Portugal, it's
I've been there 3 times and I've had a blast, but communicating with the locals has always been like with hand signals and smiles. Everybody's so happy, so
Best
it's
kind of
pretty easy.
Miroslav now with a beautiful hand. He has flush draw, a straight draw, top pair, but unfortunately Lima does not hit anything. It does have 2 pair, double first draw in his hand, or double suited in his hand, but it does not hit anything. Easy pot for Miroslav.
It would have been very interesting if you checked it in the case 8 came on the turn.
Yep.
So you would have had to stick around at least for a turn bet, and then what happens if it fills up and you have the straight, you know, you have to maybe call, maybe not, depending on your read, depending on the bet size and other things.
We're still waiting for some firework, for some Miro call, some play. Yeah, let's see if we can find until the end of the stream the play of the day. We're gonna be looking for like, and maybe like if there's interest, I can make some more deeper analysis of that hand specifically. But yeah, I do want to see some big pot, big bluff, Miro call. I do want to see something like that. So let's keep in mind. Let's challenge ourselves. So if anyone is close to the players, please challenge the players. I'll offer from my own pocket 1 more shot.
So you can have 2 shots. You got 1 for free just by like somebody coming and going to the TV table that's listening. You know, Vitor said that the commentators are going to buy you a shot, and if you make a crazy play, he's going to buy you another one.
Yeah, for the 2 players involved, the one bluffing, the one calling.
But nobody's drinking on the stream, so I don't think they're going to be like enticed by that.
It can be a shot of water, for example. Or it can be tomorrow. It can be after the stream.
Or you could just give all the players Rolexes. How about that?
Yeah, I'm not allowed. I have a cap on the others.
The cap is a few shots. That's still very generous. I'm just joking around.
Caixeiro with the flush draw to the 10, which is going to be good if he does hit. He does have second pair, and he does have open-ender. So let's see what he does here. It's unlikely that he folds.
I don't think he should raise here, so I think the only option is to call.
It does. He has to be concerned with Emil's still able to talk. So like being raised here is not very good to Caixeiro. He can try to pump up the pot already with the turn. He might want to like get it done and over with, or try to get it heads up. Both are acceptable plays. He does have the check mark, and he's gonna win the pot, but he's probably gonna be check. He's gonna check to him. I don't know if he can fin value here against 2 players. I wouldn't be that much concerned with his hand, but the question is, what I mean by this, like, he's very confident he has the best hand, but if he does bet, what can he be called with that is beating versus 2 players? So there's not many combos.
Just a lower flush, really. Maybe what actually his opponent had with the top 2 may or may not call, but it doesn't seem on this table that would have been a call either.
True. And if it heads up, it's a different dynamic. So if he feels that he can get some, against about reputation at these meta games, that if he feels that the players are being passive, there's no reason to bet, even though, of course, I would love to see a bet there.
But I think you're rooting for absolute mayhem at some point.
Absolutely. That's what I want to see. Fireworks. The nerdy stuff, it's for analysis only, but on reality, on the table, I want to see some fireworks for sure. I left the full nerdiness a a few years ago. I left it behind. I still do some nerdiness when I'm giving coaching, which I really like to do it more than play.
I'm a proud nerd.
You're a proud nerd.
I mean, I think I'm a cool nerd, but maybe that's just my self-impression of myself. But I still consider myself a nerd. If there's such a thing as a cool nerd, maybe that's what I am.
Well, you might be a proud cool nerd.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna stop my train of thought right here.
Service, please.
Yeah, this can't go anywhere good, can it?
See, he heard someone told him about my offer. And
here we go. It's on us. It's on us.
We do have like the first player. I really want him to. The first player waiting list. I really want him to join the game. And even though like Omaha is much better to play, I really like to play 7-handed or 7 max. I hate to play more than that. At the casino in Estoril, where Lima and Caixeiro plays, and I was playing this week there as well. There's a really deep cash game Omaha over there, and they play 9-handed. I don't like so much, but I do want to see this player because I know he's really good for the game. I want to see him on.
So they're not playing like PLO 4-5. It's just PLO 4.
Just PLO 4. Yes. The agreement was that after the stream.
I mean, not on the stream, but where you were playing in Portugal, where you.
It's only 4.
It's only 4. Okay.
Portugal does have like very strict rules when it comes to what is allowed and not allowed in casinos. So, for example, we cannot run it twice. There's some weird laws from back in the day, and it's like heavy state controlled. Even though the game is.
It's kind of funny that there's a law against running it twice. Like, why would that even be like in play?
I don't know.
That's
by default, I guess.
I can understand that each game needs to be licensed. We have that issue in Lithuania where I want to play Dromaha Sweet and Special, but I actually, if I want to play it, I actually have to write the rules myself, get it approved by the Gaming Commission. I'm going to do it, believe it or not, because I want to introduce the game to Lithuania.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a process for each.
It's even harder
game,
in Portugal.
But we're allowed to at least run it twice.
Yeah, so it's even harder in Portugal. Yeah, it's very controlled. Not so long ago, you cannot be with your phone on the table. You cannot take pictures. You cannot post if you cannot take a picture and post it online, for example.
That's not unique to Portugal, though. There's a lot of casinos that in the cash game area you can't be taking photos.
This is like a state law. It's like
that's messed up.
So that's why you don't have many of the big events, big tours in the country, because it's a lovely country. Most of the casinos they're tourist oriented, so they're like by the beach or like really fancy. The casinos there are beautiful.
I need to go visit one in the Algarve. I love that region. I imagine there's some nice casinos over there, but I was always with non-poker players whenever I was going like on a trip.
Yeah.
So to say I'm going off on a vacation to go play poker, I could do that with my wife, believe it or not, but not with my like non-poker playing friends, if that makes any sense. Because my wife knows who I am, and my friends know who I am too, but I'm there for the it's much different with family than with certain friends. But we have Broadway here for Anton, but there's
Anton
3
checked back.
spades on the board.
I mean, not check back. He checked the turn with the possible
nice
bluff
draw.
or semi-bluff. He did a river straight, and he didn't bet.
I don't blame that though, because there was a potential flush on the board too. There were 3 spades out there.
Still, I would bet that one. I would definitely bet that one. So much so
this stream as well. I'm learning a bit this stream as well. I like.
What am I doing?
Well, we don't.
Don't quote me on anything.
Much. It's okay. I think we played maybe once together. You're playing much higher stakes than I do. I don't play as high as I used to.
I play anything. I'm that guy that doesn't mind to play for play money, or play. The only time that I felt super uncomfortable playing at the table, it was 100, 200, 400. I played 1 orbit and I left because I was just like, okay, this is like, it's just my car costs less than 1,000 euros, so like, and I played there 100. I played one orbit and I left. It's like just way too much money for the media.
Yeah, I've never played in that high of a game. And the limit games back in the day online, and even back in the day in the early 90s, like mid 90s when poker opened up in Atlantic City, I was playing pretty high.
Oh, look at this one.
As 100, 200, but that's limit. It's much different.
Let me refocus on the. I did see there was like some queens folding there. I didn't see the rest of the hands. You saw it was queens. So Anton 3-bets here with. Oh wow, Guy folds the kings, and they're.
Disciplined poker, too tight in a way, but
I don't. Yeah, Anton has like they're 450 blind deep. Unless he's like super scared that Emil's gonna shove with this shorter stack. Yeah, it's. And he was even, if I'm not mistaken, he was even in position folding the kids there. Wow, we have a really. Let's change the lineup. Let's.
we don't necessarily need to change the lineup. We need like an empty seat and add just like one like super action player, and then everybody else is gonna.
I know a few on my phone that I can call.
Because I think they all understand that they're all playing against like not necessarily equally skilled players, but there isn't that much difference between, let's say, the highest skilled and the lowest skilled player at the table. At least as far as what I've seen.
We just need dynamics. We
Yeah.
just need dynamics, and right now the dynamics is to be super tight, which.
You're on a TV table, guys.
And else you're building a reputation that you're net, and then in reality you're not. No point. Come on, let's have some fun. I'll put one more round of shots. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm just gonna go berserk. One more round for everyone.
I may need to run upstairs and tell them, you know, Vitor said you guys have 2 rounds of shots, but you all have to take one if one of you wants one. That's the rule.
They can. I'll drink the shots with them, and whoever wins the craziest hand, or we do some side bet that someone can play heads up with me. They choose the game, they choose the stakes, and they play heads up with me after we had some shots. That will be enticing for them.
So I'm not going to stick around, unfortunately, for too much longer. I just took a look at the time, Vitor. I have been having a blast, but I know what I need to do tomorrow, which is quite a busy day. And this was a surprise stream for me, and I was happy when I heard you were commentating. Let's have some fun, Vitor. We've never done commentating before. Actually, you've never done commentating before. So I'm honored to be actually your first co-host.
Aw, so sweet.
But I was expecting maybe somebody else to drop down to join you.
That's absolutely fine. I'm gonna be here in the mix, even though we don't have a chat. Well, that's what I'm missing. I never commentated, but I did Twitch my own games. And as I said, sometimes I do some coaching, which includes like narrating my own plays. But it's different. Of course, it's different, especially when you're with company, and it's not so much strategical detail. You have more interaction. But yeah, I'll be here with the mix.
Maybe there is some chat because we don't have our phones open. I mean, I had my computer out before for the Twitch stream on Party Poker.
Oh, we have an acting hand right now.
I definitely want to check this one out.
Caixeiro flops the goods, even though the chat might be asked, but he only has bottom pair.
Aces are kind of blocked for action as well.
But it might be an action.
It should be an action
flop,
hand.
but because no one has. See, it's not. That's the thing. Now it's
this
killer.
diamond on the turn kills everything.
Yeah, that's why I would like to see, especially on this tighter table, I really would like someone to exploit that and start firing, because everyone has a tight image. So if they do start firing, they're gonna get most of the. So now I would take most of the hands that I can bluff with and just firing, and before getting caught on the bluff, just take down the pots, because regardless who I am in the table, I just have a tight image. So definitely I would like to do that. If you do, when you do go, if you can find out if there's a chat, I would love to see some interaction with our viewers.
You can pull it up on your phone.
Oh, okay.
It's on the Card Casino Facebook and
I'm gonna need
YouTube
some
channel.
coaching here.
You know how to open up Facebook?
No, I have no idea how that
Okay,
works.
so I can assist with that.
I don't have
I'm
Facebook on my phone.
multi-talented.
I do not have Facebook on my phone, believe it or not.
But do you have YouTube on your phone? So we had our poker manager also drop by just to see how things were going and also to let us know a little bit more information as well. One of the best in the industry. So we went 5-way to a flop here with 200 in the pot. It was a raise, I guess, to 40 with a bunch of callers. And actually, V is ahead with his pocket kings on a 3-3-6 flop, but that has all changed on the ace of diamonds turn. Now Evo is miles ahead, but he may not actually bet based on how tight this table is. And the 5 of diamonds on the river now actually gives the check mark to Evo, despite there being 3 diamonds on the board. None of the 5 players actually have a flush. But Evo does have the check here, and I'm not sure he will even call Gavi's bet. I love this by Gavi. He has that king of diamonds, so he has that nut flush blocker. He doesn't have the straight, and he gets away with it. Well played. So this is the first time in recent hands that we've seen a player understanding where they were at in the hand, understanding that they could potentially take it down, and well played there by Gavi.
You had to be the one that I was with Lasso, that I was away from the stream.
I mean, it wasn't a monster pop, Vitor. It's okay. But Vitor, I think, is trying to pull up the YouTube chat for you all. I'm going to wait till he's all settled. Stay for a few more hands. And Vitor is doing a fantastic job. Great analysis. And perhaps on my way upstairs, I'll find another PLO baller that wants to join Vitor, if Vitor wants another guest. But you can't get rid of me that fast. I'm here for another few hands.
Yeah, so guys, I have the chat open, so if you do want to interact, questions, remarks, feel free. I'm here for you guys. If you want to ask any questions about the game, about me, about Card Casino, shoot, I'm happy to answer. Related to in-game or off-game.
About Portugal, I guess, as well. About Bratislava.
Whatever
about what it's like traveling around Europe playing poker.
And if you do know Card Casino, or if you don't know Card Casino, you don't know what you're missing. We have a beautiful, big, fantastic casino over here. One of the most beautiful casinos I've been, especially if it's outside of Portugal. And we do have a great poker room. If you don't know Card Casino in Bratislava, do come. I promise you will not regret.
I think it might be the biggest venue in Europe when you consider the fact that that first floor behind the reception desk, like during the Norwegians, for example, that was all opened up. There was at least 100 tables down there.
Yeah.
I think that beats the other big boys when you can take into the fact that those tables as well. So
yeah, it might
I
be.
second that notion.
If you do use all the space, it becomes the biggest venue. Yeah, you might be right.
And I think we're gonna. I mean, we've seen already some big things that have come to Card Casino, but I think this is really just the beginning. Like it's going to be much, much bigger from the years to come. Free coffee, free soft drinks, self-service, free buffet once a day as well.
Free shot if you're on the live table.
Yeah, free shot if you bump into Vitor on the live table. Possibly, if you want me to play against him at the table, he'll be happy to have a shot with you.
Oh, absolutely. The ones that played against me, you know how it is.
It might be you win the first big pot against Vitor, you have to buy him a shot, but if he wins a big pot off you, some of that's going towards to the bar.
Again, we don't see the cards. There's been like a few hands. That I don't know if it's because it's four cards or because players are not.
No, it's mostly because of the 4 cards. Because what happens with the readers is that all 4 cards have to be read, or nothing is going to show up.
Okay, got it. So yeah,
and the players do have it in the box. So it's not necessarily that. It just happens more often in Omaha than it will in Hold'em. You know, it happens in Hold'em too.
Yeah.
The technology is good, but it's it is and it's fun to have mystery hands. We don't know what Emil has.
We have here all-in by Emil. Lima is gonna call.
Snap. It's only 20 big blinds. It's an easy snap off.
Yeah, he has the flush draw, the second is flush draw, and he does river the nuts, which is 9-7, Lima style.
But we don't know what Emil has still.
Yeah, we don't know what he shoved. It will be interesting to see. Even though it was like a fairly small pot.
He might have had diamonds. He might have had a setup. What I'm surprised about now is Emil is getting up. He's leaving his jacket though, so maybe just clearing his head a little bit.
Yeah. It didn't seem like he was very eager to play, but he didn't get any hands. He didn't have any opportunities to do his game. So that's also can be frustrating in the game. You're just waiting, especially when your opponents are being kind of tight. You don't have your hands to bluff with. So I get it. So you're probably gonna come back. Just gonna chill a little bit.
So Vitor, I'm gonna stay for 2 more hands. So let's hope for some fireworks in those 2 hands.
Guys.
Likely, what's gonna happen as soon as I leave, I'm the jinx. The fireworks, all players are gonna loosen up, and it's gonna be an amazing stream. And then I'm gonna be like, why did I leave? Why did I leave? But I do need to go. I will be streaming quite a lot tomorrow, and I also I'm a professional writer, and I have a lot of writing I need to do before that even begins.
All right. We're very appreciative of your work, of your company, and your insights. I hope you did learn a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say insights. Like, what insight are you getting from me? Although I do know Omaha, to be fair, but I'm not on as high a level as you, and certainly not George either. This is an interesting flop as well.
It will be great if Anton has the flush of the call flush. He does have the back door. He has a good shot over pair and bottom pair, which should be more than enough to fire. But then we see Pavel with a beautiful hand. He also doesn't have the flush draw, which might lead him only to call. Even though they're a bit deep, but it was a 3-bet pot, so I think it's the correct play just to call.
Either player wanted to see this queen pair up the board though, on the turn.
Again, it's a card that might slow down both players. Even though Pavel does see a good opportunity after the check, so he's closing the action, so he might want to fire here because he does have enough fold equity, I think, based on the action. It's unless Anton has queen 9 or queen 3 or pocket queens, I don't think he's gonna check. So in Pavel's shoes, it will be a good bluffing opportunity, even though he has less. Oh, wait a second. We were mistaken by the pot size. Oh, okay. So we were mistaken by the graphs. This changes the dynamic a little bit.
And Anton turning his kings into a bluff. This isn't for. I guess it's for value.
So it's for value. Yeah, it's not a bluff. And you can see that Pavel did call with the jacks. It's the feed value that we're
jacks or tens that are calling there, though.
Yeah, I think so. Especially like if he doesn't have clubs in his hand. So what I'm interested before going into the GTO, I'm more interested in the dynamics of the players themselves. And it's been very interesting to see Anton's play, because even seeing the whole cards, I cannot figure out what he's gonna do, because again, like we saw some folds, some fin values, some tight checks. It's been a little bit all over the place.
Maybe he has a random number generator.
It does have an RNG over there. Call the floor. RNGs are electronic RNGs are not allowed. Live poker players have been really using very interesting RNGs, either by flipping cards, by telling the time. I'm interested to know what kind of other RNGs do you guys use. So if anyone has, and for the ones who don't know what RNG is, it's initials for random number generator. And for poker is used by, let's say that the player wants to call or bet or in a frequency. So like sometimes you want to, like half of the times he wants to call and half of the times he wants to fold. Half of the times he wants to bluff, half of the times he wants to check. So to keep it balanced, not you do the same thing every time, what poker players use is this RNG, which means it's a random decision. So you can toss a coin, they can flip a card if it's one or the other if they have two. They can look at the time to see if like the minutes are odd or even. So there's a lot of interesting ways of doing that way that is actually random to take your decisions. Did it come out?
My RNG is flipping a coin, like, because I'm not breaking things down on like such an advanced level where 80% of the time I should call and 20% of the time I should fold. It's like, okay, it's I can go either way on this.
Yeah.
But most of the time the coin flip is just kind of like in my head and feeling. But I physically have flipped the coin, not in live, but in like online at home.
Yeah.
You know, and
Okay.
let the coin decide.
Yeah. I like to announce, like when I'm doing RNG decision making, I like to announce. And I say like if it's a river decision, I'll say okay, like if it's heads, I'll call. If it's tails, I fold. And I love to see the other player's reaction.
If I'm the only, if you're completing the action, then it's much different than if you're debating on whether calling or raising, you know, and then you can't really do that so much. Because then if you're doing that, you can only be doing that for show, and you know, with the nuts or something.
We have an interesting hand here. We have the nuts from Lima, and we have Pavel with the nut flush draw, gut shot, and top pair. So we're definitely going to see some fireworks here. Lima doesn't have any clubs, and he doesn't have a 10. So he definitely should. Should a strong word, but I think he's going to raise here almost 100% of the time.
It is raising.
The pot is super small. They're deep enough that it needs protection. There's no reason for him not to raise pot here.
Exactly what he did. I was a little bit nervous he might not do that based on how tight the table has been, but I think you...
Oh, we do see a 3-bet here. I was saying in Omaha you don't see many 3-bets post-flop. We do see a 3-bet in position. This is small.
Get it in at this point, and even if he's being free rolled by like an 8-9 with the clubs,
it just calls.
I mean, it's basically a call similar to getting it in with Pavel having just 325 behind.
Yeah.
Maybe not with another club coming on the river, and Pavel gets there, so maybe Lima can actually get away from.
No, Lima shoved. Lima was the one getting
Lima shoved. Okay.
And I can explain. This is the nerdy stuff. So I can bet that what Lima is thinking is that it is a chop. So they both have the nuts, and because a club came, he can get a fold from Pavel. That what is trying to induce Pavel out from a chop.
Yeah. But
so
then
very
if Pavel
cool.
shoves, he has to call anyway. So either way, it works out kind of the same. It was.
That's why he only calls, because he's out of position. So he opens the betting on the river, even though the SPR is so shallow. It does have some fold equity by shoving against Pavel on a club. I think he will do the same if the board pairs. I'm not entirely sure, but definitely on the club. So interesting play. This was actually not the fireworks, but it was an interesting hand to analyze because I think we're giving some insights because it's not very. You might figure out like if you're new to the game or if you're not that accustomed to GTO Omaha, you might be thinking, what the hell is this guy doing? But it was actually a very good play from Lima in this spot.
So, Vitor, I'm going to leave you, unfortunately. Hope you continue to do the great job that you've been doing. If you want me to search around before I head home and get my beauty sleep, I can potentially find someone to join you. But if you're happy by yourself, you're doing some great analysis, I would just continue with that. Then
yeah, that's
just have some fun with it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, thank you so much to be my first.
That's what she said.
Yes.
Anyway, this is Jason Glatzer. Sorry for the dirty joke at the end. I'll see you all tomorrow on the Party Poker channel. Of course, if you prefer to listen to action in Slovakian, check it out. The Card Casino has streams very often, but certainly tomorrow for the Omaha final table. They will be also streaming in Slovakian. Those guys are great as well. Whatever you want to do is fine with me. And yeah, thanks for tuning in and continue tuning in to the amazing Vitor. And thanks again, Vitor, and see you all later.
That was Jason. Thank you so much. Cheers, my friend. I'll see you tomorrow. So now you're stuck with the amateur here. And you guys, tell me who is listening to this very, very tight table, but very, very fun commentators. Where are you from? Where are you watching us? What do you play? Are you Oldham player, Omaha player? Is there any Portuguese, any Bulgarians, any Spanish rooting for your compadres? Tell us in the chat where you're from and what do you think about my analysis, what do you want to listen to, and I'm here for you guys. Now we have Miroslav with the check mark. There is no way Kaishero can win this pot. I don't think he's gonna do much over here. He doesn't have many choices. He doesn't have like a good bluffing hand. So this is gonna probably be this bet fold.
Free seats on the game. Enzo Cirillo, free seats on 2-5 Roland.
And as expected, the bet and the fold. We did see a nice analysis hand from on the last hand. Actually, the last one from Jason. So at least we did have that. I hope that we're gonna have some more interesting hands to analyze. And I actually do hope that we're gonna, before the stream ends, we do have one new player. I know Emil took his jacket, so if someone is gonna take that seat, that can pop up the game. And we see a straddle. I don't know if it's just a plain straddle or if it's like a round of straddles that plays a grid. I would definitely be the one asking for a round of straddles if I was on that table. It was interesting because we were hoping for some action in terms of Mississippis, and the players were asking about the stand-up game, what was possible to do and what was allowed to do by the casino in terms of Mississippi, but we didn't see that so far. And if you are in the neighborhood, do come and visit us at Card Casino Bratislava. We have here an amazing poker festival at the moment, Party Poker Live. You can check all the tournaments, all the schedule on our website, cardcasino.sk. We're gonna have cash game action as well, both Oldham and Omaha, from 1-3 to 10-10. We did have a 50-50. Probably gonna have like higher stakes also playing, but most of the tables are 1-3 to 5, 5-5, both 4 and 5 cards Omaha. So there's enough action, a little bit for everyone. So do visit us. We have also live games, slot machines, and amazing people working at the bar. So do visit us, and even if you don't play, come and visit, because we do have a beautiful casino, and even some shows. We have a cabaret, so you are well served in terms of animation. So going back to the game, we do have Pavel here with a big draw. I mean, not so big draw. Again, I misread the hand. Guy does have flush draw as well, even though is killed by Pavel, not flush draw. But it is ahead with his king, so he might want to continue here, knowing that he does have some equity against Pavel's range. I would not think that he knows that he's that far ahead. We do have another player joining. Actually, none of the ones that were on the waiting list. Interesting. This player was also, I didn't see this 50-50 stream, but he was on the 50-50 stream. I did see him there. So this player might be the one that we're waiting for some fireworks. I do hope so. Okay, going back to the hand, Guy does not go anywhere, and so he continues with his first draw, top pair, and it's interesting to see, or interesting to analyze, or to underline, let's call it like that, that he does have 3 overs to the second pair. So even if Pavel has 2 pair with like king free, he can have 2 bigger pair. So he's gonna always, if he does make it 2 pair, he's gonna have always top 2. And in this case comes an interesting card, because Pavel does get the nuts, and Guy improves his hand, but he falls behind. So it's probably gonna be a bad call here. Let's see. Pavel shoves. Guy only has 500 behind, so it's unlikely that Guy folds, given that he does have the flush. Let's see what he does. He's definitely gonna take a little bit of time. It's not a snap call for sure. Pavel might as well have something like what he does have, but it does call. It's 555 to win 2.3k. So it does call, and he sees the bad news that Pavel did get there with his nuts flush. We haven't been seeing a player being super lucky on this table compared with the rest of the table. We did see Limi and Pavel playing the biggest pots, but both losing and winning. We had some interesting chat here with Jason, so we didn't pay that much attention to the stack size or who was winning or losing. So it'll be interesting to see the graphs, if we can see from the crew, the beautiful Card Casino live stream crew, if we can see who's winning, who's losing, what is going on, their VPIP, some data, so we can analyze. It'll be interesting to see. So let's see what this new player does, if he's aggressive player or not. Coming from the 50-50 to the 10-10, it might be tend to loosen up. He does straddle on the first hand, and he's not on the table, and he is drinking wine, which, in my fair opinion, everyone on the live stream should. If it's a cash game, you should be drinking, doing stand-up games. Take care of your audience.
My card, but I think it would be unfair.
But that's me, who and I'm a action junkie, so of course I like to see that. Kaisheru opening another button. I didn't open yet, but I know he's going to. Opening up the button with the Jack 9-8, single suited. Gidas folds. Jakub might not fold since he's closing the action. And we assume that he's going to be an action player. It's unlikely this come an action flop because they're both they both have 9, an 8. So unless he comes like a queen 10, something, ace king, it's going to be an action killer. Kaishiru might try to take one shot given his adds up, and he raised. But he does not try. He might also realize that he's not going to get that many folds if Jakub has anything. Which it did. It did try to bluff, try to get a stab on the turn. Makes sense after 2 checks, but Jakub is no way near folding his strips. Actually, it did river. Sorry, it did turn the second nuts full house with ace 8.
How did the big game go for you?
Pavel trying with a sneaky question, trying to assess the state of mind of Jakub. Very, very sneaky question from Pavel. Trying to open up Jakub and trying to see his state of mind. Look at his eyes, look at that look. Pavel, you know there's cameras out there. What are you doing? Interesting stuff. Jakub might be the trigger that we were expecting. I do hope so.
Nice goal in time, nice. If this is Miami, goal in time class, nice. A lot of Bulgarians, Romanians, we all live there.
At least the table talk has been now going on, starting with Jakub on the table. Kaisheru opens up. Sorry. Kaisheru opens up. He 3-bets him with.
Gamble? 520. Gamble? How much I bet? 520.
I'm trying to understand the action. Okay, Jakub still has cards. So Guy did 3-bet. Jakub cold call his 3-bet on the blind. We do have action from Jakub. Is Jack 6-5. He cold called his 3-bet. Kaisheru used to pump it up. Used that action and pump it up with his aces. Very good aces. Single suit with the king 9 to go ahead, along with. And he gets 2 folds and he's happy to take down the pot just like that. Oh my god, Lima is asking if Jakub is professional. Oh my god, what a deal, what a deal. Okay, now we have a stream. Now we have a stream, you guys. Let's hope that is gonna be like I'm expecting to be or hoping to be. Like that. Sneaky look. Initially Jason was asking me about like the trickiest players. I did say Limit and Pavel. They're both very rounded, all-rounded live Omaha players. So this might be the action. And Jakub seems like he's very he seems like with a smile. I think he's ready to put people to the test.
Yeah, but commerce is very different in LA, like in California. So it's mostly hold'em.
Big games or like.
So the standard questions when a new player comes in, what do you do for a living, where do you play, and to try to get some information, but also to how to categorize that player. Interesting stuff.
Hold very good.
All right, let's see what we get here. And Jakub flops the nuts. Unfortunately, there's no one like with a big draw. An action killer, which is a club. No one has clubs. And Evil only has a gutter. So, wait a second. How? No, there's something wrong here. Okay, there's definitely something wrong with the graphs, because this will tell me that Evil bluffed with a very poor hand and Jakub folded the nuts, which, I mean, he didn't fold the nuts, he folded nuts straight, but it's very unlikely that this actually happened. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Miroslav did take a stab and Jakub snap fold is straight. I don't know. Everything is happening. Has been, like, even though that we didn't see any great fireworks or any of the kind, we did see the same player making unorthodox plays for one side or the other, like either to lose or to the same player. So it might be one of those cases Jakub was interested on the table talk and just fold it straight. It's possible. All right, new hand. We're sweating with Lima. We don't know what he has. We get two colors. Lima does have the single suited kings, and we have a king free flop rainbow. No one has a queen, so Lima counts from 28% to 77. Is fairly confident to win. Anton does take a stab now that he hit his jack, even though he cannot win the pot if both of the players come along. But he does get the job done. Lima folds. So, well played, sir. Miroslav at the flush draw. Again, this is why aggression pays off in the face of passiveness. Okay, we do have some graphs here. We can see the winnings. So Miroslav, Pavel, and Ivo are the winners. Miroslav by a long shot is the biggest winner with 1.4k. It's like 140 blinds. He's the only player that is on plus minus more than one buy-in, which just goes to show how tight this table is. Given that the minimum buy-in it is 100 big blinds, and there's no cap on the buy-in. So yeah, it is a fairly tight table. We have a new dealer. No one wants to do a bomb pot either, which it was happening off stream. Now on stream, like everyone seems like most of the players seem to play differently because they are on stream. So we have Cashedo opening up here his hand, and then we have Evo with the 3-bet with a weaker hand, but with a big improve. I'm talking in a way that like all the players might understand as well. So he has 8-7-5-4 double suited. It is a hand that is fairly weak, but with potential of flopping big. Jakub and Cashedo, they're a bit blocking each other. Even though Jakub is ahead with his ace, kings, queen, a very, very strong hand. Single suit to the ace. Cashedo is now looking good. Even if he flops well, he's probably going to be under. He's going to be in bad shape. Like for example on this board, this is an interesting board because Evo does have a lot of straight possibilities, even though it doesn't have any heart. but he does have a lot of outs to make either two pair or straight. But Jakub is super happy. He flopped a lot. He has top set, which is the nut at the point, and he has a redraw to the nut flush. So there's very, very little bad turns for him. It does. Let's see what he does if he raises or if he just. Oh, he does pot it against Evo's bet, which makes sense even to be betting here against two players. Kaisheru did flop top pair, but is a standard fold. He has 0 to none equity to improve. Even if he does improve, he can be dead. But not Evo. Evo still has a lot of straight possibilities. Any straight that doesn't come hard is going to be good for him. So very strong hands, even though they're almost a coin flip. I mean at the turn, at the flop, not on the turn. Jakub's hand theoretically is way stronger, because even if Evo turns something, there's two more streets to bet, and Jakub could still, even if he gets out-turned, he could still out-river his opponent, which cannot happen in this case. Jakub does get a full house, so he has a second nut, only losing two quads. It does bet big, which is interesting. I don't think I would, even though he's blocking the nuts first draw and the second nuts first draw, I don't think it will be betting so big over here. The money would get in with the size of the pot. The money would get in on the river anyway. If his opponent had a smaller full house, if he has only trips. So for example, if he has like a straight draw with bottom pair, so for example 8-5, 6-4, something around those lines, he has trips and you can still catch up on making a full house, which if he does, he's gonna be dead. So I think it was a bit greedy from Jakub to play that way. But he is the player that we were waiting for. He is the action player. Ooh, Pavel is getting some red wine. A glass for me, please, sir. We do see in the back, I do see three players that were on the waiting list. We see Arthur over there with the Mr. Dybala jersey. Props. They love the team and I love the player. Interesting because he was on the waiting list. So with the eyes facing, but probably was watching the stream. Bunch of nits. I'm gonna play 2-2. See, now the guys are drinking. Jakub, where were you? Where are you, my friend? Please come at the beginning of the stream. Miroslav flopping the stole cold nuts. Top full outs, ace queen. It does bet. Anton only has a queen, which is not going to do anything with that. Pavel with the rag, only sixes also. Easy folds. Miroslav doesn't get much. Oh, like a check there. It has nothing to protect against. Check that hand. But he fought otherwise, and he did win the fall. Sorry, he did win the pot. So I'm being told that I do have some messages here to reply, but I'm sorry, but I don't know how to see the messages. I'm sorry for you if I'm sorry to you if you did send a message and I'm not replying, because apparently I don't know how to see them. I do apologize, my first time ever doing commentary, so the only times that I did stream my own games was on Twitch, and it was a different platform, and I do not know how to. I thought I had the chat open, but apparently I do not have.
Bulgaria, oh!
Yes, baby.
Bulgaria Mafia. Everybody Bulgaria.
You're the only one that's not from the box.
How are you guys doing?
We have a top up here, Kaishero opening with the rag aces.
Miami, every game Bulgaria. Slovakia, Cup, every game Bulgaria. Triplet. How you guys? Bulgaria Mafia. You too? Oh, I'm leaving.
We are missing a Slovak player. Where are the Slovak players? We did see some players. I mean, the 50-50 did have a lot of Czechs and Slovaks, if I'm not mistaken. But I did see in the casino some players that will play this game, some Slovaks will play 10 Omaha. But maybe they're still in the tournament because there's a 2.5k buy-in PLO game tournament running at the moment, so they might be doing that. So Guy did 3-bet Kaishero, and Kaishero is so happy that these rag aces are so far ahead. In Omaha, 63 versus 47, it is pre-flop, it is a big lead. Kaishero does, oh my god, this is brutal. Guy does see, he gets 2 pair, but they're no good. He had only a backdoor. I think they're running twice. Kaishero did get his single out for top set, which it was not necessary. Yeah, not any good. He's drawing to a queen, no queen. So Kaishero wins. He scoops.
What the fuck? 2 tables I play, I'm only Slovakian in 2 tables. Hey, call the floor. Call the floor.
Slovakia
I'm
is a
serious.
small country.
I'm damn serious. Call the floor.
Jakub it is a live chat. I like him. Jakub, I hope you win all the pots. Yeah, my kind of guy. Bringing, ordering a couple bottles of wine, putting everyone chatting on the table. People are opening up. We're seeing some more loose bets. I did see Guy trying to 3-bet a lot of position. I don't know if it just doesn't want, because he has Jakub on his left, he doesn't want to get 3-bet that often, so he probably is going to go more on the 3-bet or folds, or mostly 3-bet or folds. Strategy. But I do bet that even with Jakub on his left, he's going to have a lot of cold 3-bets. So this was like a dream scenario for Kaishero because he had only rag aces and he was able to get it in with a really big percentage. He did have the blocker to the aces, but Kaishero did have the aces, so he was pretty much drawing to a queen or some kind of run out that would give him a straight or a 2-pair hand, which was unlikely given he had queens and an ace.
$20, $40, $50, $50. Everybody here, everybody here. 43, everybody here.
Sorry? Do you play here 40 or 50?
It doesn't matter, it's up to you. It should,
50, round up.
It should be double.
Everything rounded up. 25 rounded up.
If you decide
It's Bulgarian style.
everyone can
4 Bulgarians on the table.
We're discussing the value, the size of the double straddle. If it's going to be 240 or 250. And you might wonder why it's not straight 40. It depends on the value of the chips. I'm asking the question and answering it myself. Depends on the value of the chips. A lot of cash game players like to round it up or round it down, but mainly round it up. So what they do is that, let's say the denomination of the chip will be 10 or 20, then yeah, they would make it. They will make it 40, but if there's a nomination of chip which is 50 or 25, to avoid the changes, they just simplify it and make a double straddle or the bet itself more rounded. Value in this case will be 50 to speed up the game as well and just make life easier for everyone.
Oh, hurrah! God bless, man! Unbelievable. 2 tables I played, not even one Slovakian. What happened to Slovakian players? You guys take all the money from them? You beat a fucking...
Jakub is really doing a show. Yeah, exactly. Where are the Slovaks? Man, we are in Slovakia. I wanted at least one Slovak representing the home team.
5 Slovaks at the beginning, but everyone lost.
So we had, if I'm not mistaken, we had 3 Bulgarians, 1 Chinese, 2 Portuguese, 1 Polish, and 1 Spanish. We do have a couple of Irish but they were signing up, but they're also in the tournament still. Because also the late registration was still open when we started the stream table, which players had to decide to join the stream table or to join to late rank the tournament. So I guess the locals prefer the tournament, which is with a fairly interesting prize pool already. We have here Caicedo with a beautiful hand, a double suited Broadway rundown. That means ace, king, queen, jack, double suited. And the best case scenario is when you have the suit ace, queen, and the other suit queen, jack. That is like the absolute nuts of the double suit. Rundown, Broadway rundown, which I think is the one he has. Let me get the drafts again. It does have a couple of calls, it seems, from Jakub and Anton. We don't have the graphs online, or he does get the nuts. Yeah, he does. He exactly has it. Ace queen suited and king jack suited. That's beautiful. Oh, we're gonna have fireworks. We have Caicedo with the nuts straight, and we do have Jakub, our action player, with top set. So there's gonna be definitely some fireworks. Jakub does have the the backdoor straight for clubs, while Caicedo has the backdoor straight for spades. None of them is for the nuts, but definitely gonna be some fireworks. Even though Caicedo is not that deep, so this might end up fairly quickly. Jakub calls, as I would in his shoes. There's no flush draw, and he doesn't have the nuts. And there's one more player to come along. So in this way, we also keep the bluffs. For example, if Caicedo has queens in his hand, or if he has jacks in his hand, ace queen, or some other kind of like the draw. Sorry, he would be inclined to continue this bluff. Unfortunately for Caicedo, he does not have that many money behind, and is against the most aggressive player on the table. And Jakub has he does get the call. Interesting. That's again, it does help. It does help to have this lunatic image. Caicedo almost snap call with this straight. Even though, so he was dead when the money went in. He did bet and he got raised. I don't think I would, in his shoes, I would bet. With the board pair, there's not that much he needs to protect against, and he might want to allow, given that the stack to pot ratio, like the money he had behind compared to the pot, let's call it like that, is not that deep. So I would definitely, given that I'm closing the action, especially because I'm closing the action, I would definitely allow my opponent to bluff me. In this case, the chips got in anyway, so I don't think there was any reason for him to make this small bet. The money would get in either way, and there was no flush draw that he wants his opponent to get in. I don't understand this play from Caicedo. He might think that the image of his opponent is just too loose, but again, in the river, the money will get in. Maybe I'll ask him, and maybe he has an explanation for it that I do not know. So I'm not a big fan of this play. So
Mr. Wall guy, restraddle.
all right, Jakub is putting. All right, my guy. Jakub is putting the table, putting the straddles and restraddles. Miroslav is like, I'm winning. This is put me out, or maybe it's too boring. I don't know. But he is getting the table, putting his double straddles, which I love it. Is it a Mississippi? No. Okay, so. Oh yes, because it's a straddle, so it's okay. Now I understand the graphs. So it shows up in the graphs like it's folded. Is there some? Oh no, it's just changing. I thought it was like some side games going on. Yesterday on the 2550 on the stream there was a 2550 that lasted until around noon or 11:30 in the morning, and there was a lot of side games happening. It was a super fun table, I'll tell you that. It does happen sometimes that off-stream players try or start doing more unorthodox stuff and having some more fun. So that was exactly what happened yesterday. The game became bigger and it became very interesting. A lot. There was like many over 10k pots, so it was super interesting to watch. Let's go back to the action here. Jakub bets, makes a sound, makes some noise, and he just binges his drink, his wine. He bets 300 euro with absolutely nothing but a gut shot and some strange backdoor flushes for the two. Oh no, yeah, he does have three diamonds. Anton gets his strips. Anton also had he had second pair and he had good shot. So now he has strips, which is interesting because if the 5 comes, we'd give Jakub the straight, you would give Anton the full house, which would be would be fantastic for the fireworks. I'm curious to know if they agreed on having some sort of small break or if it's a continuous stream. Apparently it's a continuous stream.
Okay, we gotta talk about it.
Man, I love Jakub. It's the first time I see him, but Jakub, you're always gonna have a seat on my table.
You know Alex.
He even dodge a straddle. Sneaky.
When did you come to Europe? From Miami. I see you like in Chicago.
Alright, 3-way to the flop. We have Jakub again with top set, the kings. And not only has top set, and he also has a flush draw. Wow, is running hot, my guy. See, it does karma from making action. You do get the goods. don't quote me on that. But I heard somewhere that it does bring EV to good karma, karma EV. Let's call it like that. We have open from Pavel with his ace king suited to the ace.
Yeah, one is hot. They see now? I'll just go crazy. You know what? I don't want to fucking want to see. This guy is like fat. I don't want to see shit. Tell them they see for me.
265.
I don't want to see nothing.
So my boy Jakub, 3-betting with his triple suit, Queen Knight 7-6. He does have a call from Pavel. He will go heads up to the flop. And as you can see, even though Jakub's hand is, again, a lot of Oldham players call Omaha bingo because there's always equity on both sides. So even though Jakub's hand is pretty not so good, it does have a lot of equity pre-flop. But it's all about playability post-flop in Omaha games, not so much the raw equity you do have, but what can you do post-flop? What kind of playability, what kind of improves you can make from your hand that is going to give you that extra equity because your opponent can fold with your bets. In this case, Jakub, as we see, is an action junkie. We do have an action flop mainly because it's Jakub. He fires with his one pair open-ended hand, which actually has a lot of playability right now on this flop. Pavel has the top pair, and he has the backdoor flush draw. He does have the bad news because right now Jakub gets a second pair. So, as I said, a lot of playability on the turn from Jakub, even though he had less equity. He had a lot of good turns. And he does get the check mark because Pavel wasn't able to make his second pair. Let's see if Jakub value bets his two pair. He does not. He does show. It does show his two pair, and Pavel crying shows the ace king. As we see, after Jakub came to the table, the dynamics changed a lot. I'm gonna have a small break. I'm gonna leave you a couple of minutes, just a couple of minutes, without commentary. But I'll be right back.
The number you have down is currently busy. Blinde. We call it blinde. They call me from upstairs. They call me from upstairs. Wait, computer wanna see. Huh? Oh, wait. I raise before computer see. Vale. I raise before computer raise. Chicken from Miami. Oh, chicken. Chicken nugget. Chicken nugget is here. Let's go. Challenge. Let's take chicken nugget out. I don't see my tongue. I don't know. I have no fucking idea. Papa? Is he now? Call him? What is that? Ah. How much?
3,720.
You got it, you got it.
It's 4,040.
And we are back with your first ever commentator. I mean, my first ever live stream table commenting. We had the help, or I had the help of Jason, and he left earlier because he's gonna do this commentating of tomorrow's final table on the 2.5K Omaha tournament that already surpassed the guaranteed.
Oh yeah, that's
and
yeah,
well, my boy Jakub scoops a 4.2K flop. Sorry, a 4.2K pot with, if I'm not mistaken, Queen 8 6-5 double suited pre-flop against Guy. Guy is the unlucky guy today. And Jakub came to just scoop, destroy the table. He is destroying the table. My boy. Again, good karma. We have a deal with Chains. Come on, Jakub. Suggest a bomb pot.
Go camera. Give me headphones.
We do have a suggestion. I don't know if it was a side bet or if it was a bet about Jakub now trying to call the Regi, talk with the operators. Wow, Jakub is 5.6K up. Those are 560 blinds up. Way more than anyone else on the table, up or down. I did get a glimpse of the biggest loser, which was only 1.3K. I did think that he was losing way more than that. I guess I was wrong. Yeah, it was only 1.3. Like the biggest loser on the table was only 1.3. I really thought it was more. And the biggest winner, without counting with Jakub, was 1.4, which was Miroslav. If I'm not mistaken, if I did see the graphs correctly.
There's your students. You bring them to Miami. This guy, you have no idea. This guy making so much money in Miami. You guys have no fucking even. You don't want to say. Yeah, I know. You're quiet. You guys in Europe, you're quiet. Everybody quiet. Everybody quiet. Bulgaria's motherfuckers in the world. Oh my God. How they fucking learn to play poker so much. Computer, see my cards or no? Ask them. They see or no?
let's go back to the action. Of course, Jakub does have cards. I think he wants to bet blind or play this hand blind. We do see trying to understand. I know it was a straddle, was it a double straddle or triple straddle? Yeah, I think it was a triple straddle. I think it was 100 euro triple straddle, and now we have a 3 limps, if I'm not mistaken. Jakub did raise in the dark pot, and now we have a 3 bet from Pavel for 1.3k, which is more than half of his stack. So it might be that this just goes all in right now, or if he can call the flop, and if he hits something, then go all in. One of the two. I really doubt that Jakub was going to fold after going 3 bet. Oh, sorry, after potting in the dark. So we do have 2.5k flop, two-way flop. Both players hit the piss. Pavel has top pair, which in this case is more than enough to go with. Jakub is going to snap call. He does have a pair, and he has a flush draw. So it's going to be an easy call. And we do see Pavel making 2 pair, and at the river Jakub does get there again. Wow, Jakub is on a heater. That's insane. I didn't see the percentages on the flop, but I would reckon that it would be pretty close. I bet Jakub was a slight flavor for sure, but I don't think it was by far. It was close to conflip, if I'm not mistaken. But it does. Pavel did hit a 2 pair, which I'm not mistaken was top 2. Ace Jack. But I did see the bad news. They run it on you once. I don't know if by default or if by choice of Jakub.
Oh, now you got some Slovak. Get him to
And he continues on his heater.
Dajte mu mjesto, ko pići bo tu doma je samo sam početko pići. Da su ovako velika hra, mala hra.
Ne.
Once again, I ask. Oh, I'm so sorry, you guys. Again, because of my how amateur I am, I've been commenting all this time on mute. So lucky you didn't get to listen to my puns. I don't know from when, but yeah, I've been all this time on mute. So I do apologize for that. We did have very, very interesting hands on the last hand, as you probably saw. Yeah, it was fantastic, the heater that Jakub is having. Let's see if he continues. He's putting a lot of action, both pre-flop. It did pot over 3 limpers on his 100 euro straddle. He potted blind. And then he did hit a pair in the first draw, and he got it in, and he did win. He's on the heater. Probably by now is winning close to 7k, if I'm not mistaken.
For you, Andy. Masz jakieś koleżanki?
He is going after Pavel. I don't think it's personal going after everyone, but Pavel was not happy with this with the last hand, I guess, especially with the needle that if he did turn to top 2 pair.
Slovak, konečne. Hvala Bohu. 2 stoli tu na mene. Počúvaj, 2 stoli hral. Hral som 50, 100. Všetci Češi, ja som jediný Slovak. Píči, konečne, počkaj. Sami Bulhári, Poláci a tak. Rozumí?
We do have a new player coming out, so finally we do have a representative of the home country, Slovakia. We do have a player that is quite known in the Slovak community. Who's a player that is used to play these stakes, Omaha, and we see him here often at Card Casino when there's good enough action. So he's joining now the stream. I do not know how much he got in. I cannot see the stack. I don't have that information. But given like from a strategic point of view, I don't know if he's here trying to make money or if he's gonna just going for the fun of it. He's a player capable of both. I do play often with him. But strategically wise, it is both good to play very short, which is in this case will be only 100 big blinds, which is the minimum, or actually very, very deep given the action, and he's covering the biggest stack. I will do one of the both. I would never buy in with like 2K. I would buy in minimum, or I would try to buy in with like 10K to cover everyone. Now in this spot we do see Cacheiro and Jakub going all in. Jakub is always in the mix. This time Jakub does not get there. Cacheiro did a flop the second nuts, which was a straight ace-5, only losing to 6-5. Jakub did have the good shot, so if he does get the 5, he wins the pot. But in this case, it was not that lucky, which has been in the last hands. Cacheiro scoops a fairly decent pot, which based on the last pots is not that big. But if we're gonna compare with the beginning of the stream, then yes, it is a very big pot compared with the beginning. All right, so we do have a few players drinking some wine. Let's see if our newest player, Luboš Benkovic, he did buy in with 3.8K. Interesting starting stack. Again, I would not. I mean, it's fairly deep. It doesn't have to buy in with 9K. But interesting buy-in. Let's see if he joins the guys and drinks some wine as well, or if he's here with a different disposition. It's going to be interesting to understand his dynamic as well, or if he is acquainted to the existing dynamic, if he was watching the stream, or if he was watching in the back a little bit of the stream or the table. We do see Lima opening with the triple suit Jack 10-9s. Fairly standard open. Not thrilled given the action, but it will be too tight to fold this one. Because also if he flops well, he's going to flop very well, and he has the biggest action giver on the table on the straddle. But he did fold. Jakub had a very regular hand, Queen 7-4 deuce. Single suit to the 7, but given it's Jakub and given he also put it before blind, I'm surprised to see him fold. But strategic wise is yes, it is the correct fold. And now, given the action, I really doubt that this player is going to break after the stream ends. I think it's going to continue, and they're probably going to raise the stakes as well. knowing knowing how these things work. As long as Jakub is on the table, it's gonna be a nice table to be at. It's gonna be a lot of tables, having a lot of fun. So it's good for everyone. We do see Lubush going with interesting Lubush complaining about his hand so vividly. He was so frustrated, and you can see in his face. Sometimes a fake tell, which wasn't clearly. Maybe he's balanced. Maybe he's very balanced with his reactions.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Jakub turns top pair in first draw, so he's not going to go anywhere given the action. Lubush has absolutely nothing, but ace high, he's betting pot, trying to get Jakub away from first draw, or something like a two-pair hand like king deuce, which I think is going to raise anyway. But I don't know if he's going to fold. I don't know if he's going to get away with this bluff. Let's see what Jakub decides to do. If he wants to call down, he does. He does call down Lubush, and Lubush is frustrated, laughing. It's nice when a player takes in Euro call by laughing out his loss. And Jakub continues his heater. What a table.
Hey, no Bulgarian.
Only Bulgarian at the table.
No.
Only Bulgarian at the
In
table.
Miami, no problem, Bulgarian. It's number one language in Miami.
Yes.
Here in Bratislava, no Bulgarian. No. Hey, hello. Hello, please. No more Bulgarian here. A dozi Miami, tu sa kureva do Bratislavy.
The players are looking at the food menu that clearly tells you that they're not going anywhere after the stream, and we do see Emil looking at the table. He seems like someone with a face that is considering his options to might return to the table. Let's see if he does or not. I'll tell you this, I would love to join this table. Seems like a really fun table now with Jakub in it. Players are opening up.
Chicken! Number one chicken! Number two chicken! Chickenito! Bulgarian chicken!
Someone no? Two Bulgarian, one Slovakia. Sandwich.
Hey! Bulgarian sandwich! Motherfucker!
It's a Bulgarian party going on over there.
Bulgarian sandwich.
Give me my
100%. 100% Bulgarian sandwich.
We do not know what Anton and Ivo have. Jakub didn't flop so well. He does have top pair, but he's really exposed. He does have the backdoor for clubs, and he has some off opportunity. Like for example, if a 9 or 10 comes, he can represent the nut straight, especially if it's the 9 of 10 of clubs. He does check out of position. We see Anton contemplating the flop with a desire to bet. It doesn't look that happy though. This might be polarized. But he does check. Didn't have the guts to fire, it seems.
Look at these chickens, everybody.
Jakub now has overcard to his pair. He does decide to leave now. Everybody chicken, he says, so he's probably trying to get advantage of this passiveness. Anton does call his 400 euro bet. So now we already have a 2k pot, 2.4k. And the river is, will be interesting to see if I face a 9, 10 or jack. It is a 10. It is a 10, so he now can represent the jack 9. So for example, if he had jack 9, 10, he now beats the 9, 10, but again, this is not that advanced given the... Oh wow, Anton only has 2 pair. He did check the flop versus Jakub. He did have the... I didn't see the rest of his cards. I see a 5. Let me see what else was there. But yeah, interesting to see that Jakub did decide to bluff this one, given that he bluffed that turn.
Service, please!
One service, please.
Service prosím. Lubuš folds his button. After that call from Jakub against his bet, Lubuš tried to calm down and playing more tight, it seems like.
Everybody gamble.
Jakub did raise with no surprise. We see a call from Miroslav, and Anton is now contemplating on the first straddle. And now Lima on the second straddle. Let's see if he decides to call, given that he's closing the action is against Jakub. I would call 2. And Miroslav has an interesting double-suited hand. He's blocking the spades against Lima. Also always nice. Lima does flop top pair on a fairly unblocked board. He might want to take a shot because against Jakub and he doesn't have diamonds. But Miroslav has a better queen. And so he decides to bet. He bets 300. Does get the fold from Lima. If it was Jakub betting, I don't think Lima would fold, but in this case, being Miroslav, he only has top pair. Standard fold, I would say, especially when he has a maniac to with cards in his hand and still to act. So Miroslav with the aggression takes down the pot. Well done, sir.
When I get my stack,
No
I will
problem,
struggle.
no pull. Imamo je Polski bratka. That's my brat. Brata? Ja ne razumijem o Polsku ničega.
Lubuš gonna open this one for sure. Actually, no, he just limps. Interesting approach from Lubuš, given he has a maniac on right after him. But no, I'll definitely open this one. This is it's a hand that is always gonna at least call the 3-bet, so there's no reason I should be afraid to play a big pot, especially because he bought in so deep that he was covering all the table except for Jakub. So I don't think it makes any sense for him to just limp here, but what do I know? Lima is completely blocking. They're blocking each other. Lima does have the same hand. They're both single-suited. Lubu does have to the diamonds, and no one else has diamonds. So it's good. Jakub again on his heater. Flop strips, even though no other player has anything, and I don't think anyone's gonna try to bluff Jakub or your call here with absolutely nothing, no draw. Just king high. So Jakub just takes down his pot. So, see, what do I know? Lubus did take down. Was he lose less by just
Bulgaria, that's your students, right? These your students.
Big Mafia Bulgaria.
You bring him to. I'm gonna bet with you now 1,000. These guys, they ready in Miami playing 100%. They're your students. Huh?
Jakub trying to put some side bets on the side.
Pet's connected, no problem. Oh my god. This guy, you have no idea. Is your friend? Yeah. So this is number one. His friend?
Yeah.
He win all the money in Miami. I'm not talking about small money. This guy is making like 400,000-500,000 a month in casino.
In casino?
All right? Petco making 300,000 to 500,000 a month regularly. And playing maximum 25 PLO, right? 25, 50, if it's open. He play anything, but it's not so many open. Every day, grinding. 500,000.
We do have a full house here at Card Casino. We are having multiple tournaments, multiple events running at the moment. We have a 2.5K side event in Omaha, which already surpassed the guarantee. We have the main event, 2 flights. Day 1B, Day 1C, both running at the moment. With a few satellites for the ones trying to buy in for this main event with such a big guarantee with a smaller buy-in. We have a little bit for everyone, so please join us at Card Casino Bratislava. If you do have the chance, if you are around, or even if you're not, you're still more than enough in time to fly in or drive in or walk in and take part of the action. And for cash game aficionados, we do have from 1-3 Hold'em. We have 2-2 Omaha, 5-5 Omaha, this stream table 10-10 Omaha, and we have also, if I'm not mistaken, a 100-100 Omaha game also running. So, regardless of your bankroll, we do have a little bit for everyone. And even for those of you who like live games, we have Baccarat, Roulettes, Blackjack, Ultimate Poker. So we have a little bit of everything. So please join us here and come and say hello.
I want your opinion. There's no way. It's impossible. This guy played 8 years, I know, in Miami. 8 years. This guy always fucking wins.
Jakub apparently is a Miami regular poker player.
No, I'm in Miami 10 years. The open casino 2009. I think
so if you don't want to visit us in Bratislava and you're closer to Miami, pop there, call, talk with Jakub. He can recommend you the best spots for sure. Once again, Jakub in the mix. Miroslav call is open with the ace-king double suited. Anton the same with his triple suit ace-queen, ace-queen jack. And Caixeiro does have an interesting hand, 9875, single suited at 9. Very, very good hand, especially when both players flop very well.
You can play like fucking maniac. You don't fucking know what the fuck he is.
Caixeiro does flop an open-ender, but Miroslav and Anton both have top pair, even though no one has top pair. So sorry, no one has two pair, unless Jakub might have. We don't know his cards. So there's possibility of having some kind of action if Jakub does fire. It does, and he gets a call from Anton. Caixeiro folds, surprisingly. Wow, against a Maniac, I don't think I would fold his hand. He does try to play on the tighter side. He does have a lot of bad turns, like for example, not a lot of bad turns. What I want to say with this is that, for example, if he does make the straight up, or if he does make two pair, he might be losing, so he might be getting needle in the coffin if someone else does like a bigger straight, for example. But still, playing as a Maniac, I would be inclined to not give
But if
it
they had a hand shuffle, ace next, I'm not going to say
yeah, solid play by Caixeiro.
But I don't like machines.
Definitely on the safer side. You also need to consider that there's another player in the mix. Anton does turn top and bottom.
I play roulette like 100 times.
And if rivers the nuts, so if Jakub decides to get frisky here, it's gonna have bad.
100! I have a 0 possible to win. I go today.
Jakub seems to be more interested to have table talk than to know what's going on the sand.
Check. No chance. 100 times, 100 rules. Yeah.
After a long tank, he does decide to check call. And see the bad news. Anton with the nuts. But Jakub has been on the heater, so I don't think this spot is even gonna, it's not gonna have much of an impact on his plus for this session. Not long ago he was winning about 7k, or he was up 7k in this session. I do not know how he finished the previous stream, the 50 that he was also playing. So this might be quote unquote smallish money.
Брат му линк, каквото има, може да се слуша. Идиоти си, всичко сме кажем, ще му прави.
The straddle keeps going on in the big straddle, so now I see a lot of 50s and 100 straddles.
Okay, 100 straddle. As you can see my cards. You see it? I don't see shit. Okay, my friend, let's go. I give you for you. You're my friend.
Pavel with the aces opening up for the mere 400. Before they were opening for 40, now they opened for 400.
For you, my friend. You, my friend. Polska Bratka.
Or 380, it seemed to report as 380.
Polski, nice guy.
And then now rounding up. With the aces, and unfortunately Jakub is dominated because he's being blocked by Pavel 7-6. And the all-in is another 400, so pretty much the same bet. Pavel is playing rather short, considering that now there's a 100 straddle out there, so he has 8 effective blinds, let's call it like that. Unfortunately for him, Jakub does not, or fortunately for him actually, Jakub doesn't flop anything, so he gets the lot without having to sweat. So one more trip in the merry-go-round. There's gonna be, I bet there's gonna be a straddle going on. I'm surprised that Anton and Miroslav are not on the table. I would definitely try to play as many hands as possible, or at least receive as many hands as possible when the action seems to be so good. Especially if I'm immediately on the left to Jakub, which both of them would be. Mr. Dybala always paying attention more to the live stream than to his own table.
Golden time forever!
What are you playing, Mr. Dybala?
Tell them, golden time.
I don't know how much Dybala earns in Rome. I think he was earning more in Juventus, but I think he can afford the 10-10.
Golden time, huh?
A lot of oh no, Lima did open with his single suited King's Deuces. He does get it through because Jakub was making the toast with another player.
There is cannot be Bulgarian number 1. There is choose. The guy is choose. I'll tell you. Bro, this guy is unbelievable. Unbelievable, for real. You guys have no idea. Who is this guy? If he come here, I play today 50, I play 150 away. 100. All these guys come from Czech, big players. You know, I win like 40K. It's fine, I run good.
Apparently from his table speech, he did win on the 50-50, which I think ended up being 50-50-100, mandatory straddle, so it was 3-blind game, and apparently he did win a little bit 4K as he's claiming.
Unbelievable. They think they're good players.
I love Jakub. Jakub, you always gonna have a reserved seat on my table, I'll tell you that. I love his table speech. He's ditching the table that he claims to be, that they know, they think they're good players, and he crushes them, and he's crushing this table as well. Pavel opening with his single suit King's Queen. Very, very good hand. Especially again when he's going to be in position against a maniac. He does get 2 calls. Lubos. No, actually it was. Okay. I guess there was a mistake here on the graphs. Let's see if we can see how the action is going. Okay, now we see Ivo's hand, 10s and 6s. It's a flop that is no good for Pavel, but he doesn't know that he might be afraid of the ace, but that ace gives him nuts flush draw, and he also gives him the gut shot. Which, unfortunately for him, 2 of those outs are in Ivo's hand, 2 10s, and Jakub also has 2 hearts, and Ivo also 1 heart. So even though Pavel did think he flopped very good to put it in, not as good as he thought, and Jakub has middle set, so he's going to snap call and force draw. So both players actually think they get it, they have it better than they actually have, given the other player's hand. The turn is a flush, and the river, the board didn't pair. So this time Jakub get the bad news, and he does loses with the most equity. So Pavel does win a 2.7k pot. I think he was losing a little bit, so this might put him on with a plus sign.
Ai, ai, ai. Mas é, Bali. Polska koleżanka. Jest takiego. Jest takiego po polsku.
Pavel now has a smile and is with the more pleasant face. Kaishara does seem to be either he's tired or unhappy, but I think it was maybe did lose a big pot that I don't remember. I had the idea that it was after winning that big 4 something pot.
Which month I supposed to wait?
If I'm not mistaken.
My wife is working on the bank.
So we do have a double straddle in his hand from Anton.
In the kitchen, yeah?
This winter?
Pavel now slowing down the game with the table talk. Come on, Pavel. We don't need to sweat that stack. He does open up with his King Jack 9-8 suited. Jakub has the goods. Ace Kings 8 single suited to the king. Really strong hand against what Pavel is holding at the moment. We do see a couple of queens and an ace being tossed. So that's good news for Jakub. But as you can see in Omaha, Jakub does flop top set. Insane. Unfortunately for him, Pavel doesn't have that much to continue with besides middle pair. It does not have a flush draw, it does not have a backdoor flush, so he's unable to continue. Jakub does fire and he gets the pot, but Jakub is on the heater. It's incredible the amount of top sets that he already made this game. But I was just referring how much close the equities pre-flop are in Omaha. But again, these equities only matter if you're not gonna have any more betting rounds. So if they go all in on pre-flop. So in terms of playability, it's much different. So your equity pre-flop, unless you are that shallow, doesn't matter that much as it matters in Hold'em. It matters much more the playability. Kaishara opening his double suit ace jack from the hijack, fairly standard play. He does get a couple of folds, and then he has Jakub on the small one. So there's going to be a few more. I don't know if there's a straddle. There's no straddle in his hands, so apparently it's not mandatory. Unfortunately for Kaishara, it does get 3-betted by a much better hand. So he's being blocked by the clubs. He does have his opponent having Queen 9, 10-9, which is very bad for him. He does call the 3-bet, and now Jakub pumps it up with a 4-bet for 400 euro. Miroslav here with the decision if he wants to pump it up to isolate Jakub, which it seems that he does, to 1.5k, which takes Kaishara out of the way and probably loses as well, unless he decides to get in reckless mode. Doesn't seem to get. Jakub also not going to go anywhere. I think it's going to be a snap call. which it does, which leaves Miroslav with only 1.6k behind on a 3.6k pot. Again, the equity is pre-flop very close, as you can see on the screen, but Miroslav hand is much more playable, which doesn't matter that much when the money you have behind is that shallow. So Miroslav only has 1.6k. With his hand, it's not gonna be many flops that he's gonna not get it in. This might be one of, oh no, I take it back. If it was like King 3 Deuce, it might be one that he would just not go with, or King 6-5, something like that. But of course, having that much equity, he does have Ace, Queen, 10, 9, which give him a lot of outs. Jakub does have a rain out again with his amazing heater. He does have trips, which makes him win even bigger, more money, and scooping a 6k pot, and put him on the 10k stack mark, or 13k,
I think you got it.
and accumulate his winnings, destroying the table completely. What a run! Now we see the cumulative winnings, 8.2k up. Jakub, Anton is the only player besides Jakub on the plus side, but on the other hand, there's no player losing that much. The biggest loser at the moment, it's only 2k. When I say only, considering the action and considering one player is 8k plus. We are approaching the end of the stream, even though this table, I guarantee you, is not going anywhere. And let's see if the players change gears when it's gonna be off stream. I doubt it, because now we have Jakub on the table and he's giving so much action. As you can see, Miroslav play the snap 4-bet or 5-bet with his hand, which I think is a totally fair play. I guess I would do the same, given that is gonna most likely put Kaisheru and Lubu's money dead, and is very, very likely to be ahead of Jakub's range. We do have a few more hands to go over. The stream must be ending on, must be like 10 more minutes on the stream. I hope we still have a couple more hands. I would say that the most interesting hand would be the one that Lima lost against Pavel, when he had the nuts and he just called on the turn, and then the river came club and he shoves. Maybe again, I'm a nerd and I really like the play. It might not be the most exciting one. Again, I totally understand that the ones that are more new to Omaha, that they find that play really ridiculous. I really understand that, and you might think that Lima doesn't know what he's doing, but I can assure you that it was the contrary. It was actually a very good play from him. So unless we have like an amazing play right now, I consider that the play of the day, at least for the stream. This 5-bet from Miroslav, I think, was very interesting as well. I really like to see it. There was a couple unorthodox hands from Anton as well. That were interesting to see. But again, I really considered the most. Let's use. I know I use this word a lot. Interesting, but the most interesting hand. But let's see. We still didn't finish. And we have Jakub on the table, so we might have still some fireworks. And of course, Jakub's incredible ability to flop top sets. Easy with aces, Jakub a legend. He is. If he wasn't, he is right now. At least in my book. We do have some Portuguese on the chat. I see there's more Portuguese than English or Slovak. So a shout out for the Portuguese, my countrymen in the chat. Shout out for everyone. And I once again invite you to come here to Card Casino Bratislava. You can talk directly to me or contact our casino customer support in whatever we can help you or information we can give you. We're more than happy to. And you can check all the information at cardcasino.sk with all our festivals. We're still running party poker, so if you want to come in, you're more than welcome to still come to this event. You have more than enough time to still jump in on the main event or enjoy the cash game action. And in 2 weeks, starting on the 28th of this month of July, we're gonna have also a big event. $500,000 guaranteed during the event. You can check all the information and the schedule at cardcasino.sk. Rod Viper says when the stream is over, everyone is gonna go after Jakub. They're going after him right now. As you can see, everyone is playing. You can, for example, we're not even playing a hand, no one has cards, but most of the eyes are into Jakub's. You can see people's faces. Most of the time, they're looking at what Jakub is doing. So no one needs to go after him. After the stream. And yes, the delay is 20-minute delay, I was informed. So what you hear me and what you see in our platforms, Facebook and YouTube, you see it happened 20 minutes ago. Mr. Dybala is answering what he's playing. So he's not playing 2-2. He claims that he's playing 5-5-10. Sure, son. Sure. It seems like Juventus money didn't run out yet. Someone's asking for a double straddle again. I like it, I like it. Round of double straddles. he's dominating the chat box on YouTube. Probably some friends or local or casino local players where Caicedo and Lima play. So shout out for everyone that was on the stream and that was in these hours. Again, first time commentating. And thank you for Jason to be here with me, helping out in what he could. And I think I did a very good job considering that is my first time. So thanks again to all the team, the 4 staff, the dealers, the players. I really enjoyed commentating for you guys. Next time is going to be better, I promise that. And I'm going to watch what's going to happen after the stream table. Probably they're going to continue on the same table, maybe even increasing the stakes. Just the cards are going to change because these cards, so you can see which cards the players have. So the table has a card reader, which reads, has a microchip, which reads where the cards are and shows up at the display of our production. So I know what they have and I can commentating. So they're gonna change. And these cards are different, so they're more heavy and they're a bit bigger than the normal cards because of the incorporated microchip. They don't bend as much. So if you're playing with the other cards, it's more comfortable. So these cards are only being used when it's needed, the card reader. To the ones that are like, yes, I did play 2550 yesterday. Probably they saw my story. When I did publish, I was in the hall, I was losing, but no, I did recover, and so I end up being a little bit on the plus side. Thank you for asking.
Hráme do piči, hráme kalčetu do piči, nebo dáme pokoj. 180.
We have a three-way action. We go to the flop. Jakub could not flop a set this time, but he did flop top pair. He does have the most equity. Anton has overpair, but Jakub has a lot of how to make 2-pair. Lubush does have middle pair, so he might continue as he does, especially if Anton would fold, but he did not. So I'm actually surprised with Lubush's call. You might know that the stream is about to end. Lubush does turn a very interesting card, which gives Jakub top 2. But Lubush now has a lot more equity. The reason being that he sorry, I had to cough. The reason being he now has a flush draw, but he also can make bigger 2-pair. So for example, if a king comes or if a 10 comes, he makes bigger 2-pair. Even though it's not the card he's actually asking for, you would give him the checkmark change, which of course it does not. Lubush tries to bluff. Very interesting play. Lubush tries to bluff Jakub after he got called down. He did go on the nitty side on the last hour or so, but now he failed to river anything that might consider checking. So he decides to turn his hand into a bluff. It does have a 10, which blocks the 10-8. It's not the best hand in the world to bluff since he has hearts, even though it's not a nuts flush draw, which his opponent might have. Let's see if this works out. Let's see if Jakub does believe Lubusz. He does have a strange look on his face. He is contemplating. I don't think he wants to fold, but I think he should. He thinks he should fold, and he does get through. He does. Right on, Mr. Lubusz. We're talking about interesting hands, and even though it's not the hand of the day, it is one of the most interesting hands we've seen considering the dynamics. So more on the GTO point side of it, Lima's hand is, I consider, much more interesting and better. Lubusz, this Lubusz hand, it is one of the top, and the reason being he got called previously by Jakub on the bluff that he tried to do on the river. He does go on the Niti side for an hour or so, and now by the end of the stream he does pull the trigger and he tries to bluff Jakub. He does bluff Jakub off the hand where Jakub had 2 pair. And given all the action, it was very interesting. Guys, I'm going to say goodbye to all of you.